The raging fire engulfed the building in flames, the surrounding air was heated to the point of distortion, and smoke and dust billowed high into the air. The people in the guild hurriedly used water to put out the fire, shouts rang out everywhere, if it spread to the warehouse it would be dangerous, the guild leader still hasn't arrived yet. Seeing the big fire, the butler quickly ordered his subordinates to quickly call for more people. Dozens of people rushed to get buckets of water to put out the fire, the sound of adding water continuously rang out. The loud shouting of the people made the atmosphere more tense. "Be careful, the wind is strong, the gang leader has arrived." Witnessed the scene of the mansion engulfed in flames and the stench of burning. He was shocked beyond belief. What was going on? No one had time to react to him, everyone was trying their best to put out the fire. The sea of fire filled the sky as if it wanted to burn everything it passed through. The worried guild master ran to ask where house servant Geon and his wife were. His subordinates were clearly happy to see him appear. The butler respectfully replied, "Madam and the young master are taking refuge in the villa, please don't worry too much." The high-ranking ruler breathed a sigh of relief. A horizontal beam on the roof was burned by the fire and could not support itself and collapsed, causing everyone to be terrified. All the house servants who were near the courtyard to put out the fire immediately rushed away to avoid being crushed by the wooden beam. The butler quickly shouted loudly to alert everyone, "Don't stand near, everyone back off." The gang leader was still looking blankly at his mansion collapsing like that. The butler immediately worriedly reminded him. The gang leader quickly moved away. In his eyes at this moment, there was only an image of a raging fire, burning down a large yard. In a remote villa far from the fire where the boss's wife and son took refuge. A voice calling for his mother but trembling with fear rang out from the boy. The boy was held in his mother's arms and comforted. His scared voice was so soft that his mother loved and comforted him. The guild leader's wife was a kind and gentle mother. She gently hugged her son. "Don't worry, father will take care of everything." In her eyes there was worry, but more than that there was a strong will to fight for her little son. Her hand gently caressed her son's cheek, her voice gentle and patient as she repeated, "It will be okay." After a night of turmoil, the big fire was extinguished, fortunately not affecting much the surrounding areas. In the main hall's reception room, an old but dignified voice resounded, "Namo Amitba." The steam of the tea rose, the great master sighed softly, regretting the fire last night. The high-ranking state ruler was sincere and respectful. "Yes, fortunately the fire did not spread and everything was under control. What is the matter with Master Jumo here?" The Grand Master gently ran his fingers over each rosewood bead of the rosary. Only then did he respond, "I said it last time, I have little talent." The clan leader was the famous clan leader of the Cloud Star clan, Jang Geon. He suddenly remembered the small skill that the Grand Master mentioned, which was fortune-telling. Master Jumo went straight to the point. "Lately, Master Jang has been having bad luck. I have looked at the child's horoscope." The moment he mentioned this, Jang Yun's hand that was holding the teacup paused. He was full of doubts and asked Master Jumo again, "What is Jeon's horoscope?" The Cloud Star clan leader's face was filled with panic and worry. Could it be that something bad happened to the child? The boy Jang Geon in the two people's words was now standing silently looking at a pile of rubble that was the result of last night's fire. His face was full of regret for the familiar hospital full of memories. Master Jumo's voice at this moment denied that it was not really like that. Jang Yun became even more worried and restless. Then could it be that there was some kind of disaster in the family? Master Jumo at this moment was hesitantly chanting Buddha's name. This poor monk also did not know what to say. Seeing him being so secretive, Jang Yun couldn't keep calm because of extreme anxiety. "What exactly is going on? Please tell me clearly, Grand Master." He kept guessing at the fortune-teller's fortune-telling. Could it be that his family was ruined or his child would die young? Jumo heard everything but remained silent and did not reply to Jang Yun. In the end, he had to reveal that the child's fate was very thick. He would live a long life and not die young. It was just that. Hearing the second part, Jang Yun raised his head and listened attentively. Master Jumo speaks out the results of the divination. The child's weak fortune, combined with the direct authority of the Gyeongmok, is acting as an intrusion, leading to a situation where the land cracks. Jang Yun, who did not understand fortune-telling and physiognomy, was confused when he heard this. What did it mean? Master Jumo patiently explained, "Wealth pouring into a house is like pouring water into a leaky pond. The hole is bigger than the amount of water poured in, and it is inevitable that it will run out. Hearing the master's words, Jang Geon was stunned and silent for a long time. Very quickly after that, he came back to his senses, opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what Grand Master Jumo had just said. He lost his temper and banged on the table, asking repeatedly, "Master, is Geon the whole? Is this child destined to ruin the family?" Jumo gently chanted to help Jang Do and Yun calm down, "Noa di da fat." Even the powerful lord sometimes can't accept the truth. His hands on the table kept shaking. Jang Do, Yun's shoulders slumped as if carrying 1,000 burdens. "The heavens are so heartless, I worked so hard to have this son." Jumo calmly interrupted him, "It's not that there's no way, actually I came here to talk about this with Master Jang." Jang Do, Yun was surprised, but more than that, he was unable to hide his joy, and kept asking, "Is there a way?" Jang Geon was being taught to read by his mother, very carefully and meticulously. He was studious, so he read books very quickly, his eyes shining as if he had discovered something new. Master Jumo offered a suitable solution. If the child was sent to a virtuous monk and taught to live a simple life, the hole could be partially patched. At this time, Jang Geon was still happily reading and studying with his mother, not knowing that his life was about to change forever. Jang Do, Yun felt regretful when he heard this suggestion, "But the child is my only son, I was over 40 when I had him." He did not accept this suggestion, telling me to let him become a monk. Wouldn't that be a dead end? Grandmaster Jumo still sat there, his calm expression not changing at all at Jang Do, Yun's attitude. He calmly asked back, "Would I advise Master Jang to let his son become a monk?" Master Jumo slowly explained, "As long as the child is educated until he is 18 years old, when his personality is formed, there will be no more problems." Jang Do's voice, Yun couldn't hide his joy as he confirmed to him, "No need to become a monk." Master Jumo said reluctantly, "That's right, a monk advised others not to become monks, what a contradiction." Jang Do, Yun happily laughed, "The master scared me. He has thought everything through, and just so happens to know a suitable place to leave the child. When the time comes, he will come pick up the child." Jang Do, Yun was extremely touched. "Thank you Grandmaster, thank you 1,000 times, if it weren't for Grandmaster." Jumo replied compassionately, "I have done nothing, it is all thanks to the merits accumulated by Master Jang, which are witnessed by Buddha, Namo Amitabha." Seeing this, Jang Do Yun, even though he was the gang leader, was filled with respect, clasped his hands in front of his chest and solemnly chanted, "Namo Amitabha." Master Jumo explains the principles of Buddhism to Jang Do, Yun. Faith and the way become winds, that flow between people and the heavens. Virtue, wisdom, and countless actions all become the Buddha's karma, Namo Amitabha. Jang Do-yun also realized that profound philosophy. His heart filled with faith, he softly chanted Namo Amitabha. Warm sunlight shone down on the magnificent mansion of the Cloud Star clan. The young master of the clan leader's mansion, who was originally well-off and well-dressed, was forced by 2 house servants to get into a carriage and leave home for the temple. His mother kept calling Jang Geon's name, his father couldn't bear it either. He turned to comfort his wife. "Stop crying, madam, we've already discussed this." She was worried and started crying. How could she bear to abandon a child like that? Jang Do and Yun couldn't bear it either, but there was no other way. Jang Geon was spoiled since childhood and never suffered. How could he accept it? He struggled and refused to get in the car. Jang Do, Yun comforted his wife. It was Gyeongmok the Shaolin monk who personally taught Geon. She cried even louder. That monk had a strange personality, everyone was wary of him. Why would he send Geon to such a person? Master Jumo felt a little guilty when he heard this. Jang Do-yun quickly advised his wife, his virtue was profound, ordinary people like us could not understand. He could not bear to leave his child, but it was all for the sake of the whole family and the gang. He promised. It would only be 10 years. Jang Do-yun kept saying that it would be no more than 10 years, which made her go along with it. Despite Jang Geon's unhappy struggles, Jang Do-yun firmly ordered the house servant to quickly take him away. Both mother and son were reluctant to be apart. Jang Geon was just a child who had never been away from home. How could he be calm? The 3 house servants joined forces to safely get Jang Geon onto the carriage. They couldn't bear to hurt him, so they could only advise him not to struggle. Jang Geon stubbornly tried to hold on to the carriage door, causing Master Jumo to have to gently advise him. Jang Do-yun saw this and sternly reminded him. Geon's father already explained it. His loud shout stunned him. "If you don't go, our family will go bankrupt," and even our whole family will lose their lives. The fate of the family rests on your shoulders. Young Jang Geon could not understand the burden of this. He felt wronged and had tears in his eyes. In a moment, Jang Geon loosened his hands and feet. The carriage door finally closed. All the grievances and anger built up. He kept knocking on the door. I won't go, let me go. Grandmaster Jumo also sighed at Jang Geon's strong resistance and softly chanted, Namo Amitba. His parents and Master Jumo said goodbye. The carriage door closed tightly as if predicting the turning point of his life from here on. The horse-drawn carriage sped down the highway without turning back. From here, Jang Geon's life away from his warm family began. When I got there, I saw only mountains, forests, trees, and grass all around. For a child, this silence was boring. In Jang Geon's eyes, he kept watching the carriage that had disappeared from sight. He could not help but feel worried and sad. 2 lines of tears rolled down her chubby cheeks. After a while, he tried to stop crying again, but tears still rolled down his cheeks. Jang Geon pursed his lips and wiped away the tears, muttering to himself like an abandoned kitten. He stood still for a long time and then realized the bitter truth. No matter how much he cried and struggled, nothing would change. Jang Geon looked around and told himself to accept reality. He looked behind and saw an old stone staircase covered with moss. Just by looking at it, you can see the age of this tall stone ladder. On top of the stone steps, a majestic figure looked down. It was Zen Master Gyeongmok. Jang Geon looked up from below to see him, but he wasn't afraid at all. His starry eyes showed his strong will despite his young age. He accepted reality, the reality of living with that skinny old monk for 10 years, in the middle of. The cliffs of the mountains are steep, surrounded by only forests and trees. Gyeongmok's residence consists of only a small skylight and 2 wooden panels outdoors. In addition, there is also a small garden with fresh green vegetables. Jang Geon sat on the bed and remembered what his father said, I am destined to be a traitor and cause the family to fall. He glanced at Gyeongmok who was busy planting vegetables. I have to live with this virtuous monk. Jang Geon was forced to shoulder a heavy responsibility at a young age. He pursed his lips tightly. If the family falls, my mother and father, and the Waran who bring me delicious snacks every day, will all die. He understood the current situation and the responsibility he had to shoulder. Whether he wanted it or not, he had to stay here for 10 years. He still looked towards him while he was still busy planting vegetables, hoping to get along with the teacher. Jang Geon sighed deeply, and Gyeongmok didn't even bother to look at him once. Only focused on the vegetable garden, he kept taking care of one vegetable plant after another, as if he didn't care about the appearance of a child like Jang Geon. He looked around and made up his mind. He couldn't just stand there like this, he had to do something. Jang Geon looked around for a while and then noticed the broom leaning against the corner of the wall. He quickly took it out to sweep up the fallen leaves in the yard. His sweeping motion was a bit clumsy, causing leaves and dust to fly everywhere. At this point, Gyeongmok could no longer ignore him. He frowned and asked sternly, why sweep up fallen leaves that have piled up? Jang Geon didn't seem afraid, because fallen leaves have piled up. Gyeongmok coldly shouted, trying to please me to learn some martial arts is useless. Jang Geon heard that and immediately replied honestly and politely, it's not like that. Gyeongmok didn't listen to his explanation. He coldly criticized, what a merchant's son, anyway I don't intend to teach you Shaolin martial arts. Jang Geon felt extremely annoyed that his explanation was useless. He grimaced. He quickly took large strides towards Gyeongmok. Very soon he stood in front of Gyeongmok clearly, I did not come to learn martial arts. Seeing Jang Geon so determined, and not afraid of making Gyeongmok surprised. His eyes were still full of seriousness and resilience. Even though he was young, one could see his future temperament, will, and determination. Gyeongmok, before those bright eyes, seemed to return to dusty memories. I don't like to socialize with others. I've lived alone in the forest like this for 30 years. He is not like other monks, partly because he is lazy, partly because his martial arts are not enough to teach others, so I do not accept disciples. Shaolin Temple is helpless against me, let me do whatever I want. One day, Master Gyeongyun visited him and shared that old people are often lonely and bored without anyone to take care of them. They should find a young boy to keep them company. Gyeongmok refused outright, even loudly questioning him. But Master Gyeongyun still calmly reminded, listen to me, this is not only a request but also a predestined relationship arranged by Buddha. Hearing this, Gyeongmok also felt uncomfortable refusing, but he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. In his imagination, he already had a bad impression of Jang Geon. He heard that the page boy that the abbot mentioned was the son of a famous merchant. He must have accepted the money, but it was inconvenient to accept him into the temple, so he pushed it to me. Thinking of this, Gyeongmok spoke bluntly without any hesitation, "Not here to learn martial arts, do you think I would believe it?" He was sure that Jang Geon had a plan to come here, so he continued to ask, "So what are you doing in this remote place? No matter what you say, your parents won't think so." Gyeongmok had no patience left, coldly turned around and left. "I will teach you a few moves, then you obediently go home." Seeing that he wouldn't listen to his explanation, and even made wild guesses, Jang Geon felt very upset. He felt aggrieved and shouted loudly, "I don't want to come here either." Even though he tried to act strong, he was still just a child, and when he was wronged, he could only cry. He was destined to be a rebellious child, and had to live with a virtuous monk for 10 years. These words clearly made Gyeongmok pause. Jang Geon tried to hold back his tears from falling, gritting his teeth and saying each word, "Otherwise everyone would die." Gyeongmok didn't know what else to say. Even though he didn't turn around, his eyes were always on the boy behind him. Jang Geon's voice was like sobbing, but behind it was a great resilience, so even though he was chased away, he couldn't go home. Gyeongmok, despite his stern appearance, is still soft-hearted. There are still some misunderstandings. What kind of cruel parents are they? Even if they have to deceive their children, they still want to sow a relationship with Shaolin. Seeing Jang Geon still not stopping crying, Gyeongmok's thoughts were once again going on a trip far away, not knowing about the matter but still admitting it. How cruel. He didn't know how to coax him, he only knew how to sternly warn him, "I don't like seeing men cry," then immediately ordered him to stop. Hearing Gyeongmok's stern teacher-like voice, Jang Geon jumped in surprise, momentarily forgetting to cry. He had somewhat accepted him staying. "Okay, go change into that outfit." It was too much of an eyesore. Jang Geon was clearly confused. "Is there a problem with your outfit?" Gyeongmok still walked coldly, throwing back an explanation. "In this remote place, wearing flashy clothes is too cumbersome." Jang Geon looked at his whole body from top to bottom. Mother had already chosen the simplest outfit for him. He didn't care, still stubborn with his own opinion, silent and followed me. Seeing that he was still waiting, Gyeongmok lost patience and shouted loudly, "Hurry up." Looking at the bowl of dry rice with only green vegetables and beans as food, Jang Geon was surprised. Was this rice? Gyeongmok didn't bother to appease his childish temper in the temple where no fire was used. Eating cooked food will make you hot-tempered. Cultivators must always keep their minds pure. If they keep getting angry, it's like a cuckoo's call, not a practice. Jang Geon, who was used to eating and dressing well, could not easily adapt. Looking at this simple meal, he felt worried. He was also not used to wearing such rough fabric, so his whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was worried about how to wear it for the next 10 years. The quality fabric clothes he wore when he came here were neatly folded in the closet. Gyeongmok saw his reaction and understood somewhat. He softened but had no other choice. He could only lower his voice, "Let's eat." Hearing Gyeongmok say that eating this food will make you hot, Jang Geon endured it a lot but still couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, you eat like this every day. Why do you still get angry so often? When did you get angry with me when I got angry with you?" He kept asking deadly questions with an innocent face. Just now the teacher scolded this guy, that guy. The teacher hates me so he gave me this to eat, right? Gyeongmok couldn't refute or argue for a moment, but stubbornly refused to admit it, saying what nonsense. Gyeongmok's hand on his knee clenched silently. This was the first time I saw a child being so rude, or was he teasing me? Faced with Jang Geon's clear eyes that had no calculation or comparison, Gyeongmok was speechless. He kept staring at him and realized that his innocent eyes were actually filled with genuine curiosity. The sunlight gently penetrated through the window. Gyeongmok's voice also slowed down. "Food can be eaten without fire. Why light a fire? Save firewood, live a simple life." He understood in his heart that his age was an age where curiosity was always greater than caring about other people's feelings. Jang Geon didn't understand about cultivation. He thought that the forest was full of firewood. If the teacher was lazy then he would go pick it up for him. He also promised to only pick dry branches, not break tree branches. Gyeongmok suddenly lost all patience. This guy is really... He felt troubled to explain so much, the fallen dry branch does not mean to be thrown away, understand, it will rot into fertilizer, helping the trees grow well. Jang Geon quickly understood, so I can't take the food of the trees, right? I haven't thought about that yet. Gyeongmok heard his innocent thoughts and became even more confused, and understood it in a different way. Jang Geon thought he was right and confidently added, moreover, if he kept running around, his clothes would tear, how could he wear them for 10 years, making Gyeongmok, a Zen master, angry. Seeing the teacher's reaction, his eyes were clearly wandering, his expression clearly showing his dislike for this rough cloth outfit. Gyeongmok thought deeper, this kid was resisting because he was given this torn outfit, why did I feel like I was being bullied by him? Finally he gave up, eat quietly, okay. Jang Geon was pampered but still polite, it's just that since he was little he always ate delicious food, so now it's understandable that he feels the food is bad. Not only that, he was also hungry and couldn't ask for more, because Gyeongmok thought that being full made him lazy, and laziness was a sin in religious practice. That night when the moon was high in the sky, when everything had fallen asleep, Jang Geon's groans of pain rang out. He went to the toilet but his stomach hurt so much that his whole body was shaking, his hands tightly gripped the straw, his whole body was now covered in cold sweat from the pain. Suddenly he felt so much pain that his eyes widened. Jang Geon's dry cough woke Gyeongmok up, but he didn't seem bothered. He laughed happily when his plan succeeded, eating raw food is not easy. Gyeongmok thought about the meal Jang Geon ate during the day and felt proud, I can't let you eat delicacies, you have to get used to it anyway, otherwise you won't be able to bear it, if you can't bear it and go down the mountain, it'll be good for me. Time passed, Jang Geon still couldn't adapt to raw food and kept complaining, for the past half-month, every time he ate it, his stomach hurt, should he go find a cure? In just half a month, he had lost weight and no longer had the appearance of the young master who had been well-fed and well-dressed before. Gyeongmok suddenly appeared, where did you go yesterday? Jang Geon quickly got up to greet him, feeling touched and thinking, is the teacher worried that his child will be attacked by a wild animal or eat a poisonous fruit? Saw his hands full of bloody scratches. Both feet and shoes were covered with red stains. Gyeongmok was also surprised. He was worried but the words of comfort he was about to say turned into reproaches, he kept running around and tearing his clothes, and he had to buy new shoes. Jang Geon explained that it was because he was hungry but he still insisted on eating 3 meals a day and was still hungry, he was running around and that was why he was hungry. He tried to explain to him that eating too little would give him a stomachache. Gyeongmok began to preach again, stomachache is due to not being hungry enough, people can live by eating anything. If you think you can live by eating grass and trees then you will live, if you think you can't eat then you won't be able to eat. Jang Geon sighed softly, but so what if it's too difficult? Gyeongmok is still strict, creating good karma is more difficult than creating bad karma, asceticism is the path of cultivation, although it is difficult but it accumulates a lot of merit. Jang Geon became more and more confused as he listened, the teacher's words were too difficult to understand, I was about to starve to death. Seeing his indifferent attitude, he seemed to have realized the current situation, the teacher didn't want to help him. Jang Geon was anxiously thinking about his little stomach, what should he do? If this continues he will starve to death. Gyeongmok lost his patience and left, I still have work to do, you stay home and be good. Immediately, an idea flashed through Jang Geon's mind, he looked at his grandfather's back and thought to himself, if he just lay there, he wouldn't be hungry anymore, right? Okay, from now on, just eat and lie down. Gyeongmok had been watching behind him all this time, seeing this scene, he was confused and suddenly grinned, what is this? He didn't even think about it anymore, impatiently warned, remembered what I said, and then quickly left. Zen Master Gyeongmok's small hut was still as quiet in the middle of the mountains and forests as usual, he was standing with his hands clasped in front of the door. He looked into the house, and what caught his eyes was the image of Jang Geon still sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleeping so soundly that his mouth was drooling, Gyeongmok was extremely annoyed, he shouted loudly, get up quickly. His loud voice echoed throughout the small house, it was already past noon, what were you still lying there for? Jang Geon immediately jumped up in surprise. Even though he was a little scared of Gyeongmok, he still stubbornly argued, the teacher told me not to exercise too much, if I exercise, I'll be hungry, so I'll sleep. Hearing the seemingly absurd yet convincing argument, Gyeongmok became angry and shouted. Laziness and lack of exercise are two different things. If you just eat and sleep, you are not a human but a parasite. Jang Geon was silent, but his eyes said it all. Feed the worms first, then speak. Seeing that he was still looking dazed, Gyeongmok angrily brushed his sleeves and left. He was really helpless. The door slammed shut, making Jang Geon even more confused as to what he did wrong. He hugged his clothes and looked up at the ceiling, sighing. What do we do now? Zen Master Gyeongmok sat chanting sutras on the wooden bench in front of his house as usual. He silently stared at the Buddhist scriptures, his hand tracing each rosewood bead on the rosary. Jang Geon quietly peeked at him intently through the small gap of the door. He looked at Gyeongmok's actions and wondered, what was the teacher doing out there, fiddling with his rosary? Was he chanting like the other monks? Thinking so, Jang Geon put on his shoes and walked out to ask. The teacher is chanting sutras. When chanting sutras, you have to knock on the wooden fish and read aloud. I love listening to monks chanting sutras. The profound and unpredictable Gyeongmok said, in this remote place, reading aloud or knocking on a wooden fish makes no difference. He slowly explained to him, reading with his eyes, tapping in his mind, but Jang Geon still innocently said whatever he thought, but no matter how he looked at it, it felt strange. Gyeongmok frowned impatiently and asked, telling me to chant louder. He implicitly implied that he didn't want to be disturbed by Jang Geon. If you listen well, I will be enlightened and attain enlightenment faster. Reading aloud and knocking on a wooden fish will only make me hungrier, but won't bring me any more enlightenment. Hearing that, his favorability towards Gyeongmok decreased even more. He was indeed stingy beyond words. He was afraid of eating too much, so he chanted silently. He didn't care what you thought, his hand still holding the Buddhist prayer, don't disturb me, go inside and meditate. Hearing that, Jang Geon did not bother him anymore and walked into the house alone. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated inside. He only dared to grumble in his heart. Whatever he said, he was scolded. He kept saying the same thing over and over again. Suddenly, his hand that was about to close the door stopped as if he had a good idea. Jang Geon stopped moving. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. At least if he followed the teacher's instructions he wouldn't be scolded, and if he was scolded, there would be a reason. Thinking it through, Jang Geon continued to close the door, silently making a decision in his heart. Okay, just wait and see. You have somewhat grasped the secret of survival here. I will observe how the teacher limits his movements without feeling hungry and then learn from him. The next morning when the sky had just begun to brighten, a few rays of sunlight, the sun was still shining. Shaolin Temple lit the lights early, the sounds of disciples and monks showing the disciplined lifestyle here. Shaolin disciples, some swept away in fear, some clasped their hands in greeting to the abbots. In the isolated little house in the mountains of Gyeongmok, it seemed to be still quiet. But he got up early to fold the blanket neatly. Jang Geon was also awakened. He looked at Gyeongmok's blanket folding movements with admiration. What is this? The teacher made the bed in a flash. Seeing that he had woken up, he was also surprised. Why did he wake up so early today? But Gyeongmok didn't pay much attention. After waking up he quickly cleaned the bed. Jang Geon obediently followed. He watched Gyeongmok's figure disappear and wondered, it was not yet dawn, where did the teacher go in such a hurry? He hurriedly folded the blanket, with only one thought in his mind, to quickly follow. Unfortunately, the pile of blankets he folded was a bit crooked, not as fast or as nice as Gyeongmok. Remembering his actions, Jang Geon felt ashamed. I can't be as agile and neat as the teacher. Is this also a way to limit movement? He could only give up and leave it for later practice. Now let's go. He quickly walked in the direction of Gyeongmok. He walked leisurely on the path, his face calm. At this moment he was truly a Zen master. The quiet and bland scene was immediately ruined by the small Jang Geon who was running behind them. He hid behind the tree, sticking his face out like a spy watching the suspect. Only to see Gyeongmok starting to set foot on a towering cliff. His steps took steady momentum from the rough rock at the foot of the cliff. Then Gyeongmok's figure moved lightly, fluttering as if it had wings. Using a speed so fast that it is difficult to see with the naked eye to stand firmly on the cliff. He landed gently on the high cliff, but didn't make any loud noise. Jang Geon, who was hiding behind, saw this scene with his eyes wide open. What was that just now? He quickly hid behind the tree and secretly sighed, climbing up so easily, it really is Shaolin Temple. Suddenly he saw Gyeongmok sitting cross-legged on the rock. He was confused because he saw him meditating here. Did the teacher start like this every day? He decided to copy Gyeongmok's every move. Okay, then I will too. Thinking so, Jang Geon resolutely sat cross-legged preparing to meditate. Gyeongmok didn't have time to mind him and immediately meditated. Jang Geon secretly swore that he would definitely find the secret to restricting Gyeongmok's movements so that he could have a full stomach. It was already bright outside. The disciples in Shaolin Temple were diligently practicing Shaolin martial arts. The abbots chanted sutras and recited Buddha's name. At Gyeongmok and Jang Geon's place, he realized that the teacher had not moved since then. It must have been more than an hour. Jang Geon was suspicious in his heart. Could it be that the teacher was dozing off? He opened one eye and looked in his direction. He told me not to sleep, but the teacher was sitting there sleeping. Suddenly, the sound of his stomach growling from hunger broke the silence, startling him. Jang Geon didn't want his stomach growling to attract the teacher's attention, but the rumbling sound had already gotten far away. Gyeongmok didn't bother to open his eyes or turn his head, just asked blandly, "Are you opposing me?" Jang Geon was startled by being discovered. He quickly denied it. "No objection, no." Gyeongmok continued to blame and quibble. "If you followed secretly then you should be quiet. Why are you making noises and disturbing me?" Meditating, Jang Geon ran to the front of the cliff and looked up at him to explain, "What can I do if I'm hungry?" Gyeongmok didn't want to argue anymore. He sighed in frustration, opened his eyes, and couldn't meditate. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of white air was inhaled into his body. Jang Geon saw this scene and became even more confused. What was that white thing coming out of the teacher's mouth? It came out of his mouth and then went into his nose. Seeing his curious expression, Gyeongmok felt a little helpless. Realizing that all children are like that, he looked down at Jang Geon who was looking at him curiously. "But I'm not your master, so I don't have to explain everything one by one." Before he could even utter a word of refusal, he was met with Jang Geon's innocent, watery eyes. Gyeongmok still sighed softly, but oh well, the heart method is not taught, and cultivation is not a secret either. He still slowly explained to Jang Geon, "The mental method I was practicing was a secret internal energy technique that was only passed down to a few people in Shaolin called muscles metamorphosis art." Gyeongmok has a deep understanding of the mind method, so his explanations are easy to understand. What you see is the energy, the origin and law of all things. Jang Geon was still young so he couldn't understand everything. He foolishly speculated that the gas was like cigarette smoke. Gyeongmok looked up at the sky above, preaching the profound and unfathomable Dharma. Qi exists everywhere in heaven and earth. Absorbing qi into the body will help people become healthy and full of vitality. Jang Geon was very sensitive at this time and discovered that the teacher was not hungry. It turned out that the teacher was eating air. Gyeongmok explained everything in detail. Once mastered, one can absorb the energy with the entire body. The energy accumulated in the body is the internal energy of martial artists. Jang Geon nodded excitedly. "So that's it," but in his mind he only had the thought of eating gas to stave off hunger. He made up his mind to set a new goal. He also had to secretly practice eating air. Later, he would proudly tell the teacher that he was not hungry anymore. Gyeongmok coughed, drawing Jang Geon's attention back to him. He was clearly soft-hearted but still stubborn. "You can sit next to me when I practice in the morning, but absolutely do not disturb me, understand?" Jang Geon learned the secret to survival against hunger, obediently answered yes and returned to his old place. Gyeongmok's eyes still followed the small figure as it gradually moved away. "No more questions. I feel like I haven't explained enough. I'm still going to teach you the art of immortality if you ask any more." At this moment, Jang Geon found the secret to survival against hunger as if he had found gold. He was seriously thinking. Small fist clenched thoughtfully, how to eat the air in the air. Jang Geon's salary was straight. He sat in meditation seriously and set himself a goal: "I must eat the air." The light shines down from the mountain top to where Gyeongmok is meditating. After a while of meditating, he raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Today was over. Gyeongmok slowly used his hands to push himself up on his knees. He looked towards Jang Geon who was still meditating behind the tree without moving. Gyeongmok didn't say anything but secretly evaluated. Not bad, the newbie couldn't stand it for even a moment. Jang Geon breathed evenly and tried to concentrate, but his legs were still shaking. Gyeongmok secretly smiled and assessed, "You seem very persistent." He led Jang Geon, whose legs were trembling from numbness, towards a house in the middle of the forest. Jang Geon had difficulty walking but still admired. How could the teacher still be normal? His legs didn't feel numb at all. Jang Geon was stunned by Gyeongmok's way of walking. Moreover, the teacher walked slowly, but it was as if he was gliding. Gyeongmok's body looked slow, but it still felt like he was gliding lightly. Jang Geon suddenly thought he was a ghost. His face turned pale and bloodless. Gyeongmok saw him walking slowly, so he urged him to walk faster. Don't act spoiled, follow me quickly. Jang Geon saw the strange way he walked and stopped to observe. He looked at Gyeongmok's shoulder in wonder, but the teacher walked without lifting his shoulder or swinging his arms. Then he looked down at his feet, which were walking leisurely, their feet lightly gliding on the ground. Jang Geon suddenly realized that in order to not be hungry, the teacher limited his movements as much as possible. In his heart now there was nothing but admiration and respect. It was truly admirable that the teacher walked so effortlessly. The two quickly went to the thatched house. The two of them ate together. Jang Geon ate while looking at Gyeongmok. I didn't notice before, but now I realized. He continued eating, not paying attention to Jang Geon's small actions. He looked at Gyeongmok's bowl in surprise. Every movement was extremely neat, not redundant. Completely different from the servants who were always busy at home, it was as if the teacher had calculated everything before moving. Gyeongmok just now noticed that Jang Geon was not eating but sitting there thinking about random things. He sternly corrected Jang Geon, making him awkwardly listen and focus on eating. Jang Geon obediently listened to his master's words and focused on eating. Gyeongmok guessed that this brat had been following me since early morning, observing my every move. Could it be that he was trying to imitate me? After eating, Gyeongmok took a book and put it on the table to read. Jang Geon also followed suit and took the same book. He clicked his tongue and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now that it's public, what is it thinking? Gyeongmok coughed lightly and then asked Jang Geon, "Are you reading a holy book?" "The book you are holding is the Sutra of 42 chapters, although it is not too difficult, an 8-year-old child cannot read it by himself." Jang Geon nodded. "I have finished studying the 1,000-character classic, but I am still studying the Analects of Mencius. Just like the teacher said, this sutra is too difficult for me to read." Gyeongmok was silent then spoke. "You are not a Buddhist, nor do you intend to take refuge. There is no need to read Buddhist scriptures." Jang Geon quickly replied, "Yes." Gyeongmok seemed to not believe what he said very much, but his response was clear. He raised an eyebrow as he suddenly remembered, but there was nothing else to read. Gyeongmok sighed inwardly. This is so annoying. He must find some books for him to read. But he thought again, no, why should I do that? When will it get bored and go down the mountain? After reading for a while, Jang Geon put the book away with difficulty, his legs trembling from numbness. He put his hand on his stomach to feel it, but probably because he wasn't running around, he was less hungry. Jang Geon suddenly remembered, so he looked outside and asked Gyeongmok, "Teacher, rest now." Jang Geon opened his eyes wide in surprise and wondered, "What are you doing again?" He went out to the yard and saw Gyeongmok standing in a training position. He clasped his hands in concentration, eyes closed, breathing deeply and steadily. Gyeongmok raised his right hand, his hand as if gliding gently up, then he lowered his left hand as if gliding gently down. Jang Geon saw this and immediately followed suit. Gyeongmok opened his eyes as if he had discovered him, his eyes widened in surprise. "And this too, now I understand. It has nothing to do, so it imitates me all day." Jang Geon smiled brightly and happily followed. He watched Gyeongmok's movements carefully. He silently gave him a chance to try it, then Gyeongmok switched to another solo move, both defensive and gentle, while Jang Geon's hands and feet were flustered. Then he moved on to another move that was more difficult than the previous one, gently. Jang Geon pursed his lips and froze, not expecting this move to be more difficult than the previous one. He fumbled around in the air, his face panicked. Jang Geon was still struggling with the movements. It was harder than he thought. The teacher's movements were too slow to imitate. He lost his balance, his hands had no place to hold on to and he panicked and fell backwards. Jang Geon fell to the ground, his arms and legs raised in the air. He screamed in pain. Gyeongmok didn't help him up but secretly smiled. "It's not that easy, body, strengthening internal technique can't be imitated." He ignored him and continued to practice. He had to practice the muscles metamorphosis art to a certain level before he could practice. In the middle of the forest, only Jang Geon's heavy breathing could be heard. He immediately questioned, "The teacher said that exercising too much will make you hungry." Gyeongmok replied, "Why is exercising useless? If you don't exercise your body will stagnate." He explained again, "Exercise helps the body's blood circulate and is healthy." Jang Geon asked again, "Then why is the teacher doing it so slowly? I can't imitate him." But he just smiled to himself, "You are no better than me, even though you try very hard. I cannot teach you Shaolin martial arts." Gyeongmok did another movement that was more difficult than the previous ones. His hand movements were like a cat scratching his chest. He stepped forward and continued to explain, "We are not simply moving slowly but also focusing our mind on observing the body. The slower it is, the easier it is to observe the inside of the body." Jang Geon didn't quite understand this, looking inside the body. Gyeongmok nodded, observing which muscles worked when he walked, how his arms moved, how he breathed. Jang Geon raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled, and asked him again, "But why do we have to observe?" Gyeongmok did not reply, immediately thinking to himself, "You ask a lot of questions." He retracted his movements and ended his practice to Jang Geon's surprise. Gyeongmok explained that the human body is very complex, with hundreds of bones, thousands of blood vessels, muscles, and 8 extraordinary meridians all intertwined. Jang Geon immediately touched his stomach. "Is it that much? No wonder so many things are moving in the body, that's why he's hungry." Gyeongmok calmly continued, "Think about how to use the least amount of effort to achieve the greatest effect." He turned away to leave his instructions, eliminating unnecessary movements, focusing his strength on the essential parts. Gyeongmok calmly walked slowly step by step into the house. His body seemed to glide, thus being able to do more with less strength. Hearing these words, Jang Geon suddenly remembered, "Little effort but high efficiency." This is what his father used to say. He remembered Jang Duyun's words, "A merchant must invest little capital but make a lot of profit, that is what a merchant is." Jang Geon was secretly certain, both of them said so. This was not a coincidence. Gyeongmok finished speaking and sighed secretly. "Suddenly I felt relieved." Jang Geon said loudly with determination and certainty, "Even though I don't know what to do yet, I will try." Gyeongmok didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. He's come to this point and still hasn't cried and asked to go down the mountain. Jang Geon practiced but kept falling down. Gyeongmok thought to himself, seeing him trying so hard, "If he wants to go down the mountain, I will secretly teach him a few martial arts moves and then let him go." At Shaolin Temple, the scenery is so peaceful, red maple leaves are flying everywhere. In this vast place, a young monk stood in front of the granary door. The young monk held the book and examined it many times, confused, then scratched his head. How strange. The data recorded in the books and the amount of food match, so why is there so little this year? Obviously we received more rice last year. The little monk next to us continued, "I heard that this summer there were more pilgrims. But the offerings were less." The young monk was worried, but the rice offerings for the lay disciples' beds were coming soon. The other person replied, "This year's offering is only half of last year's." The little monk wondered, What's the matter?" The other person's voice dropped. It was said that their situation wasn't very good. His face was slightly tense and gloomy. Spending in other places also increased alarmingly. He looked at the pile of food in the warehouse and sighed, "Next year will be difficult." The little monk did not understand. It was so strange, like water leaking from a cracked jar. The money just flew away. Meanwhile, on Gyeongmok's side of the house, snow had already covered the roof. Gyeongmok was still sitting reading sutras with a rosary in hand, while Jang Geon was lying curled up in the blanket because of the cold. He lay shivering in the thin blanket, unable to open his eyes. This winter is so cold. Jang Geon recalled the scene at home. It was so hot at home that he was sweating. It was too much. He secretly glanced at Gyeongmok, thinking to himself that it's so cold and yet they didn't light a fire in the room, nor gave him a cotton coat. Gyeongmok now noticed Jang Geon shivering beside him. Gyeongmok wondered silently. There was no fire in the room. It was so cold. He should have wanted to go down the mountain. Why was he so quiet? Jang Geon sneezed a few times. Gyeongmok started to worry, but if he left it like this, the child would die. He did not hesitate to put the rosary on the table, then used one hand to push the floor, the other hand to support his knee to stand up. Gyeongmok quickly ran out the door, had to check the fireplace that had not been used for a long time. The weather was getting colder and colder. Jang Geon's body was shivering more and more violently. His mouth was dry and cracked as he started to talk nonsense. "Mother, I will study hard, don't leave me." Outside the house the snow was still falling and the fireplace was on. The fire burned fiercely as if to withstand this cold snowstorm. Gyeongmok squeezed the water from the towel and took care of Jang Geon, feeling a bit resentful. Thinking back, it was all because of the abbot. "Knowing my personality, you still gave me the child, and he is a troublesome child." Jang Geon's face was bloodless and he coughed violently. Gyeongmok was also worried, but strangely, the room was warm but his cough got worse, and his fever didn't go down. "Or should I go down to the village to ask for some medicine? If not, I will definitely be asked why I didn't take good care of the child." But when he looked back at Jang Geon's situation for a moment, he hesitated a bit. But if he left it like this, then Jang Geon's fever did not subside but instead he coughed even more. In addition, while he was feverish, he called out to his mother in a daze. Gyeongmok felt that this situation was not good. "The hateful thing made me suffer like this." Then he immediately pulled the thin blanket off firmly and decisively. Gyeongmok quickly took off the shirt that Jang Geon was wearing, drenched in sweat. He sat Jang Geon up, his back facing him, and told him to calm down and not move. Jang Geon felt pain in his heart, his face became paler and paler. Gyeongmok placed both hands on his back, silently deciding that he must first pass on his internal energy to him. He began to practice, concentrating his mind. All the streams of power gathered in one place. Gyeongmok also knew that losing internal energy meant losing several years of cultivation. His internal energy began to shift to Jang Geon, focusing mainly on his abdomen. This internal energy stream emitted a white light that spread throughout the room. Gyeongmok adjusted himself. "Because I have not learned the internal energy method, my acupuncture points have not been completely opened. It is impossible to use the method of qi to clear the meridians. One can only use external force to hit the acupoints to clear them." Gyeongmok pressed his hand on Jang Geon's back harder. The internal energy that was transmitted was also more. He also tried. As long as he received 10 years of internal energy of muscles metamorphosis art, ordinary people could also be as healthy as drinking Shaolin's great tonic medicine. Jang Geon received such a great flow of internal energy and screamed in pain. This made him sit up straight and a surge of power enveloped both of them. Gyeongmok exhaled. "The problem is that it will be difficult to cultivate other types of internal energy and mental methods in the future." He pressed harder on Jang Geon's back. The internal energy he transmitted became stronger, thinking to himself, "You brought this on yourself, don't blame me." The body received a great force, so Jang Geon's pain became even more severe. His scream pierced through the wind in the blizzard. The sky gradually turned dark but it still snowed, but it was lighter than during the day. Gyeongmok sat watching Jang Geon. "At least for the next few decades you won't get sick. Even if you get seriously ill or injured you will recover faster than normal people. The body will also be stronger." Gyeongmok looked at him with regret. "In return my 10 years of cultivation went down the drain." He bit his lip and pretended nothing happened. He had no intention of practicing martial arts anyway, just consider it as saving a life. Gyeongmok gently placed his hand on Jang Geon's forehead to see if his fever had gone down. Then he held Jang Geon's wrist to take his pulse and check his health. Gyeongmok fell into deep thought. "I've been ignoring him for so long, now he looks so thin. When he first went up the mountain, he was still very chubby. Why does the child have to suffer like this?" He suddenly realized that he had been worrying about unnecessary things. Gyeongmok coldly snorted. "I have already renounced the mortal world to focus on cultivating, why do I have this pity now?" He looked at Jang Geon sleeping peacefully, his face no longer in pain like before. Gyeongmok pondered. After coming out, he became soft-hearted. Now he understood why the master sacrificed his life for his disciple. He turned his face away, his face still calm. If someone else took care of him, they would probably pamper him a lot. Gyeongmok sat down, clasped his hands together and chanted Buddha's name. He told himself, "I must understand the suffering of living beings to be able to eliminate afflictions. This is the path of enlightenment that Buddha taught." Gyeongmok began to sit and chant sutras with concentration to understand the truth. Moreover, Jang Geon was still sleeping there, not yet awake, but his face was more relaxed than before. On the morning of 3 days later, the snow had stopped falling and melted a little. Jang Geon's voice rang out in the house. "Teacher, you're back. Gyeongmok saw him wake up and asked casually, "You're awake?" Jang Geon happily asked him, "How long have I slept? I woke up feeling much better and no longer cold." He groped all over his body, unable to hide his joy. His whole body felt refreshed, and his mind was clearer. Gyeongmok thought with a blank face, he just doesn't remember anything, he's still young and can't realize the changes in his body. Jang Geon felt better after his fever, joy filled his eyes. Snow still covered the treetops lightly with a misty veil. Gyeongmok and Jang Geon each meditated in a corner on the rocks. Jang Geon felt happy. It was strange, the morning air was so cold but I didn't feel cold at all. I couldn't concentrate because it was too cold before. I'll probably be able to do it today. I'll eat a lot of gas. Gyeongmok saw him cultivating and thought to himself, this child is not infected with many impurities. When I open his acupoints, most of the acupoints are opened. It is said to be clearing the acupuncture points, but in reality it is bathing in pure air, something that others would have to spend thousands of gold to do. Jang Geon was still focused on cultivating without paying attention to his observing gaze. I accidentally created an opportunity for him. Jang Geon took a deep breath of cold air through his nose, then he let out a long, gentle breath through his mouth. Jang Geon muttered in his head, placing his hands on his knees, palms facing the sky, inhaling slowly through his nose. You do it while remembering, when you exhale through your mouth, you only spend 8 parts of the time inhaling very slowly. The two of them continued to practice separately until the sun rose a little. Gyeongmok thought back and forth in his head, thinking that if he taught him martial arts now, maybe he would become a master. He opened his mouth to say something, but calmed down in my heart. Gyeongmok regulates the energy in his body to focus on his practice. A few days later, at the old training ground, Jang Geon was meditating alone. Suddenly, his stomach started to ache continuously, making him confused. Jang Geon looked down at his stomach in surprise. When he inhaled, he felt a slight pain in his nose and stomach. His stomach felt every stream of air in his stomach. Was this what it felt like to eat air? Jang Geon sucked in air, secretly smiling smugly in his heart. Imitating the teacher was indeed useful. You slowly eat each mouthful slowly and contentedly. I can also eat air, just eat my fill. The sun was shining through Gyeongmok standing on the rock. Tall, he looked at Jang Geon and wondered, why does he look so happy? Today when practicing I felt some strange aura. Gyeongmok predicted to himself and then kept silent. Perhaps he had learned how to control his breathing. He immediately jumped down. There was no way he could do it himself without having learned it before. It was probably because the internal energy of the muscle's metamorphosis art had spread throughout his body, making it more sensitive to the air. As soon as he landed, Gyeongmok felt a heavy feeling in his body. He showed a somewhat confused expression. Gyeongmok stood there, bewildered, looking at his hand. His body felt so heavy that he was unfamiliar with it. He could only click his tongue. I ended up like this because of this name. What a bad luck. Gyeongmok pretended like nothing happened, walked past Jang Geon. Let's go down the mountain. Jang Geon suddenly realized and called Gyeongmok to wait a moment, making him grit his teeth. Jang Geon was afraid that he would be abandoned. Fear appeared on his face. Gyeongmok was still walking slowly, so Jang Geon hurriedly ran behind. Back to Gyeongmok's thatched house, which was now clear of snow. Jang Geon practiced martial arts in the yard and secretly rejoiced. How amazing, so this is the feeling of observing the inside of the body. He practiced while raising his hands up high, feeling every hair swaying in the wind. He thought to himself that he looked different today, perhaps because of the internal energy muscles metamorphosis art spreading through his body. Gyeongmok explained, muscles metamorphosis art has the effect of improving tendons and bones, suitable for martial arts training. If you practice muscles metamorphosis art and learn Shaolin martial arts, your body will become firmer and stronger. But you don't practice martial arts, so you don't need to try so hard, Jang Geon happily replied. As long as you're not hungry, that's fine. Jang Geon smiled innocently because what he wanted was quite simple. Gyeongmok was quite surprised. This kid tried to cultivate just to not be hungry. With that will, the internal energy muscles metamorphosis art can take effect, and this flock may be able to change its physical form. Gyeongmok thought to himself, his face paled, and he secretly glanced at Jang Geon. The next day, the air was still cold but fresher than in the mountains. Somewhere in the forest, flowers bloom, attracting butterflies. Meanwhile, Gyeongmok and Jang Geon sat on the bed in the yard reading books. Then Jang Geon went out to the garden, his hands covered in dirt, to pull vegetables, and then he went to pick bright red mulberries in the garden next door. Jang Geon happily ate the 2 dishes he had just picked. When the leaves are dry and the trees are bare, the teacher and student still sit in the yard reading books. After that, Jang Geon continued to practice the martial arts he had learned so long ago. He diligently practiced one move after another without giving up. At the end of the year on a snowy winter day, the master and disciple were still sitting and practicing. Jang Geon's lips moved, not because of the cold like the previous days. But you are eating the surrounding air and regulating your body, calmly cultivating. Jang Geon happily opened his eyes and smiled because he had achieved some results. White snow still falls day after day covering the whole mountain. The weather turned to spring, the sun rose and the trees grew lush and green. 3 years later, Jummo suddenly appeared in front of the Shaolin Temple. He stood in front of the Shaolin Temple's door with some excitement. I wonder how that kid is doing. The 2 young monks greeted each other. Please come in, great master, what business do you have here? Jummo clasped his hands in greeting. I came to visit an old friend, the young monk asked. What is the Dharma name of that great master friend? Jummo immediately responded to the question from the young monks. The person's Dharma name was Gyeongyun. The 2 young monks were often surprised and thought to themselves, as long-time friends of the abbot, they must not be ordinary guests. The 2 hurriedly said, Please follow me, Grand Master, I will send someone to inform you, in the meantime, I will receive you. The little monk went first to open the door, the other one showed the way inside. Jummo walked slowly and gently up the stairs to the door. He followed the 2 young monks neither fast nor slow. While walking, Jummo raised his head to look at the object above. When he saw the object, he suddenly stared at it. Jummo asked the young monk, Why are the pagodas abandoned like this? Why aren't these pagodas repaired? The young monk bowed his head and explained, It's not that the matter was not fixed, but that it had been fixed many times already. Jummo suddenly exclaimed, You mean, the little monk continued in a sad voice, about the Shaolin Temple's economy being very difficult. The 2 young monks led Jummo inside to meet Gyeongyun. He also told Jummo that Shaolin Temple was having a hard time lately. We should have entertained our friends with good tea, but good tea is reserved for pilgrims, so we had to drink low-quality tea. Gyeongyun looked at the cup of tea, his eyes were dull and sad, and this tea was almost gone. Jummo opened his eyes wide, speechless with surprise as he looked at Gyeongyun. He was worried in his heart. Why did Gyeongyun look so haggard? Moreover, no matter how poor Gyeongyun was before, he still didn't spare any good tea. Jummo recalled the previous stupa and asked, so it was also because of the failure to repair the shrines and stupas. He only said this much and then wavered. Gyeongyun gently blew hot steam from the teacup. He put down his teacup. The thing was, it kept getting repaired over and over again, collapsing from place to place, unable to handle it anymore. Jummo heard this and snorted in surprise. Gyeongyun added that the outer area still needed to be repaired due to the large number of pilgrims. His voice dropped again, and the inside had been almost deserted for 3 years. Jummo heard this, his eyes widened as if he knew something. 3 years could it be? Gyeongyun took Jummo for a walk in the Shaolin Temple. Jummo recalled that it had been 3 years since he brought Jang Geon to Shaolin Temple, but even if the child's fate was to be ruined, what then? The Shaolin Temple was the #1 in the world. It's not like he officially entered the sect, it's just a foster home, so how could Shaolin Temple decline? He glanced at Gyeongyun beside him and reassured himself. The 2 of them walked around without saying much, making the atmosphere quite quiet. Only then did Jummo speak up and ask, Can I help you? Although monks should not talk about money, if we need money, we will ask Hui Yuan to help. Gyeongyun thanked him but still tactfully refused. He immediately explained, But the temple fields have crops every year so there is no need to worry about food and clothing. Jummo heard that as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, he pursed his lips and was unable to say anything, but his heart couldn't help but boil. What a bountiful harvest. Isn't this the omen in the child's horoscope? Everything is going well but spending more is like pouring water into a leaky jar. Jummo immediately turned away and said, Namo Amitba. Gyeongyun did not understand. Why are you planning to leave? Jummo replied casually, No, I am going to the Buddhist temple. Gyeongyun did not understand why he was going to the Buddhist temple. Jummo seriously replied, What else can I do besides pray for Shaolin Temple? Gwang Yun leaned back in surprise. Why would you pray for Shaolin Temple? Jummo didn't reply, his face slightly wrinkled. He blamed himself in his heart. I feel like it's all my fault, my heart is so heavy, I can't just go back like this. Gwang Yun wanted to stop him. You are already old, how can I bear to let you suffer in another temple? I accept your good intentions, but Jummo still insisted on leaving. He stood looking at Jummo, quietly leaving first without understanding, muttering to himself, why is this happening all of a sudden? Jummo went to the Buddhist temple, which was quite quiet, clean and spacious. He bowed his head in preparation to kowtow in the Buddhist temple before the Buddha statue. Jummo had many thoughts in his heart. Even if he was destined to destroy the child, it probably wouldn't be to the point of causing the Shaolin Temple to collapse. He bowed his head for a long time with sincerity. After a while, Jummo slowly retracted his legs to prepare to stand up. He bowed his head, leaving the Buddha statue above his heart, reassuring himself that it was probably just a coincidence. The face of the Buddha statue is cast as if it can understand everything. Jummo repeated those worshipping movements many times. After a while, he came to Gwang Yun's place again. He ran out and asked with a worried look, "You're here again. It's been years, and if you keep going like this, you'll be exhausted. You have to take care of your health. You're not young enough to endure thousands of prostrations anymore." Jummo was silent, not caring about those words. He asked about something else. Is the situation still not getting better this year? Gwang Yun firmly said, however, it has nothing to do with you. Jummo clasped his hands, Namo Amitba. In his heart there was nothing but a sigh. It had been 4 years and it was all because I was not sincere enough. Jummo squeezed past Gwang Yun to go inside. Then I'll go. Gwang Yun wanted to stop him but couldn't do anything. He could only stand there sighing with the 2 little monks beside him also unable to stop him. The young monk exclaimed, but thanks to Master Jummo, the atmosphere in the temple had changed a lot. Several young monks volunteered to kowtow together. Gwang Yun looked at Jummo with deep gratitude in his eyes. He turned to look at the 2 young monks. We have received many friends, so we must also try. Next year we will not let our friends come again. The 2 young monks quickly responded in agreement. At this moment in the forest right next to Gyeongmok's house, his voice suddenly rang out, "What is this?" Bored, he frowned, eyebrows raised to show confusion. Jang Geon now looks more mature and calm than before. Gyeongmok looked at the food table and hesitated. What is this? Jang Geon wondered. Is it breakfast? Gyeongmok stared at each dish thoughtfully. It looked no different from usual. He became even more worried. But the chopsticks and bowls were all arranged so neatly that it was scary. Gyeongmok looked at the neatly arranged vegetables on the tray, and the food in the bowl too. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the plate of vegetables and asked, "What is this?" Jang Geon didn't see anything unusual, so he replied naturally, "I picked the purslane from the vegetable garden." Gyeongmok angrily shouted, "I'm asking why are you so meticulous?" Jang Geon was silent, then looked at the plate of vegetables he had arranged and replied naturally, "I think it looks more delicious this way." He smiled gently and innocently, just leaving out the inedible and wormy parts. Gyeongmok snorted, "It can be considered a talent, even rice grains have to be lined up, are you too free?" Jang Geon explained that he just needed to be a little bit tactful and that he found it more convenient that way. Gyeongmok immediately questioned him, saying that he had been having indigestion lately, seeing everything so regular, how could he eat anymore? Jang Geon did not give up and replied, "Arranging things neatly like this is natural, the teacher also said so." "You talked so much that Gyeongmok had a headache. There it is again, since the first time we met, you've been saying strange things." After a short while of listening to Jang Geon's nagging, Gyeongmok also put out his hand as if giving up. "Okay, just eat." He mumbled in his mouth as he picked up the bowl of rice. "Today I don't want to argue with you." Jang Geon also kept quiet, but he smiled quite satisfied. After the meal, Gyeongmok stood outside looking up and thinking. He felt sick inside and didn't understand. What was happening was so strange. Maybe it's because Shaolin Temple is having financial difficulties lately, that's why the temple is in such chaos. No, that's not it. In the quiet forest, but only the sound of panicked footsteps from Gyeongmok. He kept walking back and forth in the yard. Why did I have 2 indescribable feelings of unease? Gyeongmok kept thinking in his head, every day is the same, why do I feel so uneasy? His face darkened and became tense, he let out a sigh. Gyeongmok stood in front of his house, feeling more and more uncomfortable, suffocating. What is this feeling? Jang Geon cautiously looked at Gyeongmok standing outside the yard with a questioning gaze. He also did not understand what was going on and muttered, "What's wrong with the teacher? Is something bothering him?" Gyeongmok entered the room and saw the bookshelves neatly arranged. Even the bed sheets are neatly arranged. Now he also understands that's why I feel uncomfortable. This brat is trying to torture me to death. Gyeongmok froze on the spot, finally finding the cause. This wasn't neat and tidy but sick. He nervously glanced over at Jang Geon outside. Gyeongmok now had to squint through the slightly open door. Seeing Jang Geon happily sweeping leaves in the yard, "Jang Geon has been acting strangely lately. We've lived together for 7 years and I've never seen him lazy. We'll definitely make it big." Gyeongmok was sitting in the garden picking vegetables when someone walked by quickly. He felt it and stopped, raised his head and turned to look. Gyeongmok saw Jang Geon gliding, quickly and gently sweeping the leaves. He was surprised. What was that footwork? Gyeongmok couldn't help but observe him in detail and surprise, his feet lightly gliding on the ground. The shoulders barely moved, although a bit awkward but overall very neat, without any unnecessary movements. "I know he imitated my footwork, but I don't know when it became like this. Buddha Shadow Divine Step technique requires internal energy to be performed." Seeing that there was no answer, he decided to call Jang Geon back. He walked over and asked, "What's the matter, teacher?" He was filled with thoughts. "I have never taught martial arts to Jang Geon. If others find out, they will say that he took advantage of Shaolin martial arts." Gyeongmok asked bluntly, "What is that footwork?" Jang Geon was stunned as if he didn't understand. "It's my footwork." Then he suddenly understood. Teacher realized, "Finally I can do it like teacher." Surprise appeared in Gyeongmok's eyes. He really had practiced martial arts just by imitating. He remembered that he couldn't have been just an ordinary child without that quality. Gyeongmok remembered that when Jang Geon held his stomach, he didn't know what chi was, so he definitely didn't know martial arts. He remembered the days when Jang Geon was confused and didn't understand what martial arts were. Ignoring the previous memory, Gyeongmok asked him, "Since when?" Jang Geon asked again, "Since when?" He happily explained, "It seems like I couldn't do it a few days ago, but suddenly I could today and I haven't been hungry lately." Gyeongmok didn't believe what he heard, so he quickly asked again. Jang Geon repeated what he had said. The teacher had already said that if you want to stop being hungry, don't do unnecessary things. "I remember the time I practiced and feel proud. I tried very hard too. I always think about how to use the least amount of effort to achieve the highest efficiency." Gyeongmok heard this and wondered if this was true. He asked again, "Do you mean you saw me limit my movements to relieve hunger so you imitated me?" Jang Geon replied in confusion, "No, that's not it." Gyeongmok now didn't know what to say to his words, while Jang Geon smiled confidently about what he had done. Gyeongmok immediately put his hand forward and called Jang Geon, "Show me your hand." A big question mark appeared in his head, not understanding his intentions. Jang Geon gave his hand to Gyeongmok, wondering in his heart, the teacher is really strange today. Why is he testing him? Gyeongmok took his hand and closed his eyes to concentrate on his feelings. White streams of air were flying around the two of them as Gyeongmok sensed them. White streams of air began to gather around the Geon's body more and more. Suddenly all the white air gathered at his stomach, making Gyeongmok startled. He was surprised and couldn't believe it. It had practiced internal energy. Just by feeling its dantian, he knew it had at least 20 years of internal energy. Gyeongmok gasped. "I never taught him how to control his breathing, and he didn't have time to practice secretly." He looked into the clear eyes filled with hope that gave him a headache. So when did it cultivate internal energy? Gyeongmok let go of his hand, remembering, if there was time, it could only be when we practiced in the morning. He asked, "How did you regulate your breathing in the end?" Jang Geon answered quite innocently, "You can eat as much air as you want because it's everywhere." He recalled the process of eating air, from the time he focused on taking deep breaths to the time he gradually got used to eating air through his mouth after many attempts. Jang Geon confidently told Gyeongmok, "I don't know anything else, but I ate a lot of gas." Gyeongmok was shocked again. So for the past 7 years, he kept thinking about that to calm his anger. Only then did he remember what happened last year when Jang Geon was sick. Gyeongmok realized that the internal energy muscles metamorphosis art I passed on to him had opened his sense of energy. Because he persistently regulated his breathing, he accidentally cultivated internal energy. Jang Geon saw that he was silent and was worried. Why was the teacher so tense? is there something wrong with my body? Gyeongmok, calm down, it's nothing, it's just that what you just performed was the Shaolin Buddha Shadow Divine Step technique. How did you know how to walk and imitate it? Jang Geon immediately described. The teacher didn't lift his shoulders much when walking, he just tiptoed and looked into the distance. Not only did he say it, he did it again, his feet started to glide, like this. Jang Geon glided by like a ghost, making Gyeongmok stare in amazement. He looked at him and did it right before his eyes with a steady demeanor. Gyeongmok smiled but didn't smile, the corners of his mouth couldn't even raise. After observing for a while, he looked closely and found that although it was similar to Buddha Shadow Divine Step technique, it was different. Buddha Shadow Divine Step technique had both evasive and counterattacking moves. But your footwork is not for offense and defense, but rather to reach your destination in the fewest number of steps at the fastest speed. Jang Geon still happily glided along excitedly, not stopping. Gyeongmok now just felt panic and lamented. Night falls, making the house much quieter than during the day. Jang Geon turned his back to sleep first. Gyeongmok looked at his back. Thinking back to what happened this morning, perhaps even among the second-generation disciples of Shaolin, there are few people with such body movements. The second-generation disciples were mostly in their 20s, but Jang Geon's body technique, a child who was only 15 years old, was no different from them. Although it was unintentional, it seems that persistently practicing body, strengthening internal technique along with internal energy muscles metamorphosis art has changed his physique. Gyeongmok is about to go to bed, so blow out the candle on the table. But he did not lie down to sleep, but immediately looked back at Jang Geon once more. Gyeongmok was worried. It was fine for now, but it would be dangerous later. His eyes looked at Jang Geon thoroughly, thoughts piled up on each other. Self-cultivation and incorrect use of internal energy can lead to deviation of the mind. He looked back at himself wondering if he should teach it how to control its breathing properly. Even so, I cannot teach Shaolin martial arts on my own. Gyeongmok mumbled something and then sighed. Then he looked at the sleeping scene and wondered if he wanted to teach. He had to ask Gwangyun for permission. Gyeongmok sat thinking for a long time but still didn't know what to do. How should he say this? Outside the moon was high in the sky, its light shining through the window. In a quiet place like Shaolin Temple, in the head monk's room, a voice was echoing from outside, Amitabha Buddha. Fortunately, Gwangyun stroked his mulberry tree and thought. Not only had the lay family's bed offering money returned to normal, their difficulties had also gradually been resolved. Gyeongjong put down his worries. Their finances would stabilize again if the offering money continued to be sent up. His eyes lit up, not fully recovered yet but enough to not worry for the time being. Gwangyun breathed a sigh of relief. Spending increased but finances decreased. Now there was no more worry like a few years ago. This was really good. He fingered the rosary in his hand, remembering someone, all thanks to the grace of friends. He bowed before Buddha many times. Buddha did not disappoint his friend's sincerity. Amitabha Buddha. Gyeongjong immediately presented his thoughts. The abbot should not have any problems this year. He thought it was time to discuss with the abbots. Gwangyun asked in surprise, what are they discussing? He immediately explained in detail that it was rare for the majority of lay disciples to encounter difficulties at the same time like this, but he needed to be patient. Must prepare in advance for similar cases. A contingency plan is being proposed, so that expenditure on relief work must be reduced to accumulate more assets for the temple. The smile on Gwangyun's lips disappeared after hearing that offer. He firmly refused. I understand your intentions but it can't be. Gwangyun felt heartbroken thinking about the sentient beings. Even if the offering money was small, we could still fast, but if we didn't give relief, the people would starve to death. How could we ignore it? Gyeongjong did not expect the incident to lead to such serious consequences. Gwangyun seriously lectured, we are monks first, and martial arts sects second. There is nothing to be ashamed of even if we are poor. He immediately repented. What the abbot said is right, please forgive my confusion. Only then did he gently respond to Gyeongjong's apology, of course. Gwangyun thoughtfully comforted him, our hearts towards Shaolin are the same, how can I blame you? The story then moved to another side in a remote mountain place. Jang Geon chose a place to rest and started eating. Today was a long journey. Previously, he was afraid of hunger so he didn't dare to go far, thanks to the atmosphere. Because eating alone gives him time to think about other things. While eating, Jang Geon suddenly remembered Gyeongmok. but lately the teacher has been a bit strange. Gyeongmok closed his eyes tightly as if trying to calm himself down. He seemed to talk less. He guessed that something was bothering him. If the teacher had just said it straight, he wouldn't have to guess. Another apple became his meal. Suddenly someone came from behind. "What are you eating?" Jang Geon jumped, turned back to look at the mysterious voice. Hong Oh majestically clasped his hands behind his back and observed him. Jang Geon reflexively screamed and fell to the ground. Who was it? The old man mischievously watched him fall to the ground. "Did I startle you? Sorry." Jang Geon's heart was filled with a mixture of panic and caution, looking like a Shaolin monk, but he couldn't sense the person approaching at all. Trembling hands brought before Hong Oh. He clasped his hands together and bowed, greeting the master. "His name is Jang Geon, who lives with Gyeongmok teacher." Hong Oh was a bit surprised to hear the familiar name, so he asked, "Do you live with Gyeongmok?" Jang Geon was also a bit surprised but perceptively realized, could it be that the Grand Master was someone familiar with Gyeongmok? He had to suppress his answer in his heart. Familiar, looking at the loose monk's robe, he knew you lived with Gyeongmok. After a long while, Hong Oh replied to him with a hint, "Actually I have met you a few times." Jang Geon shook his head. "But you have never met the Grand Master before," he replied gently, "although you did not see me, but I saw you." The old man exposed Jang Geon. "A few days ago you were picking wild fruits on the other side." He heard that and felt guilty. How did the Grand Master know? Hong Oh deeply stroked his long beard and explained proudly, "I also have my own way. A few days ago I observed very carefully, your fruit-picking movements are the dragon claw hands technique. The story doesn't stop there. The footwork is exactly like Buddha shadow divine step technique." Hong Oh just silently evaluate Jang Geon. His movements look like someone who has been taught proper martial arts. "Did Gyeongmok teach you?" "But Gyeongmok doesn't accept disciples." "Why?" The old man suddenly had some doubts, and Gyeongmok's personality was very unpleasant. "How could you live with him for 7 years?" Jang Geon seemed to have found a place to relieve himself. The master also knew. The teacher was very strict. "At first I was scolded all the time," he said softly. Even though he was still being scolded now, the old man laughed loudly in agreement. Yes, Gyeongmok was that kind of person. Jang Geon just now remembered that he did not recognize this person's background, and who was the grandmaster that he called the teacher by that name. The old man did not hide anything and immediately introduced himself. "His Dharma name is Hong Oh. I am the senior brother of Gyeongyun, the abbot of Shaolin Temple." The old man also asked the question for a long time, "Are you Gyeongmok's disciple?" Jang Geon honestly replied, "No, I only live with the teacher, I am not a disciple." Hong Oh, there are some things I can't figure out, just living together but not being disciples. Strange, but you clearly used the Buddha shadow divine step technique just now, Jang Geon hesitantly replied. Gyeongmok teacher also said so, but I don't know what the Buddha shadow divine step technique is. He absolutely could not believe what he had just heard. Jang Geon's innocent face without any trace of confusion made his head hurt even more. What did he not know? The old man immediately thought of his divine appearance. Buddha shadow divine step technique and dragon claw hands were Gyeongmok's 2 ultimate techniques, but then, Jang Geon was afraid that the old man wouldn't believe him, so he tried his best to explain. "I really never learned martial arts from teacher Gyeongmok." Hong Oh pondered, "Without learning but still no martial arts?" The old man suddenly asked him to show him his hand. Jang Geon's hand just touched it and immediately created several streams of air around him. Thinking a little deeper, he discovered that Jang Geon possessed a powerful vortex of energy within his body. The old rat's green true chi approached him but couldn't. Was my pure chi being pushed back? The old man's whole body was cold with fear. At this age he actually had such profound internal energy. Jang Geon wondered in his heart, why does everyone want to see his hand, including this teacher? He spoke to wake him up. "Yes, Master Hong Oh, Master." Jang Geon stuttered. "Actually the teacher said something strange that I might be in danger. Did I really do something wrong?" Hong Oh, it's hard to avoid being confused when answering. It could be dangerous, it could be not. He worriedly wanted the old man to explain. "What does that mean? What should I do? There are only 3 years left." The pupils in Hong's eyes, fluctuated violently. The old man was so curious that he forgot all manners and approached him. "What will happen in 3 years? If there is anything difficult to say, just tell me." Jang Geon gradually fell into thought as he heard the reply. Hong, oh, even though I was more impatient, I still tried to wait for your answer. He finally had to tell the old man everything. The story was that he had bad luck and had to live away from home for 10 years. His voice gradually became quieter as he began to confide. The mountains and forests shook as they witnessed their conversation. After a while, Jang Geon sighed and ended the old memory. Hong Oh was stunned. So just by imitating Gyeongmok, he was able to achieve such an achievement. This brat is really not ordinary. He doesn't seem to have any martial arts background, but he was able to reach this realm on his own. Just teaching a few simple moves and releasing them into the world is enough to be called a new star, not one that comes around once in 100 years but one that comes around once in 10,000 years. Finally, Hong Oh understood this arrangement. If this is really fate, then entrusting it to Gyeongmok was indeed wise. The abbot's junior brother really has a vision. However, Jang Geon showed impatience, but the master said that there might be danger, so what was the point of enduring the past years? There were only 3 years left. The old man tried to calm his chaotic emotions. Living with that annoying Gyeongmok for 5 years, there couldn't be anything worse. Don't worry, just relax. Hong Oh deeply recite a few mantras. Worry will make your mind sick. Worry will make your body sick. Buddha will never abandon the merits you have accumulated. Jang Geon innocently replied, but I haven't accumulated any merit. Hong Oh was lost in his own thoughts. Just living with Gyeongmok is already accumulating merit. This kid is really interesting. How should I take advantage of this opportunity? The old man carefully warned him, boy, don't tell Gyeongmok that you met me. Today's meeting is considered a secret. Jang Geon honestly wanted to refuse, but he couldn't lie to the teacher, so he tried to persuade him, not to lie, just don't say you met me. Hong Oh just briefly explained, I just wanted to surprise Gyeongmok. Jang Geon had no choice but to follow his wishes. Yes, I will do as the Grand Master says. Hong Oh clasped his hands together and quickly said goodbye. The old man performed the ritual of bowing. See you again, Amitabha Buddha. Jang Geon understood the etiquette and followed suit. The Grand Master walked slowly. Amitabha Buddha. Hong Oh immediately smiled and said goodbye to the young man. Jang Geon also friendly expressed his gentle attitude. Seeing the old man walking further and further away, Jang Geon suddenly felt a bit regretful. Going like this, he would definitely reach a faraway place very quickly. What a pity, he should have observed more carefully. In the Shaolin Temple, the head monk's room had someone come to visit again. Uncle Hong Oh what business are you here for? He also did not hesitate to go straight to the point. Gyeongmok's child knew martial arts but said he was not a disciple. Gyeongjong exclaimed in surprise, what, he knows martial arts? Gwangyun calmly explained, having lived in Shaolin for 7 years, knowing some martial arts was not strange. Hong Oh was a little annoyed and questioned him. Junior brother Gwangyun colluded with Gyeongmok to accept him as a disciple and then pretended not to know. Gwangyun immediately denied, how could I lie to my uncle? Hong Oh immediately recounted, then why did that kid know Dragon Claw hands and Buddha Shadow Divine Step technique? The two of them heard this and were immediately shocked. What kind of Shaolin technique is this? Gyeongjong loudly interjected, senior brother Gwangyun, if that's true then it's serious. That child was just adopted, yet they taught him martial arts techniques. Gwangyun stroked his beard to think of an answer. He meant to defend Gyeongmok. Gyeongmok wasn't that kind of person, to know that there must be some reason. Hong Oh more harshly, I witnessed it with my own eyes, no need to say more, quickly call Gyeongmok here to ask clearly. Gwangyun hesitated, how could this happen? I will investigate. However, he quickly exposed him, but did the master come here just to talk about this? If there's anything, just say it, master. Hong Oh feeling guilty, he could only smile wryly. Junior brother Gwangyun is truly very perceptive. The old man immediately hinted that he had some enlightenment recently, so he needed the Jade Buddha staff. Gwangyun was worried for a moment so he didn't say anything, but Gyeongjong directly asked, why, what does uncle need the Jade Buddha staff for? Gwangyun seriously refused. The old master knew the importance of the Shaolin sect master's token but could not give it to him. Hong Oh immediately became tense. This matter could be related to the future of Shaolin. Junior brother is looking down on my little enlightenment. He immediately threatened the old man, master, do you want me to disobey the old man's last words? Hong Oh frankly replied, yes. Gwangyun heard that and became even more stubborn. then I still maintain my opinion that I cannot give it. The expression on his face was filled with anger, while he still maintained an unfathomable, profound look. Gyeongjong standing beside him had already guessed why the master wanted the Jade Buddha staff. The truth of this matter is very deeply related. The sect master has the right to use the Jade Buddha staff to break all rules and regulations. The master uncle wants to use the Jade Buddha staff to lift the ban on himself. The order was not to accept disciples. Gyeongjong was very certain. The master wanted to accept that child as a disciple. He could no longer suppress his anger, and his junior brother refused to hand over the Jade Buddha staff. Gwangyun tried not to let his words shake him. Your feelings were still the same. Since childhood you were naughty and always liked to tease others. He had a very good impression of the old man's past stories, being scolded by his master all the time but still not being able to stop even after growing up to the point of being banned from accepting disciples. Gwangyun finally gave in. I can lend it to uncle for 2 hours. Gyeongjong panicked and wanted him to take back his decision, but Gwangyun continued to speak. Just this alone could not be considered as going against the teachings of the ancestors. Hong just achieved the goal and smiled again. Okay, I will definitely keep my promise. Gyeongjong could only helplessly watch everything happen. Gwangyun diligently repeated the mantra, Namo Amitba. Hong finally left this place with a smile on his face. Very quickly the sky gradually turned to dawn. Gyeongmok was silently watching Jang Geon from behind. He tried to contain his surprise. His body movements were even more exquisite. It was unbelievable. Gyeongmok frowned, unable to understand why this kid's body technique had improved so much. I couldn't understand. Moreover, the wind was so cold in the early morning but he didn't feel cold at all. The more the foot moves, the faster the speed. Gyeongmok was a little puzzled by his cheerful attitude today. Jang Geon honestly replied, there's a lot of gas in the morning, teacher. Strangely, even if I eat gas all day, it's never as good as in the morning. He was extremely surprised. What do you eat all day? So I thought you went to pick wild fruits or go out. Turns out you went to eat gas or something. Jang Geon still excitedly explained to him that meditating would help him eat more qi, but he could still eat qi without meditating. He also ate qi when folding blankets and sweeping the yard. Gyeongmok hesitated. You mean you're always angry even when you're doing other things? He was surprised. The teacher doesn't do that. Gyeongmok thought to himself, regulating your breathing all the time. The amount of air you breathe will be very little. If you don't concentrate, you won't be able to accumulate air. He felt that this was beyond imagination. It was impossible to regulate your breathing while working. No wonder your internal energy was so profound. It turned out that you could really do it. Anyway, he decided to teach this kid that his energy must be regulated delicately. Eating a lot doesn't mean your martial arts will improve. Jang Geon honestly refuted his words. Gyeongmok was momentarily startled by his words. He had to switch to another explanation. I mean, regulating your breathing all the time isn't very effective. Jang Geon nodded. You know, you eat very little air during the day, and it's just breathing anyway. Gyeongmok really wanted to shout in protest. He was extremely worried about Jang Geon. Self-cultivation and incorrect use of internal energy can lead to a deviation in energy. How did this brat become like this? Gyeongmok and Jang Geon sat on a high cliff in quiet meditation. He closed his eyes and gradually brought his mind back to tranquility. He opened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. It had been half an hour but his breathing was still steady. You sit still with your eyes closed, so perhaps you can practice breathing control. Gyeongmok knew this would happen sooner or later. It can't be helped. Even if I want to hide it now, I can't hide it anymore. He had to make up his mind. He had to act quickly. That was the best thing for the child. There is one most important thing to do. Must quickly tell everything to senior brother Gwangyun. Hong's hermitage, a small house located on a dangerous cliff. From the house came some conversations. The tea is so fragrant, come and try it. The hand holding the cup of tea was approaching but was stopped. Let go, you can't drink yet. Not happy questioning, refusing the tea of the Shaolin elder, or should I give you something you shouldn't drink? Yoon Ian, Gang did not give any face and directly exposed. The old monster's tea cannot be drunk carelessly. You like to mix tea with poisonous herbs. Moon S.A. Myung worriedly looked at the cup of tea in her hand. He raised the cup of tea to drink first to check if it was poisoned. Raised his eyebrows and looked at him expectantly. What does this Lap Kim Hoa tea taste like? The taste immediately surprised him. Yoon Ian, Gang wondered, amazing, Shaolin Temple also has this kind of poison, the old man happily told, I secretly put it in the garden, easy to make tobacco but it is poisonous, if you drink it by mistake you will die. The old man was immediately shocked after hearing that. What, are you going to give my precious disciple that thing to drink? Hong, oh, insist on your reasoning, must try it first to avoid being poisoned indiscriminately. Yoon Ian, Gang gently put the tea back on the table. I'm a bit nostalgic, when I was traveling the world with you, the most I learned was about poison, that guy from the Tang family was still complaining that he had run out of money. Hong, oh happily laughed out loud, my poison skill is even better than that guy from the Tang family. They are referring to the mysterious monument in the poison industry in the underworld. Yoon Ian, Gang thought, but when you were young, none of us could surpass you in poison, but now that guy from the Tang family has become a Doxian. Moon S.A., Myung beside him immediately felt a chill down his spine. Doxian is one of the top 10 strongest masters of martial arts today, the top 10 masters of martial arts. He looked fearfully at the old Doxian of the Sichuan Tang sect who was inferior to Hong, in terms of poison skills when he was young. Yoon Ian, Gang then calmed his disciple, surprised that there was nothing surprising. He doesn't hide anything about his past. I also lost to Hong, a plum blossom sword move. He turned around in panic when he heard those unbelievable words. Moon S.A. and Myung's faith suddenly collapsed. I thought that master had never lost before, who would lose to a Shaolin monk, not with Shaolin martial arts, but with the plum blossom sword of Manhwa. He nodded in agreement, yes, he was a real genius. There was one thing he admired about Hong, he used the plum blossom sword better than the Huashan disciples, and his Tai Chi was even more proficient than the Wudong disciples. He even used the quick sword faster than the Qingqing first sword. Hong, suddenly became angry, why do you keep bringing up old stories? When the 5 swords of Huashan were still young, you brought them to provoke me, now you bring up old stories to bother me. If I don't attain enlightenment, will you take responsibility? He also refused to give in, so you admit defeat. Are you planning to bring this bet down to discuss? Hong, angrily slammed the glass, what a loss, did you come here just to say that? The old man frowned and looked at the other person with anger. Yoon Ian, on the other hand, just sighed and remained silent. The old man suddenly changed the subject, you should talk to Guang Yun, for Shaolin, for Central Plains martial arts, your martial arts cannot be lost. The old man angrily retorted, have you ever seen martial arts overcome your master's teachings? Don't meddle in other people's business. Yoon Ian, Gang still tried to convince the old man, then you admit defeat, your only disciple is Gyeongmok, also did not learn martial arts, left, what's more, you also did not accept disciples, so I won, right? Moon S.A., Myung is gradually getting a grasp of the betting situation, yes, I've heard of it. The two often disagreed on martial arts views and argued frequently. He immediately came to an end to the story, so the two decided to each teach a disciple to determine the winner. Being attacked by Yoon Ian, Gang, the pain in Hong's heart became even more angry. Gyeongmok's price is not that stubborn, just wait a few more years. Yoon Ian, Gang heard that and asked the old man, have you found a good seed in a few years? Shaolin Temple will help you pass on martial arts. Hong, just repeat, I told you to wait a few more years. Yoon Ian, Gang muttered, you don't look like you're joking, I'm really curious which child it is, I wonder if I'll still be alive by then. The old man replied excitedly, the results will be out in 5 years, don't die. Both of them immediately fell silent. Hong's hearty laughter suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Yoon Ian, Gang frowned, thinking about those words, but he was also a bit confused. Every time I see that smile I feel troubled, what are you calculating? Gyeongmok kept standing there, thinking, looking at the mountains in the distance. The incident had just happened not long ago. He hesitantly looked at the other disciple, I was going to see you but it just so happened that Guang Yun also wanted to see you, you said you would take Jang Geon down the mountain. Gyeongmok's intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. He looked at him worriedly, did he already know about Jang Geon? Even so, he still came forward to announce, today I will take you down the mountain. Seeing that he was a bit surprised, Gyeongmok immediately instructed, you might have to meet Guang Yun and the elders, so be polite, okay, by the way, I'll get more scriptures. The expression on his face clearly showed that he did not agree with this. Gyeongmok immediately asked, what's wrong, don't you want to go down the mountain? Jang Geon lowered his head. He was afraid that he would be hungry after going down the mountain. He felt a little helpless in his heart. He really didn't know what to say to you anymore. Gyeongmok had no choice but to give in, so I went to the kitchen to ask for some mooncakes. It was just the Mid-Autumn festival, so there should be some leftovers. Just thinking about food makes him drool. Mooncakes. Jang Geon immediately made an inviting gesture to quickly set off. Gyeongmok didn't know how to scold him at this moment. This brat was just doing it for a few mooncakes. Jang Geon looked so happy, he kept giggling at him. Majestic natural scenery is extremely peaceful. Jang Geon flew down the mountain slope. 7 years ago he thought he was going to die. Now going down the mountain was surprisingly easy. He was excited. Next time I see Hong, oh master, I must ask someone to perform again. Gyeongmok saw Jang Geon was a bit absent-minded, so he was a bit curious. He began to realize the truth in shock. Jang Geon's movements were clearly more refined than last time. Great Arhat meditation. Gyeongmok was surprised and fell behind him a bit while he ran more and more excitedly. It's true that misfortune never comes alone. He was extremely puzzled. I never taught him. How did he learn lightness skill? Jang Geon walked while enjoying the feeling of leveling up his ultimate move. The more Gyeongmok thought about it, the more helpless he became. It was all because senior brother Gwangyun gave him to me. The vast Shaolin Temple is hidden among the wild mountains and forests. They finally arrived at Shaolin Temple. Gyeongmok strictly instructed that when entering the temple, one must be quiet, not walk around noisily, and not make any noise. Jang Geon obediently followed. Yes sir, don't worry teacher, Gyeongmok kept repeating, just do it like that. He suddenly discovered something on the other side. Jang Geon muttered when he saw two strange figures. The two monks clasped their hands and greeted them. Who is Ba Buddha? What happened without warning? Gyeongmok coldly replied, I came to Shaolin Temple and I still need to inform in advance. I came to see senior brother Gwangyun, you should inform in advance. He finished speaking and turned away. I stopped by for a moment and then left. They obediently bowed to Gyeongmok. Jang Geon secretly guessed in his heart that everyone had their reasons for being wary of teacher Gyeongmok. The master behind him ran after him in panic. Yes, but where did the master come from? Everyone went to the Shaolin Temple kitchen. Gyeonggrio suddenly came out to greet them. The sun must rise in the west tomorrow. Senior brother came to find me again. Gyeongmok wondered, long time no see junior brother Gyeonggrio. Are you still working in the kitchen? He smiled bitterly. I can't sit still and watch others work. I feel impatient. Jang Geon looked around in surprise. Is this the place that cooks for the entire Shaolin Temple? Gyeonggrio looked at him with confusion. Who is this child? Did the senior brother accept a disciple? Gyeongmok replied unhappily, looking at its head. One could tell it wasn't a disciple, it was just me taking care of it. Gyeonggrio curiously approached him. He excitedly greeted him. Nice to meet you, I'm Gyeonggrio. He obediently replied, I'm Jang Geon. Gyeongmok turned to give instructions. I'm going to see Gwangyun for a moment. You keep watch for me, you stay here and eat mooncakes, wait for me a moment. Seeing him turn away, Gyeonggrio immediately mocked him, never having seen his senior brother care about others before. Hearing that, Gyeongmok cleared his throat, scolded and left. He muttered as he watched Gyeongmok's back. It seemed like his senior brother was still the same, still unchanged. He finally remembered you, Jang Geon, right? Wait here, I'll bring you mooncakes. His eyes lit up when he heard about food, so he immediately agreed. 3 delicious cakes were quickly brought. Jang Geon was already drooling from craving. How long had it been since he had eaten mooncakes? At home mooncakes were not a rare thing. Holding the cake in his hand made Jang Geon sigh endlessly, but seeing it here, I was so happy I wanted to cry, the emotional sound coming from him as he stared at the cake in his hand, so happy I wanted to cry. The long-awaited moment has arrived. The cake was gradually enjoyed by him. An indescribable feeling gradually crept throughout his body. The delicate flavor made Jang Geon's taste buds melt. The fragrant pumpkin scent seemed to be spreading in his mouth. He happily felt his entire sense of touch sublimate. So this is what sweet spice is. Jang Geon remembered the times he had stumbled, and the coldness of that day also returned. He cherished the present moment so much that he learned from his teacher for 5 years that just enjoying the mooncakes was worth it. Suddenly, the sound of arguing interrupted his moment of enjoyment. What did this bunch of useless people burn again? A voice stammered in response, my bad. Jang Geon was curious and continued listening. Gyeonggrio is not calm at all, it's almost dinner time but he burned all the ingredients, give it to me, you quickly go wash the ingredients again. Outside the door, Jang Geon was peeking in to eavesdrop. Gyeonggrio scolded others while cooking food. The young monks hurriedly worked according to his instructions. He leisurely ate while observing them. The tea inside was like a battlefield and mother also told me not to go into the kitchen because it was dangerous. Kwang Lu angrily scolded them, this bunch is still so slow, what's the point of learning martial arts? What he just said made him a little surprised, cooking also uses martial arts, but Gyeonggrio's swordsmanship was indeed exceptionally swift, and his legs were swaying in a strange rhythm. Jang Geon was a little puzzled by that strange action. He began to analyze every single one of his movements in detail. The movements looked too redundant, his arms tried to move in time with Gyeonggrio's. Jang Geon finally found out. It's not just using your wrist. Another little monk was scolded, that guy stop fumbling around, go and finish shaving this, he stuttered, yes sir. Immediately after that, the little monk ran away with the basket of apples. He secretly blamed, this master is really too much, before meal time he told me to peel all this by myself. He absent-mindedly looked at the little monk, wondering when the teacher would return, he was bored at the right time. Jang Geon came over to chat, it seems everyone is busy, let me help. He shook his head and refused, no need, because this is my job, and besides it's just peeling a radish. However, Jang Geon still wanted to persuade him, it's okay, I also know how to peel apples, let me help you. Because he wanted to convince, the reason he gave was very simple, if he didn't do it quickly, the master would scold him again. The little monk heard that and was scared, so he asked for help, then can you help me a little? Jang Geon gently nodded in response to the help. Two people, one big and one small, sat together and peeled apples. Apple peels thus very quickly became more numerous. But when looking back at the object in Jang Geon's hand, it had a shape that was hard to describe, was peeling an apple that difficult? Looking at the shape of the apples, you can tell how skilled the peeler was, why are there only these little pieces left in the apples? The young monk hesitantly taught Jang Geon, he had to peel the skin thinly but not cut it, otherwise the master would scold him again. He didn't know how to respond for a moment, why did he feel a little guilty? The little monk grumbled again, using a wooden knife to peel an apple was really too much. Jang Geon wondered, why not use an iron knife? The little monk's voice immediately became sad, the master said I am not capable enough to use an iron knife. He sighed worriedly, today I'll get scolded again, just you wait and see. For a moment, these two basic things make people think. Jang Geon stared at them for a long time, it wasn't as easy as it seemed like he had to peel them as thinly as possible. At Shaolin Temple, Gyeongyun has just bid farewell to his master and disciple Yoon Ian, Gang. Gyeongmok paid close attention to them, but unexpectedly met the sword saint here, that disciple Moon Sa. Myung had the potential to become a new star in the martial arts world. He just remembered seeing this figure somewhere, he looked somewhat like Jang Geon. Gyeongmok couldn't help but be curious, so he asked, what business did the sword saint have in Shaolin Temple? Gyeongyun replied blandly, you came to visit Hong, oh uncle before returning. Probably brought the disciple to greet because the two of them were friends. Gyeongmok didn't expect the hidden reason behind it to be like that, master, me. Gyeongyun frankly exposed him, it seemed like he rarely visited, he was embarrassed to explain, everyone knew that the relationship between the two of them was not good. As if suddenly remembering something, Gyeongyun turned to ask, aren't you bringing the child along? Gyeongmok heard that and immediately replied, I left it in the kitchen, why does Gyeongyun want to see it? It's nothing, you're not young anymore, you should think about taking on a disciple, you've lived with that child for 7 years, you must have feelings. He firmly refused, senior brother Gyeongyun had decided not to accept disciples. All this time, I have ignored it and now I want you to accept me as a disciple. Suddenly Gyeongyun's attitude completely changed, so are you going to chase that kid away? As soon as the words were spoken, his eyes quickly searched for an answer from the other party. Gyeongmok is currently struggling with a lot of fears. Does senior brother know that Jang Geon is practicing martial arts? He finally admitted, how did you know? Gyeongyun calmly replied, it's been 7 years, knowing a little martial arts isn't strange, however, he learned my paired techniques. Gyeongmok immediately refuted, even though he knew martial arts, it wasn't me who taught him. Guang Yun still firmly believed that the origin was from me anyway, so I had to take responsibility. He then found another reason, but the time to accept lay disciples had passed. Guang Yun had no choice but to tell the whole story in detail. I contacted his family, they also came to see me and agreed. Gyeongmok lost his temper and shouted, "What's wrong? Senior brother has already informed Jang Geon's family." He couldn't hold back his anger, even an incompetent disciple could receive it, let alone a talented disciple, but after all, Shaolin Temple wasn't to the point of having to beg others, right? Guang Yun still answered him vaguely, seemingly unable to finish, his face showing a solemn expression. The child arbitrarily learned Shaolin martial arts, and the younger brother turned a blind eye. Both are criminals. Do you want to be punished by Shaolin Temple? The first punishment will be for Jang Geon, that child will have his martial arts crippled. And you will have to repent in winter facing the wall for the rest of your life. Do you really want that? Gyeongmok frowned thinking about the punishment given. I don't care what happens to me, but that child. Guang Yun did not wait for him to answer and continued, if you do not want to accept disciples, there is another way, this is also the best way for both you and Shaolin Temple, he fearfully replied, what is it? In the end, Guang Yun still had to reveal his intentions, he couldn't let him learn Shaolin martial arts by himself, if he wanted to teach him, he had to teach him thoroughly, but since he didn't want to teach him, I would ask someone else to teach him. I will send him to Hong, uncle to teach, every day for 2 hours to learn martial arts, when he reaches a certain level, I will let him practice with other lay disciples. Gyeongmok exclaimed in surprise at this different way, not expecting it to be like this. Guang Yun pondered and did not reply any further. On this side of Moon Sa, Myung walked and looked around, looking at it, Shaolin Temple was just a big temple. Yun Ian, Gang immediately became serious, the big temple you mentioned, our Huashan has never been able to pass. He didn't believe it and refuted, but now everyone in the martial arts world says that our Huashan is the best in the world. He smiled faintly at his disciples' innocence. In the eyes of everyone, Shaolin Temple is not on that list. Yun Ian, Gang taught him a new principle, if Shaolin Temple is the foundation then the 8 great sects and the World Association are all pillars built on it, the world can change but the foundation cannot, and people only compare pillars with each other. Even if it is the tallest pillar, what does it matter, it is just the empty title of the best in the world. Moon Sa, Myung can't think clearly, I don't understand that Shaolin Temple doesn't have any outstanding talents anymore. Yun Ian, Gang also agrees with him, I know what you're thinking and that's what worries me. Moon Sa, Myung hesitated at his master's idea. He made no secret of it, with your aptitude you will soon be the only one in the world, and when that happens you will have to face the wall that is Shaolin Temple by yourself. Yun Ian, Gang carefully instructed, so observe every corner of the Shaolin Temple carefully, in the depths of his eyes from now on another idea had formed. Moon Sa, Myung promised him, yes, I will definitely overcome that wall, I will not disappoint my master's expectations. Yun Ian, Gang patted his shoulder to encourage him, it's not only my expectation but also the long-standing wish of Hoa-san, you understand that's good, bringing you to Shaolin Temple is right. His mood is very good right now, that jealous look from Hong, he must be jumping up and down in anger right now. Suddenly his leg felt a slight vibration underneath. Moon Sa, Myung didn't know anything but just observed the old man's wary expression, why did master suddenly? Yun Ian's eyes suddenly became sharp. The surrounding air kept hovering around, searching for any movement, then it flew away towards the back gate of the temple. The air current was leading to the back of the mountain where Jang Geon was sitting. He could clearly feel the abundant energy circulating in his body, could there be such a person in Shaolin Temple? Yun Ian, Gang immediately changed direction, let's go there quickly and see. Moon Sa, Myung was confused not knowing what was going on. He curiously followed behind, Master, where are we going? On this side, a beautiful apple was brought before the little monk, I have never seen anyone peel an apple so thinly, even the Grand Master couldn't do it. He picked up the thin apple peel and examined it, surprisingly, the peel was not even broken. The wooden knife continued to peel another fruit. Jang Geon was working and suddenly stopped his moves for a long time. He was not satisfied with the finished product, it was not as easy as he thought, it was impossible to peel the apple without leaving any flesh on it. He replied cheerfully, but it's still better than before, in my opinion it's perfect, the bearded man replied, but I still want to shave it round like before. Suddenly 2 shadows appeared, stretching across the rock where they were sitting. The little monk was a bit surprised and asked the 2 strangers who had just appeared, who were they? Jang Geon also reflexively looked over. Yoon Ian, Gang gently greeted, I am a visitor to Shaolin Temple, if you don't mind, can I stand and watch? He tried to smile to reassure them. Jang Geon and the young monk continued to peel the apples under the gaze of the 2 guests. After a while, he felt awkward and secretly looked at them. Why were they standing there watching them peel apples? Suddenly Jang Geon's fingers used too much force, the apple peel that was continuously neat was cut off. He was startled and thought to himself, oh no, don't be distracted, focus on the apple. As for Yoon Ian, Gang continued to watch Jang Geon work attentively. Moon Sa and Myung stood next to each other, looking for a while, wondering what the hell is master looking at. This matter had to go back to Jang Geon, whose fingers were now deftly peeling the skin. The more he concentrated, the easier it was to control the apple in his hand as he wished. At this moment, Jang Geon's entire body was focused on carving, causing a mass of circulating air to appear and radiate out. Moon Sa, Myung realized that miracle, this child is really not ordinary. I thought he was just peeling an apple, but it turned out he was practicing his chi, but it looked a bit awkward, why? He panicked and stammered to call for master, but was silently observed by Van Gon Rang Jiam. He glanced at his disciple's expression, he also felt the flow of star energy, he couldn't believe it because he only looked about 15 or 16 years old. At this age, he had already condensed sword energy. Jang Geon still gently peeled off the skin and continued speaking, actually, it wasn't sword energy yet, but it felt like it. Leaving them standing there, Jang Geon finished making an apple and showed it to the young monk. He continued to be lost in thought, never expecting that the sword practitioner in Shaolin Temple would be such a child. Even I, a genius of Manhwa, had to wait until my late teens to condense sword intent. Thinking of this, Yoon Ian's face turned serious. This is the reason why people are wary of Shaolin Temple. The old man suddenly asked, you don't shave your head, you're probably not an official disciple, are you a lay disciple? Jang Geon politely replied no, I'm staying here. Yoon Ian, Gang was surprised, Shaolin Temple still hasn't realized the value of this child. The old man suddenly thought of something, say, Myung has a talent for martial arts that is superior to others, so I broke the rules and accepted him as a disciple regardless of seniority. Jang Geon's innocent face stared at him, thinking, if I break the rules and accept another disciple now, he will be hurt, but the more talented people the better, right? The old man gently started a conversation with Jang Geon, seeing you peel an apple makes me itch, can you give me one? He obediently handed it over. Yoon Ian, Gang slowly taught that apples are fruits not enemies, to peel apples you must use an apple knife. Holding the apple in one hand, he gently raised his other hand into a tilted position. Suddenly, Yoon Ian turned the apple around in his hand like a sharp knife, gently peeling the apple. Jang Geon was amazed in his heart, how could he peel it with his bare hands? After a few seconds, the last layer of skin fell off, and in his hand was a round, shiny apple. Moon Sa, Myung now understood the difference between the master and the other child, that is the other child's carving movements were very awkward. It only used its fingertips to hold the apple and its wrist to hold the wooden knife to move, its body was motionless but it still used very precise force. He imagined what would happen if the two of them fought, what would happen if it used that move to attack him. If so, you really can't handle it, Moon Sa, Myung admits defeat. On the other side, Jang Geon held the shiny apple and suddenly exclaimed, how could it be peeled without leaving a trace? He looked at it admiringly, thinking he wanted to peel it like that, but why couldn't he remember that person's apple peeling movements? Looking at Yoon Ian's face, Gang was smiling as if asking him if it wasn't easy right, in his heart he was still thinking and didn't feel uncomfortable, probably because the movement was too normal. At this moment, a young monk hurriedly ran in front of them. As soon as he stopped, he hurriedly shouted, who is Jang Geon donor, the abbot is calling. Jang Geon heard that, quickly jumped up and replied that it was him. He did not forget to bow to Yoon Ian, Gang, it seems like the teacher is with the abbot, I have to go now. The old man replied gently, if you have the chance, come and visit Hoa-sun. Jang Geon was a bit surprised, seeing that, Yoon Ian, Gang explained, we are people of the Huashan sect, when you get to Huashan just say you are looking for Yun Ian, gang. He obediently agreed. If he went there, he would show the master how he peeled the apple. Having said that, Jang Geon ran away so quickly that the little monk couldn't help but worriedly remind him to go slowly. Yun Ian, standing there watching the two figures run away, silently thought to himself, I want to accept this child as a disciple immediately, but he is a Shaolin monk, so just sowing the seeds like this is enough. Immediately, a fierce voice shouted in his ear, hey, don't look at other people's things. Yun Ian, gang immediately closed his eyes, to transmit his voice to old Hong, who was angry on the other side. Is the child you are talking about him, but he is not a Shaolin disciple. Hearing that, Hong, angrily transmitted a reply, it's okay. Even though he is not a Shaolin disciple, you cannot do that. Seeing how determined he is, Yun Ian had no choice but to accept. He and Moon S.A. Myung went out. Suddenly he asked, S.A. Myung, do you find it interesting? He replied, yes, master. He was afraid, his face was full of fear and sweat, but he still answered honestly, actually I'm scared. Moon S.A. Myung recalled that image. He continued, if that kid used a sword on me, I'm not sure if I could block it. Yun Ian, gang laughed with satisfaction, consider it a valuable lesson, your aptitude is still better than his. Moon S.A. Myung respectfully replied, yes, but his face still carried a lot of thoughts. From the main road to the gate, both kept their thoughts in silence. In Yun Ian's heart, gang feels that what happened today will be motivation for S.A. Myung. But he felt ashamed of his act of lusting after that child in front of his disciple. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and silently exclaimed, Hong, you have a good disciple. But my disciples will overcome that wall. Like me, the most outstanding genius of the Huashan sect. Inside the Shaolin Temple, Gyeongmok's angry growls could now be heard. Was that person the master? Hong, was annoyed and pretended not to understand. Gyeongmok stubbornly repeated the story of dragging Jang Geon to be his disciple. He refused to admit what he was dragging. Jang Geon stood in the middle, feeling the pressure from both sides, sweating in fear. He carefully looked at the two people who were arguing, very curious, was that person the teacher's master? Hong, slamming the table, it's all your karma. Arbitrarily imparting Shaolin martial arts and then denying it, I had no choice but to step in, Gyeongmok angrily retorted, what kind of imparting? At this moment, Hong, raised his head and said smugly, because of me you don't want to accept a disciple, but you can't help but accept one, it's really a dilemma, the old man is so right. Gyeongmok frowned uncomfortably and couldn't respond. He burst into anger, if I am guilty, it is only the crime of saving a dying person. Is it a big crime for a monk to save someone? Hong, argued back, no, your crime is saving someone and then abandoning them. The abbot and Jang Geon sitting next to him did not dare to say anything. Hong, it's annoying to tell, do you know that Sword Saint lured the child to Mount Hua? If we don't accept him, he will find a way to bring him back to Mount Hua. Hearing that, Gyeongmok jumped up in surprise, was that even possible? He turned to ask Jang Geon, is what the master said true? He honestly replied, I don't know, that's the holy sword, but that person told me to go to Huashan to find Yun Ian, gang. Gyeongmok couldn't believe the explanation. Yun Ian, gang is the name of the sword saint. Jang Geon didn't seem excited, he thought that person just asked him to go out. Hong, seeing that, his face was filled with joy and he laughed. In this world there are actually people who treat the holy sword like a stone on the side of the road, the holy sword is being looked down upon. Jang Geon felt strange inside, what's wrong, is that person really that powerful? The situation just now also eased the atmosphere. Hong, calmly advised, this child is the precious gem of Shaolin Temple. Don't be stubborn, take him as your disciple, Gyeongmok said firmly. I can't do that. Hong, angrily stood up, this guy, this is not it, that is not it, then you be the abbot. Seeing that he was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, Gwangyun gently tried to mediate, uncle calm down, this won't solve anything. After saying that, he looked at Jang Geon who was sitting there obediently. Gwangyun slowly said to him, Jang Geon, you must have heard vaguely, Shaolin Temple wants to accept you as a lay disciple, to teach you martial arts. You don't need to shave your head to become a monk, Hong, uncle, this will be your master. Hearing that, he was surprised and asked again, a lay disciple. He gently comforted, yes, you can speak freely. During this moment of waiting, Gyeongmok focused on what Jang Geon would think. On the other side, Hong, Oh, and Gwang Yun were also waiting to see if this outstanding talent would agree or not. Jang Geon fell into contemplation. He didn't understand much about the underworld, but were the two of them arguing because of him? He sighed inwardly. He just needed to endure for 3 more years and he would be able to go home. Now he was asked to become a disciple. What could he do? For the past 7 years, he had been starving and suffering, not to become a Shaolin disciple. Since that was the case, Jang Geon decided to make it clear. I don't want to learn martial arts. I will be home in 3 years, no need to teach me martial arts. All 3 of them did not expect to hear such a reason. Hong, Oh burst out laughing. I thought only the sword saint was humiliated, turns out I was too, saying that the old man changed his expression. Hey kid, do you think a Shaolin lay disciple can do whatever he wants? Even so he still maintains his own opinion. You will inherit the family business and become a merchant. Hong, Oh fold your arms in resignation. I understand what you mean, but your parents have already agreed. Jang Geon was surprised and hurriedly asked, what about your parents? It can't be, they haven't seen you for 7 years. At this time, Gwang Yun gently explained, Jang Geon, being a lay disciple doesn't mean you can't be a merchant or can't go home, it's just that you need time to learn the basic knowledge of a Shaolin disciple. However, his face was still downcast. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh. There were so many people willing to give up all their wealth to be called Shaolin, yet this child looked down on them all. The room fell silent for a long time. Suddenly Hong, Oh softly muttered, 3 years. If so, then I agree to your request. I promise to let you come home in 3 years, do you agree? Gyeongmok was stunned. He didn't expect that a stubborn person like his master would also accept Jang Geon's concession. Jang Geon had countless thoughts in his mind. He didn't know what martial arts were, but probably learn to walk like Hong, Oh the master you saw right. It will probably be hard, but it will be very convenient after you finish studying. Is that why everyone wants you to become a Shaolin disciple? If he finished learning martial arts, people would praise him. Jang Geon's mind flashed with the image of his father being happy for him. Because of this Jang Geon made a decision. He slammed the table and stood up. Jang Geon seriously said yes, but he had one more question. Learning martial arts won't make you hungry, right? Hearing that, Hong, Oh happily exclaimed, very good, very wise decision, you are so smart. Then he turned to scold the surprised Gyeongmok. How hungry did you let the child be that he had to say that? Although Shaolin Temple is having a hard time lately, it's not to the point of starving the children, Gyeongmok explained in confusion. What do you mean by starving? I'm just. At this point, Hong, Oh interrupted, ignoring his explanation, don't worry, I'll feed the boy well. Gyeongmok looked hopelessly at the abbot and explained. Do you think I intentionally starved the child? Gwang Yun did not reply, only silently chanted Buddha's name as if in silent agreement. Jang Geon didn't know he was bringing shame to Gyeongmok. He secretly looked at him, thinking how strange it was. Why is the teacher so flustered? He secretly rejoiced. Being a Shaolin disciple wasn't bad, huh? Waiting until there were only 2 people left, Gwang Yun said to Gyeongmok, I advise you to accept this. I heard that recently Hong, Oh uncle has had some enlightenment. Although I am a martial artist and a monk, and the head of the Shaolin Temple, I have the responsibility to protect Shaolin. This is my decision as abbot, you must obey. Gyeongmok sighed tiredly. He didn't expect it to be like this. Couldn't he have stopped it? Was he fated to meet his master? He glanced at Hong, Oh, not knowing what he was saying to Jang Geon, but extremely happy. Gyeongmok didn't know what the master intended to do to Jang Geon, but if the boy was like him then. Thinking of this, he could not help but ponder as if thinking of something. On the other side of the Cloud Star clan, after hearing the news, Madame Jang worriedly asked, Husband, is our Geon going to become a Shaolin disciple? Jang Yun happily replied, yes, Geon will be a disciple of Shaolin Temple. Geon will learn the best martial arts in the world of Shaolin Temple, but she still feels uneasy because learning martial arts is very hard. What if Geon gets hurt? Seeing her so worried, he gently put his hand on her shoulder. Jang Yun gently comforted, learning Shaolin martial arts is hard. As long as Geon perseveres and returns safely, our Cloud Star clan will be protected by Shaolin Temple. So madam don't worry. Seeing that her face was still troubled, he said that he had already made a generous donation to the Shaolin Temple, so they wouldn't dare look down on Geon. Only then did Madame Jang smile, then I was relieved. Jang Geon raised his head and said, "Of course, he is my only son, why would I be stingy with a few coins?" But she still had one thing to worry about, what about Geon's fate? This made him think too. The Shaolin monk said it was okay, so he accepted him as a disciple, but she saw that the Shaolin Temple was having difficulties recently. She was afraid it was because of Geon. Jang Geon really has no choice but to stop talking nonsense, even if what the lady said is true. Then the situation of Shaolin Temple is gradually changing for the better. Isn't this a good thing? So that's it, what you said has solved the confusion in my heart. Seeing that, Jang Geon gently advised, then don't worry anymore, just wait for Geon's good news. The two of them looked at each other, both looking forward to a bright future. Madame Jang gently replied with a loving yes. Behind Shaolin Temple there are many majestic high mountains. Through each steep cliff you will see a small house on the top of the mountain. That is where Hong lives. Oh. At this moment, the old man asked Jang Geon how many herbs he knew, but he didn't know. Hong stroked his beard, feeling strange. Gyeongmok doesn't teach people. Jang Geon scratched his chin in confusion. No, the teacher only answers when I ask, he doesn't teach anything. Hearing that, the old man secretly laughed in his heart. So you only imitated Gyeongmok and didn't learn martial arts. Hong continue testing. So what did you hear about acupuncture points, internal energy, heart method, blood energy, meridians? Jang Geon answered that he didn't know any of them. The old man thought helplessly, I thought you had accumulated quite a bit of internal energy, and even knew dragon claw hands and Buddha shadow divine step technique. You should have thought you had the basics, but it turns out this kid doesn't know anything about martial arts at all. Thinking like that, Hong slowly said, martial arts is a synthesis of physical training and spiritual cultivation. First we must check if the person is practicing martial arts incorrectly. The old man pointed and told him to look. Do you see that carrying pole over there? Try lifting it up. Jang Geon looked at it suspiciously. What was this pole used for? Hong continued, new disciples entering Shaolin Temple are often trained in this exercise first. Because carrying water will help train the ability to keep balance very well. The old man gave him the carrying pole and said, come on, try it, it's your first time so it will be a bit difficult. Hold on here to keep your balance. At this moment Jang Geon tensely placed the carrying pole on his shoulder, his body trembling. But he was surprised because it had no water so it was light. Seeing that Jang Geon was used to it, Hong told him to follow him. He was curious where they were going. Hong smiled mysteriously in response. Carrying water means carrying water, right? I'll go first, be careful and follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet nimbly walked up. Jang Geon did not give up either. He gripped the carrying pole tightly, took a deep breath. Immediately his feet quickly took steps to catch up with the Grandmaster. Jang Geon thought to himself, so martial arts aren't that difficult, good, then just practice hard for the next 3 years. Walking on such a steep path, Hong was not tired, her body like a feather gliding lightly on the flat ground. He didn't slow down, just kept walking, observing Jang Geon behind him. He was still keeping up with Hong at this moment. His face didn't look tired at all. The old man was happy and proud. Very good. Shaolin was always so high up that it was difficult to breathe. Yet it climbed higher, its breathing still steady. He continued to follow the old man, but his legs were a bit heavy now, unlike when he was with Gyeongmok. Jang Geon said to himself, it must be because he has a habit of absorbing air. Although breathing is a bit difficult now, he can still bear it. At this time, they had reached the source. Hong patiently instructed, I will go down first, you take your time, I don't need to remind you, you know not to spill the water, right? If you spill more than half, you have to go back and carry it yourself. Jang Geon smiled innocently, I didn't spill any water, don't worry teacher. Seeing him like that, he whispered in his heart, this time this kid will have a hard time. Although it looks simple, maintaining balance when the center of gravity is constantly changing is not easy. Even a new disciple entering the Shaolin Temple would need from half a year to 3 years to get used to it. The old man had no intention of reminding him to leave. Jang Geon smiled silently as he watched Hong slowly walk down the mountain, waiting for the old man to disappear. Determination flared up in his eyes, then he too would begin. But in reality it was not easy. The wooden barrel filled with water was shaking violently at this moment. Just as Hong Oh had guessed, his body's center of gravity was unbalanced. The water he had just caught spilled out because of the shaking. Moreover, because his shoulder was in pain, he used more strength, resulting in his body swaying even more. This heavy, just a little loss of balance and the water will spill. Jang Geon worriedly thought, what should he do? If this continues he will not be back until evening. Oh hide behind the rock and laugh, it's not easy kid. The old man looked and saw Jang Geon carrying water down step by step. By now he was halfway down the hill, Oh's hermitage. Jang Geon's legs were shaking from straining too much. He suddenly realized that keeping his balance was more important than keeping his shoulders from hurting. If the shoulder moves up and down with the rhythm of the water barrel, the water will not ripple. Just keep the core of your body still, use your shoulders and toes to keep your balance. Thinking like that, Jang Geon immediately put that idea into practice. At this moment, the water on his shoulder was no longer an obstacle, his body quickly went down. The more Jang Geon used this method of going down, the more skillful he became. He shouted happily, it was only difficult at first, once he got it right it was so easy. Well, now you just need to run at full speed. Watching from the side, Oh couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Impossible. He had already comprehended the wonderful method of walking like water, and of feet like mud, which one must practice lightness skill for 3 years to achieve. The old man muttered to himself, this kid is really strange, clearly has no martial arts aptitude but yet he comprehends it so easily. In Hong's mind, Oh suddenly flashed, or is it because he used internal energy well? After Jang Geon went down the mountain, the old man led him into the house and sat down. Now I will guide the internal energy in your body. Don't move, concentrate, don't talk at all. Oh started to use internal energy in his hand. If he knew how to use internal energy then he would definitely react to the old man's internal energy. Through that, he could see how well he controlled his internal energy. Right now, Oh's internal energy reached Jang Geon's center of energy. He obediently closed his eyes and sat still, but unconsciously inhaled out of habit. The green internal energy that was originally moving in sequence now changed, tightly wrapping around Hong's internal energy. Oh. Feeling something strange, Oh wondered what was going on. After a while, he realized. The old man's true energy that had entered his body disappeared again. Oh couldn't help but scream, he jumped away in surprise. The old man looked at Jang Geon in fear. Could it be that he absorbed someone else's internal energy and turned it into his own, the northern Ming divine power? In the distant mountains, a Hong sound echoed. Oh, Jang Geon's dantian had accumulated a significant amount of internal energy. I transferred my true energy into it but it didn't react. At first I thought it was practicing evil arts. But it seems like he doesn't know how to use his internal energy, Gyeongmok said slowly, because he hasn't been taught how to control his breathing, master. Oh I can't believe it, a child who doesn't know how to control his breathing can sit cross-legged for more than half an hour, and even carry 2 buckets of water weighing more than 10 pounds uphill. If Jang Geon could do that without regulating his breathing, he must have much more energy than others. Hearing that, Gyeongmok turned his back on him, silently, his expression unreadable. Later he decided to say that Jang Geon had actually been practicing body, strengthening internal technique with his son for 7 years now. Body, strengthening internal technique saw, Oh stroking his beard, thinking about time. If it has been imitating you for the past 7 years then it is possible. Gyeongmok stood up and turned back to answer, yes, a child who knows nothing but achieves success through body, strengthening internal technique can only be the mind giving birth to energy. Also known as the heart moves, the energy follows. Even though Jang Geon does not actively control it, the energy in his body still operates automatically. So that's how it is. Oh agree with this reasoning. If it's mind giving birth to energy then it explains all the questions. The old man laughed out loud with satisfaction. Why would I say that Shaolin Temple is in decline? Shaolin Temple has always been there, I just haven't seen it yet, Gyeongmok asked softly, not understanding. What did the master say? Oh no explanation, just continued speaking. Shaolin Temple is protected by Buddha, the invincible one in the world always blesses Shaolin Temple. What else is there to worry about? Buddha has given Shaolin Temple the child I have always wished for, no need to teach him the theory of the infinite wisdom anymore. Oh happily leaving Gyeongmok with a troubled heart and a worried sigh. Back to Oh's hermitage, he started to do the movements for Jang Geon to follow. Around Hong Oh, a dense aura emanated. He said softly, "This is the beginning and also the end of the martial arts that you will learn from me. The infinite world is the essence of the infinite wisdom, containing all my thoughts. Although it looks simple, it contains the essence of countless martial arts. This is the starting position of countless moves." After saying that, he began to focus on practicing. Just a few movements, Jang Geon was sweating, his breathing was not as smooth as before. But he was not afraid of getting tired. He observed attentively, his movements were almost consistent with Hong's. Oh. After a period of time, the ground underfoot had been trampled into countless traces, followed by this action. Looking at Jang Geon panting and resting, he was extremely satisfied. "Lovely child, you deserve to learn the infinite wisdom. After you finish school, this world will be yours. What I have not done, this child will." Suddenly he asked, interrupting the old man's train of thought, "Does this exercise help keep your body healthy?" The Grand Master said martial arts are to train the body and mind, but it seems that is not the case. Hearing that, Hong Oh suddenly thought, does practicing countless times help train the body? In fact, the practice of infinity is a dangerous and difficult exercise. It doesn't help the body stay healthy and can also cause blood circulation disorders. Even I have been in danger a few times. This child realized it right away. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked him, "It seems like you understand something now. What do you mean? Explain it to me more clearly." Jang Geon obediently explained, "I saw the master as if he was about to hit someone." Hong Oh revealed a natural look. Martial arts originated from self-defense, protecting oneself from danger. You still can't understand if it's necessary to learn martial arts for self-defense. Jang Geon gave an example. If his family had to go through a dangerous mountain road, they would hire guards. Come here. Hong Oh cannot help but be helpless because of his way of thinking, which is different from normal people. The old man patiently explained, learning martial arts is to fight people, but not necessarily to fight. Learning martial arts is for self-defense. The boy hesitantly spoke, but the countless moves seemed difficult. His face showed a worried look. Hong Oh gently stroked his beard and thought, was it really too much? But must at least clear 6 of the 12 main meridians and 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians to be able to practice. I decided to follow your wishes, so I will teach you how to control your breathing again from the beginning. At this moment, Jang Geon happily laughed and thanked him profusely, making Hong Oh happy too. Are you that happy? Having learned a lot, the old man and the boy went down the mountain together. At this moment, Jang Geon flew down the mountain. Martial arts were not easy in his mind. It was the same when he met Senior Yoon. Was it because he was too subjective? The book in his hand is the introductory meridian. It is a guide to basic breathing. It is a book that can be bought anywhere. Even while reading a book, Jang Geon's feet never stopped. Suddenly he looked up and realized something was wrong. Jang Geon stopped in confusion. What is this? This is so strange. He looked around searching. He had never felt this strange aura before. Looking into the distance, it seems like that thing is very close here. The closer he ran, the thicker the gas concentration became. Jang Geon ran while trying to breathe to find that gas. Finally bursting out of the dense forest, he quietly crawled out from a low layer of leaves. This way. Standing in the green grass, Jang Geon looked at the thing before him in amazement. He couldn't help but shout loudly to release the vibrations in his heart. The tree was so big, this ancient tree was emitting air. Jang Geon couldn't rush over. Around the tree are colorful flowers of all kinds, layers of mushrooms blooming. Jang Geon gently touched the tree trunk. The air emitted was even more than the air in the morning. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Great, I'm not hungry anymore. So Jang Geon decided on the way to Hong Oh master, I'll stop by here for a bite to eat. A week later, right now Jang Geon is trembling as he controls his internal energy. Hong Oh standing by also do not understand. More than a week, but he still cannot regulate his breathing. The old man angrily scolded, "Qi circulates according to your thoughts. Why are you so tense?" Jang Geon hurriedly explained. When he practiced body, strengthening internal technique with teacher Gyeongmok, his qi circulated very well, but when he practiced it on his own, it didn't work. Hong Oh frowning and thinking, the problem is in the mind giving birth to the energy already operates according to your will, so the more you strain yourself, the more it won't work. Looks like the usual way doesn't work for you. In order for Jang Geon to continue practicing martial arts, he decided to try a different method of training. Today, Hong Oh will teach him footwork. Footwork is a move to gain a more advantageous position than the opponent. It's not that difficult, just don't get hit yourself. The old man changed to another posture. This is the Arhat step, the basic step that all new disciples of Shaolin learn. The characteristic of Arhat step is immobility. As if moving yet still, as if being somewhere else yet still in place. The next step just needs to be looked at. This is the eightfold immortal steps of the beggar gang. At this time, Jang Geon practiced alone and thought. The master said that footwork is an effective way to dodge. But if you do, you will feel the energy in your body is disturbed. Why do you need to stay so far away? Or skip steps 23 to 28. His feet moved slightly, his body quickly turned and walked forward without circling around like before. The clear footprints of the Arhat step had been changed from one step to half a step by him. Can add more. Jang Geon buried his head in practice without stopping, his sweat falling drop by drop. After a while, when his body couldn't take it anymore, he stopped to catch his breath. Jang Geon gently wiped his sweat and muttered, "Just 10 steps is enough. What could be this easy? Why didn't the teacher teach him like that?" Time flies. In the blink of an eye it's been 3 months. Gyeongmok now worriedly went to see the abbot and asked, "Master is teaching Jang Geon martial arts of other sects, does senior brother agree?" Gwangyun didn't understand what he was saying. Gyeongmok angrily repeated, "Don't beat around the bush. Jang Geon is learning martial arts from other schools." The abbot felt it was impossible. "I told him not to teach martial arts from other sects, you must be mistaken." Gyeongmok angrily slammed the table and shouted loudly, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. It suddenly used the Kunlun sect's footwork and didn't move. Did I teach it? Even if I transfer my knowledge, this method will only harm Jang Geon." Gwangyun sighed in horror, only 3 months and already did it. Hearing him say that, Gyeongmok was surprised and realized, had his senior brother predicted this? The abbot explained gently, "I'm not saying I couldn't predict it, I just know that he is a child who can learn, just by observing. There's nothing we can do now, you can go home." Gyeongmok was so upset that he couldn't respond, he stared at Gwangyun. At this time, the abbot could only turn a blind eye to let Gyeongmok know it was difficult to retreat. Finished speaking but Phuong Trung did not give an answer, he angrily went back. In the room Gwangyun was lost in thought. The child that the sword saint had his eyes on, was worth my sacrifice. But it took more than 20 years to train Jang Geon to become a talent of Shaolin Temple. The biggest problem was that Jang Geon had no interest in martial arts. He softly chanted Amitabha Buddha to calm himself down, hoping he had made the right choice. At this moment, a monk knocked on the door to announce that the abbot of the Precepts Academy had arrived. Gwangyun made a cup of hot tea and invited Wonho, then asked softly, "What's up, brother?" He said seriously, "The disciples who travel the world have just sent news back. It was the top 10 masters of martial arts had a strange movement." Hearing that, Gwangyun fell into a deep silence. The top 10 masters of martial arts, 10 top martial arts masters today. Just one action of one person in the top 10 masters of martial arts can also have a big influence like an entire large sect. His face was serious. Did they take any specific action? Wonho continued slowly, recently they have been monitoring Shaolin Temple. The number of messenger birds from various sects has doubled. Intelligence organizations have also become more active. The situation is very worrying. The abbot's hand that was fingering the Buddhist rosary suddenly stopped. Something big had happened. Wonho also frowned and spoke up, coincidentally. Right after the holy sword left the mountain and Hong Oh master accepted Jang Geon as his disciple. The top 10 masters of martial arts began to follow the actions of the Shaolin Temple. Gwangyun hesitantly asked, "Do you think the top 10 masters of martial arts acted because of this?" "That's for sure. According to Wonho's secret technique, it can be kept secret, but they are the ones who had most of their martial arts stolen by Hong Oh uncle. If there is someone who inherits Hong Oh uncle's martial arts, they definitely won't sit still. He can't calm down now. What should we do now?" Giving the child to Hong Oh uncle was wrong. The abbot shouldn't have made such a decision. Hearing this, Gwangyun couldn't rest assured. Wonho was one of the leaders of the Yuan disciples. If he wasn't satisfied with my decision, then most of the other senior brothers would definitely think so too. Wonho had a valid reason, so he spoke up even more bluntly. No matter what the abbot meant, as the abbot under the law, he should at least let me know whether the decision was reasonable or not. The abbot closed his eyes and hid his thoughts in his heart. I understand, I will tell you. The next day, Wonho went directly to see Hong, Oh, and Jang Geon. The reason Wonho came was because a secular convention was being held in the temple. Hearing that, he was curious what a secular convention was. Hong, Oh, let me answer you. The layman's convention is a type of martial arts competition between lay disciples, held every few years at Shaolin Temple. The winner will compete with one of the official disciples in the mountain and have the opportunity to be taught advanced martial arts. So that's it has nothing to do with you. Jang Geon nodded blankly. According to Hong, Oh, remember what the secular convention has to do with the Precepts Academy. Wonho glanced at him and explained, the abbot decided to let Jang Geon participate in this convention, because he was already a secular disciple. The old man suddenly exclaimed when he heard that, but Jang Geon had only been a lay disciple for a few months. He persuaded that even though he was a lay disciple under the sect master's orders, there were no exceptions. Moreover, that child already had some martial arts skills, so it was fine. Hong, Oh, he hesitated a bit. It was true that there was no problem, but he had not learned the art of beating the head yet. Hearing that, Gyeongyun and Wonho were stunned. He hurriedly asked, so what did he learn? Hong, Oh calmly said, it just learned footwork. Receiving such an answer, Wonho turned to look at the abbot in panic. Gyeongyun thought for a long time and said, in any case, he would have to integrate with the other disciples in the future, so he could just consider it as accumulating experience. He should also see the results of his cultivation with his uncle. This is a matter worth considering. Hong, Oh gently stroked his beard. I'm fine. He finished the last sentence in his heart. But Jang Geon's footwork can make the entire Shaolin Temple chaotic. Hong, Oh felt that Jang Geon was not ready to participate in the secular convention at this time, so he asked for a few more days. Wonho did not force him, so a week later Jang Geon will compete with the winner. We will let the two of you compete internally. Whoever wins will be able to fight with the disciples of this mountain. Hearing that, the old man was surprised and asked back, why is it an internal competition? Gyeongyun also felt that Wonho's words made sense. If Jang Geon lost it would cause a big stir among the disciples. Hong, Oh, I'm bored, wave your hand, whatever you want, but I don't understand why we have to let him join. Gyeongyun did not answer the old man. He turned to ask Jang Geon what he thought. He looked up at him blankly as if he didn't understand why he was asking himself. Jang Geon pursed his lips and had many thoughts in his mind. Suddenly he firmly raised his head and replied, I am a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. If I have to do it then I will do it, but can a competition kill someone? Gyeongyun slowly explained, if one's strength is not enough, and one does not know how to use it, sometimes unfortunate things will happen, so when competing, one must always put the opponent's safety first. Hearing that, Hong, Oh suddenly turned to ask him, what's wrong, are you scared? Jang Geon didn't understand why he asked that. He immediately replied, I'm not scared. The answer was very satisfactory to Hong, Oh. The old man laughed heartily and praised, good job, a martial artist must value honor more than life. This word aroused anxiety, causing the other two's expressions to fall. Especially Wonho, in his eyes carried judgment like Jang Geon as a sinner. He uncomfortably dodged back, thinking to himself why did this person seem so angry, as scary as the first time he met the teacher. Looking at the figures of Hong, Oh and Jang Geon leaving, Wonho quietly said to Mun, One, in the past, Hong, Oh master uncle was almost punished for arbitrarily learning martial arts of other sections. Although it is self-realization and not stealing the secret manual, it can still be justified, but if Shaolin Temple was not strong enough at that time, it might have been destroyed. Mun, One is currently the leader teaching martial arts to lay disciples. Although he entered the sect late, he has also heard of this story. Seeing that, Wonho continued to speak, his junior brother also traveled the world. He must also know that Shaolin Temple is no longer what it used to be. The recent financial crisis made the situation even worse. At this time, a child appeared to inherit Hong's martial arts. Oh, what will happen to the uncle? And he is also a child who is proficient in martial arts of other sections. Mun, One knew the outcome. This would be the perfect excuse for them to attack. Wonho frowned worriedly. Yes, if that happened again, Shaolin would have a hard time recovering. Because to handle this, Mun, One had already calculated in advance. He is the one in charge of judging this secular convention. If he discovers that the child is using martial arts from other sects, Mun, one will personally take action before Hong-oh uncle intervenes. Wonho was stunned, but he quickly responded, leave the consequences to me. If that happens, Hong-oh uncle can't do anything either. In the eyes of the two people at this moment, they were extremely determined with their own calculations. But Wonho felt uneasy inside. As a monk, he incited others to harm others. This crime was unforgivable, but he would bear all the karmic debts himself. Wonho looked at the backs of Jang Geon and his disciples and pondered. He clearly showed his determination. Even if he had to go to hell to pay for his sins, he would definitely do everything for Shaolin Temple. The next day at Hong's place, he instructed Jang Geon, you have learned how to dodge, but you have not learned how to subdue your opponent, and if you only dodge, you cannot win, so today I will teach you that way. He was very excited to learn new martial arts. The old man clenched his fists, pulled them back to his sides, and explained, this is Vajra fist, a type of Shaolin boxing. Vajra fist pursues the hardness and solidity of diamond, while teaching, he demonstrates for him. At this moment, Hong-oh changed his posture, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a dent. Jang Geon looked on and couldn't help but sigh, each step made the ground shake. According to each move that was deployed, Hong-oh patiently taught. Vajra fist did not have many variations in moves, nor did it focus on speed, but take the stability, like Mount Taishan as the main focus. In other words, the whole body must become as hard as Mount Tai, like diamond. Finishing the set, Hong-oh raised his head, his eyes filled with righteousness, as if I saw a killing arhat. The old man stopped, stood up straight, and began to teach him the first independent iceberg pose. As time passed, the mountains became clearer as the mist cleared. That silence was broken by the powerful sound of Vajra fists. Jang Geon was sweating from practicing. He secretly sighed, why is it so difficult, why do I have to keep shouting? Straining yourself to practice and then screaming is not suitable for you at all. He felt a little regretful in his heart, if only he hadn't learned martial arts. After a long time, Jang Geon stopped, he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Hong-oh worried and thoughtful, the footwork is good but why is the boxing so bad, it doesn't look like it has any strength at all, he blamed himself, is it because I forced him to learn that it's like this? Do you remember that when learning the method, it is self-thinking and then comprehending? Hong-oh decided in my heart to slowly step forward and say, it's hard to imitate the exact movements I just did, so you just naturally practice in your own way. But remember, every movement has its meaning, shouting and stomping feet all have a reason. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but that's how it was. Listening to Hong's words, Jang Geon started practicing on his own. He threw a punch and thought, if he shouts, his stomach will have to use force. The more you use your stomach, the stronger your fist will be. Jang Geon changed his posture and stomped his feet vigorously. He focused on feeling the interaction between his feet and the ground. Jang Geon realized it. The purpose of stomping his feet on the ground was to create a reaction force. Moreover, his body's center of gravity was all forward. He frantically challenged his senses. Hong-oh hiding behind the door, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh, this kid is very scary when he concentrates. At this moment, Jang Geon's fists were no longer simple, a stream of force emitted from his hands, he felt and thought, stomping on the ground, at the same time throwing punches would cause the center of gravity to shift forward more. The center of gravity is concentrated in the fist, that is, all the body's strength is concentrated in one point. So that's how to throw a powerful punch, then there's no need to brace yourself like a grandmaster, just focus on your fist. Having come up with an effective way, he happily decided to give it a try. The sky was gradually dyed yellow, in the blink of an eye it was already dusk. Hong-oh lazily yawned, he had already fallen asleep, Jang Geon must have gone down the mountain already. Suddenly Hong-oh stopped in surprise because of the strange sight before him. On the ground strewn with strange spiral swirl marks. The old man stared in amazement, thinking as if he had guessed something. Hong-oh sat down on his knees, reaching out to explore the remaining traces on the ground. The perfect trace of the vortex was difficult to draw even if he tried, it was unbelievable. The old man carefully examined it and came to a conclusion. I told it to practice independent iceberg, but it suddenly developed a strong force. Immediately, the old man widened his eyes in horror and discovered something. Just by practicing body techniques, he had reached the realm of releasing energy. it would take dozens of years. Hong Oh immediately stood up in front of the neat whirlpools and sighed softly. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. After a moment of silence he stroked his beard and looked a bit confused, but how could learning the Vajra fist be able to release energy? He immediately remembered the times he had trained with Jang Geon and thought to himself, teaching footwork would help him learn how to dodge. Teach him to punch and he will learn to release his strength. As soon as he finished thinking, Hong Oh immediately burst out laughing, feeling extremely delighted. What a strange child, the secular convention will definitely be in chaos because of you. The afternoon gradually turned dark in the deserted forest with Hong's refreshing laughter. Oh. Inside the forest, when night falls, it becomes eerily quiet and still. A powerful foot stomped on the ground, moving forward, creating small sounds that echoed in the night forest. Jang Geon was extremely tired and gradually exhausted, leaning against a tree trunk by the roadside and panting. He blinked slightly on his sweaty face and secretly exclaimed, "Is this what Vajra fist is like?" Jang Geon slowly thought about what happened when he practiced Vajra fist. I just wanted to focus my body and fist. The demonic energy in his body circulated on its own again, and he continued to think about his cultivation practice. Causing all the muscles to contract and then relax suddenly, Jang Geon's body immediately became extremely painful. His face endured the pain as he clenched his teeth, enduring its torture. Immediately after, he remembered the fall to the ground and still exclaimed, "I tried to keep my balance so as not to fall." Jang Geon fell in great pain, because his body's center of gravity was already forward. After the fall, he immediately created a very eye-catching vortex under his feet, but it seemed Jang Geon didn't see it. He hugged his aching body and walked step by step into the forest, unable to help but think to himself, his whole body was still aching and had not healed yet. Jang Geon's pale and weak face, his eyes became absent-minded as he thought to himself, the Grandmaster also practiced this exercise, but why is it still normal? Probably because he practiced so much that he got used to it. Jang Geon entered the forest in a daze, so tired, I wish I knew that before. A peaceful morning shines across the mountain. Is the kid finally awake? Jang Geon heard the call and woke up with a start, looking extremely confused. What's wrong with me, teacher? Gyeongmok stood beside him, staring at him and reminded him, you didn't come home last night, I had to find you lying on the ground. Jang Geon quickly bowed his head, his voice filled with regret and sadness. I'm sorry teacher, I lost consciousness without realizing it. Gyeongmok was extremely serious and had a gloomy face, then he immediately asked, what exactly happened? What training did you do to become like this? Jang Geon clenched his other hand and arm and stammered, unable to speak. He then slowly recounted the incident to him. I learned Vajra fist from Hong, oh master, but something seemed wrong. I just wanted to focus my body weight on my fist, then suddenly my whole body's muscles contracted and then relaxed, causing me to fall to the ground. When Jang Geon finished his story, Gyeongmok looked at him with a wide face full of doubt. Is that what the Vajra fist is like? What is it talking about? He immediately made a suggestion that surprised him greatly. Just listening to it, he didn't understand, although it was a bit difficult. Please do it again for me to see. The moonlight quietly rises high to illuminate the mountain areas. Gyeongmok's face was filled with worry as he watched him perform the move. He looked at each direction of the foot's rotation and exclaimed, it wasn't just a simple boxing technique. Gyeongmok carefully observed each of Jang Geon's attacks bit by bit. He said he was learning Vajra fist. Jang Geon quickly attacked him, making him feel surprised. He had actually comprehended the way to combine internal and external energy. Gyeongmok unconsciously frowned, gritted his teeth and struggled to block Jang Geon's attack. A moment later, he quickly headed towards the back of the mountain, but he still felt extremely uneasy in his heart. He could not let it participate in the secular convention, or its opponent would die. A gentle, incomprehensible voice came from inside the room. Why are you here at this hour? The voice continued to ring out, filled with suspicion. In broad daylight, I didn't see you coming, and now you're here. What is your intention? As soon as the voice ended, Gyeongmok immediately stated his purpose of cancelling Jang Geon's participation in the secular convention. Hong Oh was a little in disbelief at what he heard, so he asked again, what did you say? He heard that and then talked about his purpose again. Jang Geon still couldn't control his strength. Hong Oh heard that and immediately frowned, silently observing from the inside. Gyeongmok standing outside was still analyzing the consequences of the incident very seriously. If not careful there would be a big disaster. Why would someone teach a child who didn't know how to control his strength such dangerous moves? The old man heard what he said and immediately shouted back, "What are you saying? I didn't teach him any dangerous moves." Gyeongmok stood outside and kept arguing. He looked extremely angry. "Stop pretending, you know clearly that among the secular disciples of the same age, no one can withstand a punch from Jang Geon, just a little carelessness and you will lose your life." After hearing that, he immediately laughed out loud and exclaimed, "Martial artists must not be afraid of death. If you are afraid of death, why learn martial arts?" Gyeongmok heard that and was extremely angry, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. The two of them argued back and forth loudly in the vast forest. He shouted, the master still hadn't changed at all. If something happened during the competition, how heartbroken would their parents be? As for Jang Geon, he stubbornly refuted, "Is that what Jang Geon said? Is he afraid that I will kill someone? Why are you interfering in his business? That's his business, not yours." As soon as those words came out of his mouth, Gyeongmok immediately stood still in that place and looked inside. After a while of calming down, inside the room, retorted, "What you said has a few points wrong. First, even though Jang Geon knows how to release energy, I don't think it's powerful enough to that extent." The old man still spoke very calmly. With only 20 years of internal energy, how could he unleash enough force to kill someone? At most he would break a bone. Gyeongmok heard that and immediately gave up hope and spoke up, "I know I can't talk to the master." Heard him say that and got extremely angry and jumped up, scolding loudly, "What is this guy?" Gyeongmok immediately turned around and left. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at the old man and say, "I'll go see the abbot. Absolutely do not let Jang Geon participate in the secular convention until he learns how to control his strength." Then he turned around and ran quickly towards the mountainside. After Gyeongmok left, the mountain area became extremely quiet. From the door stepped closer to observe the surrounding situation. He threw open the door and smiled sinisterly, "This is interesting." Gyeongmok quickly walked forward, thinking to himself, if Jang Geon accidentally harmed someone now, he would be haunted for the rest of his life. His face was extremely serious as he stared straight ahead, its innocence disappearing. The more he thought, the faster he moved forward. Gyeongmok ran while silently determined, "I won't let that happen while it's by my side." The night sky was illuminated by the full moon, extremely beautiful and splendid. Jang Geon lay on the wooden bed, looking up at the sky and pondering, "When will I be able to control the air at will? But if you concentrate, it seems like your internal energy can move a little. Lately I feel like the mass of air in my dantian has gotten much larger, probably due to absorbing a lot of air from that ancient tree." Immediately after, Jang Geon immediately sat up, his words carrying many ominous things. It was dangerous and he couldn't not absorb the energy, but as he absorbed it, his internal energy became stronger. He immediately pressed his lips tightly together and silently worried, what if just a light touch could kill someone? Jang Geon was silent for a long time, staring at the night sky and came to the conclusion that there was no other way but to regulate his breathing, only then could he control his strength. Inside the villa, a huge argument was heard. "Jang Geon cannot participate in the secondary competition. Junior brother, do you really have to come here at this hour to talk about this? What else is more important than this?" Gwangyun pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, "But I can't decide this on my own. I have to ask uncle and Wonho junior brother's opinions too." Gyeongmok became impatient when he heard what he said. It was difficult for the master to convince him, but if he let Jang Geon compete, the other child would get hurt. Did the master still want him to participate? Gwangyun frowned and gently closed his eyes to reassure him, "Calm down, I understand your worries." He slowly persuaded Gyeongmok, "I and the other abbots will also be present at the secondary competition. If anything unexpected happens, we can handle it. If the situation is dire, I will use the great pill." After hearing it, Gyeongmok was extremely surprised. Gwangyun turned his back to him and spoke to reassure him, "I know to worry. Uncle is teaching martial arts to Jang Geon. There is still time to save him and wait and see." Just as Gyeongmok wanted to argue back, he quickly interrupted him, "To be honest, this wasn't something he should be worried about. You were acting like a spoiled child." Hearing this, Gyeongmok was extremely angry and unconvinced, his eyebrows furrowed together. Then he immediately relaxed and gave in, then I will wait until the match. If by then nothing has changed, I will find a way to stop it. Gyeongyun stared at Gyeongmok's departing figure and couldn't stop sighing in his heart. The sun is rising in the west. He stood there silently, observing Gyeongmok, his junior brother who had lived alone for more than 30 years, and now came to find him at this hour because of a child named Jang Geon. You should have accepted disciples earlier, then your troubles and sufferings will pass. Then he turned and left quietly, whispering, Amitabha Buddha. At the Shaolin Temple martial arts training ground, as soon as the sky began to brighten, disciples walked out from inside. The man walking in front suddenly turned around and started talking, making Wang Mu extremely surprised. Wang Mu, have you heard? The winner of this competition will be able to participate in the secondary competition. He heard that and found it a bit unbelievable, so he asked back, competition partner, who are you competing with? The man heard this and looked around, then spoke softly, to the child who was taught by Hong, O Grand Master. Everyone present was extremely surprised and disgusted, being taught martial arts by a master, truly admirable, heard that he had only been a lay disciple for half a year. Everyone was still immersed in the news and their discussions were getting more and more passionate. They couldn't believe it. Even if he had talent, why would they let a child who was only half a year old compete with the winner of the conference? Who was that person that was given such special privileges? Standing in the middle of the crowd, Wang Mu couldn't help but think a little about this rumored person. Who exactly was he? One person spoke up, surprising everyone. It seemed that senior brother Mu Jin had returned from the martial arts world this time. It was said that this time he had destroyed many evil people, and his reputation was resounding throughout the martial arts world. They just stood there discussing, I want to win the tournament to compete with senior brother Mu Jin. That would be a great honor, but you can't. Among us Wang Mu is the best, but it's hard for Wang Mu to win against senior brother Mu Jin. Wang Mu stood in the crowd listening to them gossiping about him and couldn't help but feel angry. The hall became more and more bustling, the discussion became more and more heated. The martial arts of the disciples of this mountain were different from ours. How could they win? It was so unfair. That guy was taught by Hong, O Grand Master Uncle. That's right, we have to win the conference, learn high-level martial arts. What about that guy? I heard his family is very rich. Wang Mu heard the last sentence and his eyes immediately lit up, so rich. At this moment, he slowly approached the other person and spoke confidently, I will handle that guy, you guys don't need to worry, I will win the tournament and the secondary contestant too. Wang Mu's face became extremely scary and serious. You guys just join in for fun. If you are so confident then just try it. Everyone standing there suddenly widened their eyes at his voice. Wang Mu took the lead and walked forward in an extremely dignified manner. He walked through the crowd with a serious face, step by step, with the sound of heated discussions. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so nervous? Don't you know? His father is the gang leader of the Yuning Chamber of Commerce in Anhui. Huining is Jin Sang's competitor. His figure gradually moved away, the voices of discussion grew louder and louder, so this meeting was no longer simple, this was a matter of the whole family's honor. Wang Mu's fist unconsciously tightened, looking extremely restrained. He slowly moved forward, unable to help but think in his heart, no one has more aptitude than me, I must win to defeat that guy of Jin Sang. Over here Jang Geon is practicing seriously under Hong's supervision. Oh. Meditate every now and then to keep your mind steady and regulate your energy. After a period of training, he will be under the meticulous observation of Gyeongmok. Wang Mu also practiced very enthusiastically. In contrast to Jang Geon, he fought very fiercely and aggressively. One by one, he was defeated by him in a flash. At that time his eyes widened with determination and strength. The efforts of both were observed and cheered with great excitement. After a while, the day of the secondary competition finally arrived. At the martial arts training ground, everyone came out from inside. The abbots all gathered together to discuss. It was said that Wang Mu was very talented. That's right, not everyone could win the secular conference. Gyeongjong after a while then brought the story to Jang Geon. And what about Jang Geon? Gyeongsung heard that and frowned slightly. Although he was taught by Hong, oh uncle, but it was still to be expected that he had only been learning martial arts for a few months. He was probably not Wang Mu's opponent. Hong, who was sitting silently beside him, heard that and immediately frowned, glanced at the old man and questioned. Gyeongyun laughed loudly and stepped forward to explain, just watch and you will know, it's about to start, everyone choose a seat and sit down. Hong, oh hearing that, immediately took a deep breath to try to calm down, not understanding anything. As long as the match ended, everything would be clear. Gyeongmok stared at the match with great seriousness. When the sun was high in the sky, a voice suddenly rang out, making everyone unable to react. One led the two people slowly into the center of the arena. Three people appeared with serious faces and proud steps. Wang Mu very carefully frowned and glanced at him. Jang Geon also very confusedly slowly glanced over there. One stood between Wang Mu and Jang Geon and explained the rules. Nothing complicated, just a few notes. He started to talk about a bunch of rules. Jang Geon heard him say that and immediately became worried, not knowing if he could do it or not. Then he looked at the stands and said that even though it was an internal competition, there were still so many people watching, so he couldn't be shaken. Jang Geon carefully glanced around. He stared at Gyeongmok, sighing softly. The teacher was sitting over there. "Don't worry, I won't let you down, teacher." Jang Geon looked very confident and full of life before this match. Gyeongmok observed and sighed softly. He had only learned how to combine footwork and boxing techniques for a week, but his control over the force he emitted was still very poor. I told him to use less force, but he still couldn't help but worry. At this moment, one's voice rang out loudly again, "Okay. So now I declare the start of the secondary match of the secular convention." The two people stood facing each other under the vast courtyard. Wang Mu and Jang Geon looked extremely serious as they stared at each other. He looked at him and couldn't help but sigh, saying that even though they were the same age, he looked so mature, with a large figure, probably because of his fierce face. Wang Mu then smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am Wang Mu, I hope to receive your guidance," but after he finished speaking, he secretly added in his heart, "This brat is Jin Sang's son." Hearing him say that, he immediately rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. "I am Jang Geon, I hope to receive your guidance." Immediately after, Wang Mu quickly raised his hands and spread his legs, preparing for battle. He quickly got into a fighting stance and said to Jang Geon, "Let's start." While preparing to attack, Wang Mu seemed to have something in mind. But looking at Jang Geon standing there motionless, he couldn't help but remind him, "What are you doing? Why aren't you hitting him?" He just gently replied, "I'm ready." Hearing that, Wang Mu became angry. "You studied with Hong, oh Grand Master Grand Uncle, how dare you look down on me?" Jang Geon heard him say that and immediately explained, "I don't look down on you, this is our first time competing." Wang Mu heard him say that and became even angrier. He clenched his teeth and sighed, "How ridiculous, why do I have to compete with this amateur?" Wang Mu gritted his teeth in anger, but still decided to ignore it and continue fighting. Immediately after, he shouted and rushed to attack him. "You look down on me, no matter how good you are, don't underestimate me." Wang Mu's fist slowly approached Jang Geon without looking worried at all. He quickly dodged to the side away from his fist very smoothly. Wang Mu was extremely surprised to see Jang Geon dodge so easily. He clenched his teeth, not wanting to admit it, thinking to himself, "It must be his luck, let's see if you can dodge it this time." He immediately turned around and punched hard, but Jang Geon easily dodged the blow. Wang Mu quickly used his feet to regain his balance and prepared for the next attack. He swung his fist again very decisively towards Jang Geon, but he easily dodged it. Wang Mu was extremely angry and turned around to glare at Jang Geon with fierce eyes. He turned around and kicked him straight, but he quickly stepped back, avoiding the kick. As soon as he dodged the attack, Jang Geon was startled. How dangerous. The two sides fought madly in front of Gyeongmok's astonishment, but in reality only Wang Mu attacked, while he kept dodging. Gyeongmok stared at the scene in amazement. The people sitting above also immediately spoke up in praise. "Umitba, Jang Geon's body technique is really amazing." Wang Mu couldn't touch him. Gyeongsung was now filled with joy as he approached Hong, and spoke in praise. "With this body technique, he can fight on par with even the disciples of the mountain. You taught him in such a short time." The old man was extremely happy when he heard the compliment and laughed loudly, starting to show off. That was not a body technique but a footwork technique that he had comprehended on his own. "I was just demonstrating." Everyone was extremely surprised when they heard that and opened their mouths wide. Hong, felt like he had achieved his wish and smiled with satisfaction. He was surprised too soon. Gwangyun looked very serious at this moment as he observed the situation on the arena. Wonho also remained silent and did not say anything about this matter. Below the arena, Wang Mu was extremely tired and gasped, "Damn it, why didn't he hit it?" He gritted his teeth and secretly calculated, "I thought that it would be unusual for him to be taught by Hong, oh Grand Master, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to touch him, a child who had only been learning martial arts for a few months." Immediately after, he suddenly shouted loudly throughout the audience, "You coward, what are you doing now?" Jang Geon immediately spoke up to defend himself after being asked that, "What about me? I was just trying to avoid it, I couldn't just stand there and let you hit me." Wang Mu received his answer and became even angrier, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth, "Let's see how long you can dodge." His eyes flashed with anger, he secretly made up his mind, "I will use the newly learned footwork to fight you." Immediately after, Wang Mu became more agile than before. His figure appeared and disappeared in the night, the secret move I saved for the final match. Jang Geon was extremely surprised to see such an attack. His face was full of confusion, not understanding what was going on. Jang Geon had difficulty dodging Wang Mu's lightning strike and secretly sighed, "I don't know which direction he will attack from." Wang Mu got closer and closer to him, his face was sullen and his voice was low, "Let's see where you run to." Everyone sitting on high watching was extremely excited, he started to attack continuously. His body appeared and disappeared, at this moment a deep voice rang out, "Found the gap." Right after that, Wang Mu appeared behind Jang Geon and chuckled, slightly raising his fist towards him. "I will start hitting you from the back of your neck." His voice made him extremely surprised, when he hit him he immediately turned around and stared at him. At the same time, Jang Geon quickly moved his feet to escape from that position, after a series of movements he was able to dodge the attack. Wang Mu was immediately shocked when he hit the void, he was extremely terrified and couldn't believe his eyes, what was that? It disappeared. Jang Geon on this side immediately breathed a sigh of relief and secretly lamented, he almost died. Everyone watching the match couldn't help but scream in horror, that was the demon step of the Kong Dong sect. What was going on? A Shaolin disciple was using the body technique of another sect. Hong, oh, he turned around and shouted at them, "What's all the noise about? Where is the demon step? Look carefully." When hearing him say that, everyone looked down at the stage as if something was confusing. When they saw Jang Geon's fast and skillful feet on the field below, everyone was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Is that the Vajra immovable divine technique, Amitabha Buddha?" In less than 4 months, he had already learned the Vajra immovable divine technique, one of the top 5 ultimate body techniques. Hong, oh, heard that and spoke up a bit angrily, "I've told you how many times, it's not a body technique. At first I thought it was the demon step, but on closer inspection it was a combination of the Arhat step and the Vajra immovable divine method. What the hell are you teaching at martial arts from another sect?" The old man's answer left Guang Yun sitting next to him speechless, "I didn't teach him, I just showed him once." The other two were also extremely surprised by his answer. Wonho's face was extremely serious as he secretly evaluated Jang Geon. Sure enough, he was learning martial arts from other sects, so he had to eliminate him right now. Below the arena, Wang Mu was panting tiredly, unable to help but feel confused, looking at Jang Geon standing there in a daze. This brat's movements were so formidable, how could there be such a person? He was extremely angry and loudly scolded him again, "Hey, don't be a coward and avoid it, let's fight, we have to decide the winner." Jang Geon heard being scolded like that and could only laugh softly and whisper, "It's not as easy as I thought." Wang Mu angrily shouted again, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be serious." Gyeongmok stood by the side, thinking silently. Jang Geon was still hesitant about hitting others. So when the mind is attacked, the pineal gland is not active. Wang Mu was extremely agitated and continued to attack him. "I couldn't hold it in anymore, just one strike." He immediately jumped up from his position and rushed straight towards Jang Geon. "Don't look down on others too much." Wang Mu's face was extremely angry, he rushed straight towards him and threw an extremely powerful punch. Jang Geon stood before the attack and was still thinking about how to deal with it. What should he do? It was no use just fighting back, he had to do something. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the fist and glaring at it, then quickly used his hand to grab Wang Mu's arm. He quickly twisted his arm, causing the blow to lose its original power. Then quickly retreated backwards to Wang Mu's surprise. Jang Geon quickly grabbed his other arm, and pushed Wang Mu's other arm towards his waist as quickly as possible. Wang Mu was extremely shocked when he saw his arms crossed. What was this? What did this guy just do? Right after that he was extremely surprised and frowned and thought, wait, it's not a moon point, it's just holding hands. Wang Mu was extremely angry and jerked his hands away and shouted, you must be kidding me. Jang Geon beside him chuckled and whispered, I didn't mean to. He quickly regained his composure and continued to rush towards him. How can you still laugh? I won't forgive you. Jang Geon saw him furiously rushing towards him and was slightly frightened. He was angry. The two of them just like that, you hit me and I dodge in Wang Mu's anger. This brat is joking around in a competition. Why is he holding someone else's hand? Jang Geon carefully dodged the attacks while continuously apologizing. Then he quickly grabbed his arm and twisted it again. Actually, I didn't know what else to do. Wang Mu's arm was twisted upwards again, making him extremely angry. Gyeongmok was also a bit surprised to see him fight. Why did he use the blanket folding technique in the competition? Everyone sitting above watching couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Was that move Dragon Claw hands? It really seemed like Dragon Claw hands, but there was something strange. They looked down at the fighting stage in a daze, seeing the huge difference in strength. This was too much. They had to teach him how to respect his opponent. Hong Oh heard that and was extremely angry, spoke up to protest. He did that out of respect for his opponent, otherwise that guy would have fallen already. This brat, I told him to keep attacking. Wang Mu and Jang Geon were still arguing below the arena. Guang Yun suddenly stood up and said, stop it, Hong. Oh, hearing that made me feel a bit unwilling. What is it that is still continuing? Guang Yun seemed not to hear what the old man said, but just closed his eyes and pondered. I have seen what I need to see. It is meaningless to continue the competition. Below the battle, Wang Mu kept charging straight towards him screaming, I can't stand it anymore. He punched forward madly. Are you insulting me? Jang Geon quickly dodged his attack and couldn't help but think to himself, oh no, Wang Mu thinks I'm looking down on him. He was desperately dodging Wang Mu's crazy attacks while thinking, if this continued, he would be severely injured. Jang Geon's eyes gradually showed a green light as he began to make up his mind. There was no other way. He began to clench his fists, gathering strength into his fists. He had to do something to keep him from getting seriously injured. Gyeongmok stood by, extremely agitated, seeing Jang Geon preparing to counterattack Wang Mu. He immediately frowned and shouted loudly to stop his attack. Guang Yun standing above also worriedly shouted loudly, stop immediately. Wonho, who was standing behind everyone, suddenly stood up and shouted Mun's name, surprising everyone. Mun took the opportunity. Jang Geon didn't pay attention and quickly walked towards him and shouted loudly. The other guy stopped. Jang Geon was extremely surprised to see Mun's sudden appearance. Mun at this time rushed into the middle of the fight and shouted loudly, that guy, quickly stop. Where is this that you dare to use such cruel methods? Wang Mu heard that, turned his head, surprised, and called out, head teacher. He pushed him away, quickly back away. Then turned to look at Jang Geon. Mun quickly rushed to attack Jang Geon, but he quickly dodged. He was surprised to see that. How could he dodge it? It really cannot be underestimated. Mun had to think of another plan, had to seal his acupoints first. Jang Geon was extremely confused when he was suddenly attacked. Why was he attacking him? Seeing his finger approaching, he immediately determined that he couldn't dodge it, so Jang Geon was stabbed repeatedly by Mun to seal his pressure points. He didn't understand what was going on, opened his eyes wide and felt like he couldn't move. The airflow that was about to be released was also blocked. If this continued, it wouldn't work. Mun continued to charge. Don't blame me. In his mind he thought that now he just needs to destroy your meridians and it will be done. Jang Geon's body's internal energy was now out of control. The energy in his body spread out into the surrounding space. His clothes were torn apart by the internal energy that was continuously flowing out. The tattered pieces of clothing fell to the ground one after another. Everyone around rushed over, worriedly calling Jang Geon's name, and at the same time scolding and asking what Mun had done. He said confusedly, I just pressed the acupuncture points, and was immediately silenced by Hong. Oh. The old man placed his hand on Jang Geon's body and examined it. Because his acupoints were blocked, his internal energy had no way to enter or exit his body. Hopefully, his internal injuries weren't too severe. Gyeongmok beside him also kept shaking and calling, Jang Geon, wake up. The other abbots also looked in that direction with unease. Gwang Yun's face was full of difficulty, he was staring at the situation, he could only chant Amitabha Buddha. Time has passed to evening. In Jang Geon's room, it was very quiet, a man was working diligently late at night under the flickering light. The physician was very focused, meticulously opening each of the unconscious Jang Geon's acupoints with a needle. Looking at his silent face, the old man could only sigh. Although his dantian was not injured, the internal energy in his body had disappeared. Gyeongmok immediately asked worriedly, "What did you say?" Internal energy disappeared. The doctor confirmed whether the important acupuncture points were damaged, or the dantian was damaged. "I have been a doctor for 30 years and have never seen such a case." He frowned, his face full of worry, urging, "Tell me more clearly." The old man stroked his beard sadly. Sometimes he looked normal on the outside, but his dantian was not working. Even if he recovered, it would be difficult to practice martial arts anymore. Gyeongmok frowned in panic at the physician's bad news. He sighed again. As long as he could keep his life and live normally, he would be lucky. In the room lit by candles, there were voices discussing, why was his internal energy not suppressed even though his junior brother Mun and Won had their acupuncture points pressed on it. Another person replied, his internal energy was about 20 years old. Gyeong-sung asked again, there was no way he could use internal energy to resist Mun, Won's junior brother's acupressure points. Hearing that he could release energy, Hong, who was crossing his arms nodded. The old man pondered, if at that time he was using penetrating energy, then it could partly explain it. Jong said in surprise, a child who had just learned martial arts already knew how to use penetrating energy, and what about penetrating energy? Another person said, Hong, uncle is too greedy, teaching a child who can't walk yet how to fly. Another person continued, that's right, even Hong, uncle can't let this matter go. Hong, hearing those questions, immediately clenched his teeth in anger. Mun, Won stood outside and heard some of the arguing. What are you guys saying? Who gave you permission to defame me? The ones who ruined everything were Wonho and Mun, Won, daring to interfere in the competition. Hong, frowned, angrily questioned, you idiot, I told you to go ahead and use it. Gyeong-sung closed his eyes and chanted, Amitabha Buddha, Shaolin Temple has a dragon. The old man immediately seized the opportunity. Now you understand, he is an extraordinary child, so Abbot quickly give me the great pill, you have won. Gwang Yun heard that and just bowed his head awkwardly. This matter was a bit. Just then, the door to the quiet room suddenly opened. Gyeongmok stood there reporting, according to the physician, his internal energy had disappeared, he could no longer practice martial arts. Everyone was surprised and asked again, what does it mean when internal energy disappears? Hong, he even got excited and came closer to say, what, did the doctor say that? Gyeongmok nodded, luckily it was still functioning normally. He immediately turned around and said, hurry up, Abbot, quickly give me the great pill. Gwang Yun thought for a moment then said, wait a minute, it might be better for the child to leave it like that. Hong, angrily shouted, what did you say, intending to abandon a talent of Shaolin Temple? Wonho suddenly spoke up to report, actually recently I received news that the top 10 masters of martial arts are plotting something. Hearing the bad news, everyone was surprised. The top 10 masters of martial arts saw. The old man shouted even louder, what are they doing? Is the evil cult attacking? What do they have to do with Jang Geon? Wonho gritted his teeth in anger, his face darkened, his voice drowned out Hong's, it's related, they're targeting the Shaolin Temple, they're the ones who had their martial arts robbed by their uncle, they're definitely holding grudges in their hearts. Moreover, after the Sword Saint left the mountain, it seems like he contacted the others in the top 10 masters of martial arts. I don't know what he said, think carefully. What would they think if they knew Jang Geon was practicing their martial arts? They definitely wouldn't want their martial arts to be spread in Shaolin Temple. His words made Gyeongmok momentarily surprised, unable to say another word. But Hong, still with a cold and scary gaze, so people want to. Now leave Jang Geon alone, he's still lying there unconscious without any movement. Hong, shouted angrily, abandoning a child with potential just because of fear of trouble, can you hear what I said? He turned to ask someone else, Abbot, do you think so too? You gave Jang Geon to me because you saw his potential, now you want to abandon him. Gwang Yun heard that and also thought. He thought for a long time, just because of teaching a child, the top 10 masters of martial arts acted, it was unreasonable, there must be another reason, we should discuss after finding out the reason. So, let's stop educating that child first. We can't put Shaolin Temple in danger just because of a child. Hong, oh, gritted teeth in anger, no more internal energy, how can I teach it? So that's why you guys arranged the secondary competition, afraid that I would teach him martial arts from other sects, you bastard. I'm going, I don't want to talk to you anymore, he angrily walked out. The abbots who stayed behind also watched, all of them filled with sadness. Gyeongyun closed his eyes and thought, was I too greedy? I thought Hong, oh uncle would teach him in another way. People who are attached to the world find it difficult to give up. So we must be stronger to be able to shoulder the Shaolin Temple. At least to not have to witness a child like Jang Geon being crushed without being able to shine. 3 days later, in the medicine room of the inner courtyard of the Shaolin Temple, a voice said, Dr. Hua, I feel strange, why do I always feel hungry? The physician immediately replied, your internal organs and meridians were seriously damaged due to your strong internal energy. To heal requires vital energy, and the source of vital energy is qi. The easiest way to replenish qi is to eat and drink. Hearing this, Jang Geon was surprised, food also has qi. The old man replied, it's all in the ingredients, just taking medicine won't make you full, okay, I'll tell you some herbs. The old man fumbled to take something out of his pocket, speaking as he took it, but be careful because it has side effects. Jang Geon asked again, what side effects? The physician looked at him with confidence, I believe you will know how to use it. The old man took out a branch of the leaf and introduced it, this is Manhwa, a rare herb, it is very expensive so it is also called $1,000 gold. Pick the leaves, dry them, then boil them to drink as tea or chew them directly when you feel hungry. No herbalist dares to go near the mountain behind Shaolin Temple, so there should be a lot of them. Jang Geon looked intently at the tree in his hand and thought, this is very precious. The physician gently reminded him, oh, I'm giving you this rare herb, so don't tell anyone. To avoid misunderstandings, he obediently nodded, yes, I promise, thank you physician. The old man nodded, then I'm going, remember to take your medicine on time, see you tomorrow. Jang Geon smiled and said yes. The doctor walked slowly, he still thought to himself, although it was a tonic herb, it should be fine, right? The physician finally left, not forgetting to close the door. Jang Geon sniffed the leaf at this moment, he carefully examined it for a bit then he quickly brought it to his mouth and took a bite of the herbal leaf. Jang Geon innocently chewed it deliciously, it was really sweet but still edible. But looking closely, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Gyeongmok waited outside and went to ask the physician how Jang Geon was doing. He immediately reported that he was much better, but he still couldn't feel any internal energy, perhaps his meridians were blocked or damaged somewhere, so he couldn't circulate his energy. He immediately lost patience, the physician's job is to find that place, you still haven't found it. The old physician was a bit apprehensive, it wasn't the main meridian, but the minor meridian, so it was very difficult to find. If the meridian was twisted, it could recover over time, but if it was damaged, I couldn't do anything. Unless there is a miracle drug. This sentence of his immediately made the surrounding atmosphere full of awkwardness. Gyeongmok thought, is it really necessary to have a great pill? Seeing the physician's confused expression, if you were going to say that, why didn't you come in and listen with me earlier? He made me say it again, it's like hiding something from his own child. When he saw that the situation was not good, he found an excuse to leave, well, I'm busy. A moment later, Gyeongyun came to Jang Geon's room to ask about him. He happily accepted and said, I feel much better now, it doesn't hurt anymore. He smiled gently, that's great. Then he thought, the child looks fine, I'm relieved, but that's right, he doesn't know his condition, he doesn't know what will happen. Gyeongyun asked again, Jang Geon, I have something to ask you, can you answer it? He quickly replied, of course you can, what do you want to ask, teacher? He squinted and asked, while competing with Wang Mu. How did you know it would be injured and still unleash its power? Jang Geon bowed his head and replied. It's because I feel guilty towards Wang Mu. Gyeongyun asked in confusion, why did he feel guilty? He immediately replied, I didn't know how to compete so I made Wang Mu angry. Master Gyeongmok told me not to use my strength because it's dangerous. But I saw that Wang Mu was not giving it his all, so. Gyeongyun heard this and was surprised to understand that it was impossible to teach a child the obvious things of a martial artist. I have to say such harsh words to an innocent child, how hateful. He quietly and slowly placed the person sitting down on Jang Geon's bed. Gwang Yun asked in a serious voice, Jang Geon, if you can't practice martial arts anymore, what will you do? He thought for a moment and then replied, I don't know either. If I don't accidentally hurt anyone then I'm at ease, but I find it inconvenient. Now I also find it inconvenient. But as long as you're not hungry, it doesn't matter whether you practice martial arts or not, anyway, just endure a little longer and you'll be able to go home, then you can eat whatever you want. Gwang Yun nodded, I see, so if you can't practice martial arts anymore, but there is a way to practice martial arts again, even if it means harming others, would you do it? Jang Geon immediately replied seriously, I don't want to harm others just to practice martial arts, I don't want to starve to death, why do I have to do that to be more comfortable? Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Jang Geon's thoughts were indeed very normal. Just because of a pill, a martial arts secret, so many people have killed each other. If everyone thought like this child, there would be no meaningless sacrifices and bloodshed. Gwang Yun continued, I don't need to learn martial arts anymore, I can just stay here. Jang Geon immediately replied, I can stay at Gyeongmok teacher's hermitage too. He immediately advised him, but the doctor said he needed to rest for a few months. He still smiled happily, but he preferred to stay with the teacher. He smiled, is that so, then let's do it, then secretly sighed, no wonder Gyeongmok junior brother defended Jang Geon so much. Gwang Yun stood up straight and instructed, but you must visit the physician regularly for treatment. The boy obediently replied, yes, I know. He looked at the boy in front of him for a while, his heart filled with thoughts. Then he put his hand in his shirt and rummaged around for something. Oh, by the way, I have something to give you. Jang Geon was confused and curious, wondering what it was. At this time, Gwang Yun took out a large pearl ring. Seeing this, Jang Geon wondered, what is this? Gwang Yun explained, this is poison, avoidance pearl. Jang Geon took it and exclaimed. He lifted it up to look at it and couldn't help but exclaim, the color is so beautiful. He immediately explained that wearing it around the neck could help the child avoid poison and evil spirits, and help the body stay healthy. Hearing that, Jang Geon was surprised and asked, why did the teacher give him this precious animal? Gwang Yun could only smile wryly, I hope you won't blame Shaolin Temple in the future. I have instilled into him the muscles metamorphosis art, one of the top Shaolin mind techniques that will be very useful to you. If bad guys see it, they will be greedy, so keep it carefully. Jang Geon immediately nodded in obedience, yes, I understand, thank you teacher. He squinted at him again, thinking, finally relieved of the burden. 3 days later, at the mountain range, Shaolin Temple with towering mountains interspersed with each other. Jang Geon was now alone in the mountain forest, panting and complaining, I'm so tired. I never felt tired before. He also felt confused. Suddenly he realized there was something in front of him and stopped. Jang Geon discovered the herbs the physician gave him. He saw them here before returning to the master's hermitage. Must eat a lot. He approached the big old tree growing in the middle of the forest. In his head there was only one thought, eat a lot to get well soon. Then Jang Geon quickly found it under the old tree and exclaimed, here it is, it's true, I remember correctly, there are many behind the elm tree. Other plants are also herbs, but to be on the safe side we should only eat the ones the doctor gave us. He immediately went over and quickly picked a leaf. Jang Geon put the herbal leaves in his mouth and chewed them deliciously. A moment later, it was already dark. A voice rang out from the small house at the edge of the forest, take a rest, wait until winter is over then come back. Jang Geon and Gyeongmok sat together. He was smiling brightly, I feel more comfortable here. The doctor also said it's okay. He also said it's true that I look more rosy. But there's something stuck in your mouth. He seemed surprised when he found something. Jang Geon noticed the green stain of herbs still stuck on the corner of his mouth. He immediately wiped his mouth with his hand. The child was eating the herbs that the physician gave him, causing Gyeongmok to shake his head a few times. He gently reminded, okay, it's late, go to sleep. Jang Geon obediently said yes. The two of them spread out a mattress and slept, but he didn't sleep but covered his feet and did something. At this moment, Jang Geon took out the herbs and ate them with gusto. While eating, he exclaimed, this herb is really powerful. The whole body is hot, this heat should go into the dantian. The next morning, still in the woods of the Shaolin Temple mountain range, Jang Geon was sitting under the elm tree, complaining loudly, what's wrong today, it's so hot. He was surprised to find his nose bleeding, probably from eating too much. He immediately ran to find water to save his hot body. As he passed by a strange flower bush, Jang Geon suddenly felt his body soften. He looked at the flower bush and exclaimed, "Why is it so cool in front?" Then Jang Geon discovered that the reason for the coolness was because of these plants. He immediately picked up a flower and looked at it, wondering if this was edible. And then regardless, Jang Geon still immediately put the flower in his mouth and took a bite. He stood there chewing and nodded in approval. It was also edible. Jang Geon still stood there happily chewing on that strange flower. Suddenly there was a feeling rising inside him. Jang Geon immediately felt the heat subside and felt more comfortable. He immediately ate the strange flower to reassure himself, it surely wouldn't be harmful, right? Suddenly his hand paused for a moment before continuing to pick another flower to eat. A cold feeling spread throughout Jang Geon's body, making him feel as if he was frozen. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and shouted, "It's so cold." Jang Geon shouted in dissatisfaction, "Why are these medicines so strange, sometimes hot, sometimes cold?" He turned to eat herbal medicine and then he complained of heat. Then turned back to devour the flowers but still did not forget to complain about the cold. Just like that, Jang Geon's groans echoed throughout the forest all day long. Finally, he was exhausted and lay down on the grass, lamenting, "Today was so strange." Suddenly he realized there was something in the air mass of his body. Jang Geon immediately said, "My internal energy has recovered, I feel a stream of true energy in my dantian." Indeed, what the doctor said was true, I ate a lot of nutritious food and recovered completely. On his face at this moment there were two small spots, one red and one blue, like cold and heat gathered together. Jang Geon shouted happily, "Let's go down the mountain now." "Oh, but why are my pants so uncomfortable, it feels so strange." After a while, Jang Geon happily greeted, "Teacher, I'm back, sorry, I'm late." Gyeongmok stood there looking at him and said, "You're still injured so don't move around." He suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on, why is your face so red and purple?" Jang Geon touched his face, bewildered, "What about my face?" He breathed out a strange purple smoke, it looked strange. Gyeongmok saw this and immediately took a few steps back in defense, "What the hell is this? What the hell did this kid eat, why does his breath smell of poison?" Jang Geon still didn't understand what was going on, he breathed on it and said, "What poison gas, what's going on?" Then he turned pale with worry, "What the hell is going on?" At this time, Jang Geon immediately told the whole story. Actually, on the way to Hong's hermitage, "Oh, great master, there was a very large elm tree, I picked herbs there to eat." Gyeongmok immediately thought that the elm tree was where the master planted poisonous herbs. He immediately urged Jang Geon to quickly tell him what herb he had eaten, and he awkwardly said, "There was a type of clover there." Gyeongmok immediately scolded, "This kid must be Een Young Hak, how did you know to eat it?" Jang Geon innocently said right away, "The doctor said it's good for health." He was so surprised when he heard that he just let out a sound. Gyeongmok exclaimed, "Is it that damn Een Young wheat again? It's not enough to make me like this, now it's this kid's turn." He immediately guessed that it seemed to have something to do with his master. Why would he feed a child that? Jang Geon immediately argued back, "It wasn't Hong, oh, master, who told me to eat that. Really, teacher, look at this, thanks to it I'm completely cured, my internal energy has recovered." Gyeongmok was surprised to hear such nonsense and thought to himself, "What?" After a while, it was already night again. At this time, the two of them sat on a sofa outside the small temple. Gyeongmok was full of worry, there were only poisonous herbs there, you might be in danger. From tomorrow, don't go up the mountain anymore, and don't go near your master's hermitage, do you understand? Jang Geon immediately nodded in agreement, and said again, "But your internal energy has recovered, which is really lucky." The boy sitting next to him was thinking to himself, once he's recovered, he must diligently absorb the energy. He saw the necklace around Jang Geon's neck and asked, "Is that on your neck a poison, avoidance pearl?" He replied, "Yes, the abbot gave it to me." Gyeongmok was surprised, "The abbot gave it to me," Jang Geon replied, "Yes, he came to my room, he heard that and immediately understood that it was thanks to the poison, avoidance pearl that I was fine. When eating poisonous herbs, you have to hold it in your mouth for it to work." Jang Geon immediately understood, Gyeongmok beside him was also relieved, so there was no need to worry about the poison gas in his body anymore. But why did the abbot give the poison avoidance pearl to Jang Geon? Only the poison practice sect uses the method of cultivating internal energy by combining extremely yang herbs and extremely yin herbs. Sure enough, my senior brother abbot and master are plotting something. Perhaps he was planning to teach it poison. He was also surprised when he thought about it. Jang Geon now held the poison pearl in his mouth and exclaimed, "Doing this is so refreshing." Gyeongmok beside him felt very heavy-hearted at this moment. "I don't understand what you guys are thinking anymore. Have you forgotten how Master humiliated the eldest disciple of the Sichuan Tang family with poison? They will take revenge, no matter how long it takes, they will take revenge tenfold. Shaolin Temple is now in decline, this is the best opportunity for them, yet they still want to teach Jang Geon to practice poison skills. Impossible, absolutely not." Thinking so, Gyeongmok stood up straight. "Hey Jang Geon, I don't want you to learn martial arts." He heard that and was silent for a moment, his face full of confusion. He continued, "You have extraordinary talent, but because of that, many people will take advantage of and harm you. Can you bear it?" At this moment, Jang Geon spit out the pearl in his mouth to speak. He replied innocently, "But I promise to learn martial arts." Gyeongmok immediately dismissed his words. "I don't need to keep that promise." He thought to himself, "The things I haven't told you, now I have to say them. Think about it." He immediately said, "Among the martial arts that you learned from your master, there are martial arts of other sects. If people from those sects see it, what do you think they will think?" Jang Geon immediately jumped up in surprise. "Really, I learn martial arts from other sections?" Gyeongmok immediately nodded in confirmation. "That was true." Jang Geon argued again, "But I only learned the Arhat step and the Vajra fist. My master said he only showed me once." He immediately explained, "I only practice based on what I see." Jang Geon was even more confused. "But why does Hong, Grandmaster, know the martial arts of all other sections?" He closed his eyes and slowly explained, "You must not understand, now I have to tell you everything." Jang Geon opened his eyes wide in surprise, waiting to hear everything clearly. Gyeongmok warned that it would be a long story, then thought to himself, "I must use the excuse that Jang Geon is recovering from his injuries to hide him from the abbot and his master for as long as possible." The next morning, Hong went up to his herbal garden and saw a scene of devastation. He was so angry that he said, "Who dares to break into my garden? You have pulled out all my yin and yang hak, thinking you planted weeds, I don't know why." Furthermore, the surrounding decoration seemed to be arranged by humans. It was a magic formation. He held his chest in pain. "I felt suffocated." He was definitely not an ordinary person. Hong was immediately angry, dared to destroy my medicinal garden, and even flew a formation to prevent others from entering. I will definitely catch you. We must go to the mountain to find someone who understands the new formation. In the white-clothed Shaolin Temple, a pleading voice rang out, "Help me a little." Hong, there was a loud curse inside. "Someone set up a formation in front of my house, but I don't know what kind of formation it is." Gyeongsung faced him and said, "Is it that place with the bushes? Who dares to barge into my uncle's territory?" Hong, spread your arms wide. "I don't know why I'm asking you." The old man laughed again. "How strange, is there anyone who can fool the master uncle?" The old man shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, come and help me. If you let it run away then." Gyeongsung Palace, master of the white-robed palace, was in a dilemma at this moment, saying, "I also want to go there right away, but I can't now." Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Hong immediately exclaimed, "Why are there so many documents? Is there something big going on in the martial arts world?" He sighed in disappointment. "This is information about the movements of the top 10 masters of martial arts." Hong, hearing that, he excitedly picked up some documents and snorted, saying, "Those guys are the top 10 masters of martial arts." Gyeongsung sat back down and said, "I can't leave. Sorry uncle, you're holding me back. I personally came here to beg you, didn't I?" He sighed again and said, "I also want to help." Then an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe he could ask for help from an outsider. Hong, confusedly asked again, "An outsider?" Gyeongsung introduced again, "There is a friend, we often exchange letters about formations. He is in the living room. He has retired so he is free. This time he brought a child here to play." The old man stroked his mulberry tree and thought, but if the story of someone breaking into the Shaolin Temple to set up a magic formation was revealed, Jaeyoung-sung reassured him, don't worry, that person isn't that kind of person, he's an acquaintance of his uncle's, Zhuge Liang of the Zhuge family. Hong-oh, hearing that, immediately shouted, what, is Zhuge Liang in Shaolin Temple? Jaeyoung-sung said again, yes, uncle, just go back, I will ask him for help. Hong-oh fun, Zhuge Liang, then I'll leave it to you. The next day, at Gyeongmok's house located in the middle of Shaolin mountain range, Jang Geon is still diligently practicing martial arts at this time. He gently exhaled a few breaths to ease his breathing. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out from behind, causing Jang Geon to jump in fear. He was surprised and quickly turned to look at the girl and asked, who is that? Behind Jang Geon, the pretty Jigul Young had been standing there since who knows when, looking at him and smiling. At the Shaolin Temple in a certain guest room, Jigul Young loudly said, I also want to go grandpa, Jigul Rip painfully advised, Young outsiders are forbidden there. She still defied and didn't want to give up, so you are also an outsider, why am I the only outsider? Seeing Jigul Young being so stubborn, the old man just let out a cold sigh. This girl was in a place where monks practiced, and women were forbidden from entering. She was stubborn and said, if you don't let me go, I'll go home. I also like the formation that I want to see. Jigul Young grabbed his hand tightly, making Jigul Rip really not know what to do with her, already 13 years old and still childish, really spoiled. Jaeyoung-sung then spoke up to relieve the siege. At Mount Olam, there was only Hong-oh uncle and his disciple, so no one would pay much attention. The old man spoke up for Jigul Young, making him even more spoiled. See, he said it's okay, let me go with you. Jigul Rip really has no way with this kid, also doesn't know how to refuse. In the end, he still had to let her follow him. Jigul Young was allowed to happily cheer all day long. The next day, she and Jang Geon met each other at the training ground. He looked at Jigul Young and felt shy, his heart filled with curiosity. Who was she? Why was such a pretty girl in this remote place? She smiled and walked over to greet him. Are you that person's disciple? Jang Geon was really confused by such an unclear question. At this time, Jigul Rip went to scold this girl not to disturb others when they were cultivating. The old man approached him slowly, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, master. Before my niece could finish speaking, Jang Geon quickly waved his hand. I'm not a master. At this moment, Gyeongmok came out to ask, Amitba, what business do you have here? The two of them saw each other and greeted each other. Jigul Rip quickly explained, we are on our way to Hong's hermitage, O Grand Master, so we have to pass by here. Hearing that title, Gyeongmok was slightly startled, thinking to himself, my master, these people look like people from famous families, what is master planning? He thought and then replied, although you are my master, but if you don't mind, please tell me the reason why you came here. On the contrary, on this side, Jigul Young stared at Jang Geon, making him feel suffocated. Jigul Rip heard the question and introduced himself first and then gave the reason. I am Jigul Rip of the Zhuge family. I heard that there is a profound formation here, so I boldly came here to admire it. After hearing the whole sentence, he was slightly surprised. Gyeongmok still couldn't hold back his expression and revealed it all. So it was the head of the Jia cat family. In his heart, he kept wondering, what's going on with the formation? The old man politely replied, I have abdicated and handed over everything to my son, now I am just a useless old man, but when it comes to formations, he hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Jigul quickly added, I also don't know much, so that's why I came here. Gyeongmok fell into deep thought for a while. Am I dreaming? Who would set up a magic formation on this mountain? There is something fishy here. Thinking so, but he still entertained their family. The road was bumpy, so let me lead the way. Gyeongmok said that, making him a bit embarrassed. I was fine, but... Suddenly Jigul Young grabbed his sleeve. Grandpa, I want to play with this guy. Jigul Rip saw that and scolded softly. Why does this girl want to play with the monk when he is practicing? Novice monk is also a monk. Hearing that, Gyeongmok immediately corrected himself. This is not a novice monk, just a child I am taking care of. He listened from beginning to end without understanding a single word. Jigul ripped the weasel lightly forward. So that's it, but is it bothering you guys? He immediately replied, children playing together is not a bother. Gyeongmok said, then moved his eyes to Jigul Young, secretly evaluating this girl as pretty and smart. She would probably be a good match for Jang Geon. Jang Geon's family background is also not ordinary, not inferior to the Zhuge family, the two children did not know that at this time, Gyeongmok had secretly played the role of love god to matchmake them. He came from behind. I will stay here to watch the girl, you go ahead. Jigul saw this and felt somewhat relieved. Then I will leave it to you. The old man turned to her and told her, Young, don't bother the master, and don't make any noise. Jigul smiled obediently. Yes, then I'll stay here, remember me later. Jigul gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, yes. After saying goodbye, he and Gyeongmok started walking together to Hong's place. Oh. She then happily approached him and introduced herself. I'm Jigul. He also shyly introduced himself. She looked down at his muddy clothes again. Jigul is upset quickly. But are you a beggar? Why are your clothes torn like that? Feeling so despised, Jang Geon couldn't help but get angry and wanted to fight back, but suddenly he couldn't speak anymore. Jang Geon swallowed his words because he noticed the beautiful jade green dress. His face gradually became redder, his eyes also glued to the clothes and pondered, in the eyes of a little girl wearing silk clothes. Seeing Jang Geon absent-mindedly staring without wavering made her quite curious. What is this guy looking at? Jigul thought he was looking at the jade pendant beside him and gently took it off, probably embarrassed to ask for help. His grandfather taught him to help the needy. She held out the beautiful jade butterfly pendant. Here, take it. Seeing that, he panicked and stammered in refusal. I don't need it, I'm not a beggar. Seeing Jang Geon not accepting it, she kept pressing closer. Take it, aren't you looking at it because you want to ask for it? I have a lot, it's fine. He was embarrassed and kept stepping back while waving his hands not accepting it. The two of them argued about giving and receiving for a long time, while he observed everything and whispered, although the young lady was very naive, this child from a secular family was no pushover. Jigul was angry when he saw Jang Geon kept rejecting his feelings. You are really speechless. The young lady is giving you a favor and you still don't know what to do. Take it quickly. She boldly grabbed the other's warm wrist, making him jump. Jang Geon couldn't bear it anymore and mercilessly pushed her hand away. I told you I don't need that thing. Jigul could not accept this. She angrily snorted, you are really stubborn. But I'm just as stubborn, as Jigul said. He quickly rushed forward and reached out to grab him. But Jang Geon quickly dodged. She kept pouncing with determination. I must give you this. He was extremely confused with the current situation and exclaimed, what are you doing? The jade pendant that Jigul wanted to give him had fallen a long time ago, but the two of them were still busy flirting with each other, not paying attention to it anymore. As she advanced, Jang Geon avoided and retreated. Jigul was quite surprised at this moment. What is this? My three-handed heavenly technique doesn't work, no way. You shouted loudly, stop, you will get hurt, you know. From the beginning until now, they have been chasing each other, not caring about the situation around them. Jigul still did not pay attention to that warning. She curled her lips and gave him a compliment. It seems like you have been practicing hard. Try this move, she said, and then used a new move with a series of arms continuously grabbing at Jang Geon. Suddenly he stiffened a little, his eyes wide open. Jigul after much effort successfully caught Jang Geon's arm. She proudly said, you are a lay disciple and you dare to avoid my hand. Jang Geon looked at her cheerful and happy face for a while. Unable to accept this, Jang Geon decided to ignore everything. He tensed and twisted his wrist, fingers poised for action. The next second, that hand grabbed Jigul wrist. The other arm grabbed her elbow. Immediately after, Jang Geon twisted her arm. He quickly let go of his hand, causing Jigul to fall forward helplessly. Then Jang Geon quickly grabbed her other arm. Finally he bent it a few left arms, so Jigul was locked. After that series of flawless actions, Jang Geon quickly retreated. Jigul was surprised by the current situation. She spoke up in dissatisfaction, what is this? At this time, the other two people had arrived. Gyeongmok spoke, Grandmaster, this formation is really strange, isn't it? The old man beside him also spoke, just looking at it, one could feel the pressure. Hong frowned in judgment, I have seen countless formations, but this is the first time I have seen such a strange formation. Moreover, the energy of this formation is so strong that it makes me suffocate. Jigul also agrees, yes, it's like being locked in a small box, very uncomfortable. It's completely different from all the formations I've ever known. I have to meet the person who created this formation, the old man said as he fell into deep thought, rubbing his chin. Hong, oh, there's no reason to disagree with this idea, we have to go in there to find his traces. Jiggle Rip then immediately disbanded the formation. But at this moment he was looking at them blankly. Gyeongmok looked at them for a while, then was startled and secretly wondered, there seemed to be something familiar. After a while of trying to break the formation, Jiggle Rip spoke, it's strange, I've tried all 64 hexagrams and 384 lines, but nothing fits, they all follow the right path, regardless of the gate of life or the gate of death. Looks like we have to check from all around, it will take time. Hong, oh, look up to the sky and sigh, my head hurts so much. Gyeongmok still stood there, thinking to himself, the area around the elm tree was where Jang Geon often came to pick medicinal herbs and poisonous plants. The neatly trimmed grass and trees were definitely done by Jang Geon. But why are these two so tense? He sighed because he couldn't understand the thoughts of the other two. Gyeongmok decided to step forward and ask clearly, what kind of strange formation was this? Hong, oh, turned around and complained, if you can't help then don't follow. Jiggle Rip quickly avoided back and explained to him, look at those identical trees, normally it's impossible for that to happen, that means this formation is creating an illusion. The old man suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, that's right, can't you feel the pressure from this formation? If you don't know then shut up. Don't mind it, just continue. Hong, oh, the extremely hot spirit turned around, he looked at it and felt upset, the two of them were so similar. He didn't know anything, master probably had nothing to do with Jang Geon eating poisonous herbs. But there's something fishy about the abbot giving the poison, avoidance pearl to Jang Geon. He turned his eyes to the two people who were busy searching for clues and wondered how long they planned to stand there. I want to rush in, pick flowers and then leave immediately, who would set up an array in this desolate place. Gyeongmok looked down at the strange grass and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. He frowned slightly in annoyance. I was just pretending to be observant, but now I've brought trouble upon myself. Just let the two of them handle it themselves, he thought for a moment, then turned around and left, ignoring the two old men talking over there. At this time at the training ground, he worriedly called her all morning long. He quickly ran over to help. Young lady, are you okay? Jiggle Young complained uncomfortably, what are you doing? Seeing her extremely frustrated expression, he froze for a moment, secretly afraid. The young lady was angry, but the young lady had already made the first move. He couldn't scold the young lady in front of this monk, just thinking about it, he was already troubled. At this moment, Jang Geon was confused and stammered, I'm sorry, I just... Before he could finish speaking, Jiggle Young quickly ran back to the other person and whined, Uncle, let's go, I don't want to stay here anymore, he awkwardly replied, but the master told the young lady to wait here. She couldn't bear it any longer and argued, so you want me to just stand here, after being humiliated like that? Faced with this stubbornness, he really didn't know how to act. In the end he decided to lean close to her ear and whisper, Miss, it was just a moment of anger, Miss, you're a bit too much, what's with the begging? Jiggle Young heard this and also recognized her mistake. She frowned slightly and then looked away from him. In the end, Jiggle Young still reluctantly admitted his mistake, okay, I'll forgive you this time, I was also at fault. Jang Geon felt extremely lucky when he saw the situation getting better. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The job of taking care of this young lady was really hard. She started asking him again, how old are you? Jang Geon slowly replied 15 years old. Jiggle Young couldn't hear a word and shouted loudly, lying, you're just a little taller than me. He stood eye to eye with her and affirmed, I'm really 15, and how old are you? Jiggle Young stammered in reply, I'm 13 years old. Hearing that, Jang Geon couldn't help but be surprised. What, then I'm a senior brother. She couldn't accept this and turned it around, it was so funny, why should I call you brother? He turned his face away coldly, if he didn't want to call then fine. Seeing him like that, Jiggle Young also couldn't accept it. No, I won't give up, instead of calling you brother, I will buy you delicious food. Hearing about the delicious food, Jang Geon was quickly enticed until his eyes lit up, but there was still one thing that held him back. He then still refused because it was almost dinner time and he couldn't have a snack. Jiggle Young was frustrated when he heard that. When will it be possible? Jang Geon thought for a moment and then replied, in 3 years, when I get home. New topic, she asked cheerfully, 3 years, okay, so where do you live? Jang Geon quickly replied that his house was in Suntae. Jiggle Young introduced her house in Ho Bac and that's how the two kids got to know each other. On this side, the two of them were still trying to find the culprit, but Hong-oh was extremely frustrated and complained because there were no clues. I heard that the Zhuge family was proficient in formations, but it turned out to be just a rumor. After so long, they still couldn't find anything, making the old man dissatisfied and starting to scold the wolf. Jiggle Rip heard that and immediately stiffened. He slightly furrowed his brows then slowly explained, this probably wasn't a formation. Can't find a way to solve it, Jiggle Rip said so. Hong-oh immediately refuted, but if it's not a formation, then why is there this strange feeling? The old man slowly took a few steps forward, examining the surrounding grass. In the end, he happily turned back and said to the old man, that's right, you see, it doesn't affect me at all. Hong-oh so surprised that there really is nothing here. This made him so angry that he shouted loudly, really, then who would do such a thing? Jiggle Rip nodded slightly in agreement, but it was still worth looking into this thoroughly. It's late today so we'll come back tomorrow. Young is also waiting. The old man saw the sky gradually turning orange and decided to go back. A moment later, the two of them had gone down the mountain. The Zhuge family came to say goodbye and then left. Before leaving, Jiggle Young did not forget to provoke Jang Geon, but perhaps he did not care much and smiled and waved goodbye. Only then did Gyeongmok speak up, you're so excited, it's probably time to go down the mountain. Jang Geon was startled when he heard that, but he still had to live here for 3 more years. Although he knew that, he was still looking forward to the day he could leave here to see the outside world. Seeing that, the old man was quite dissatisfied. Before dinner, please clean the yard. Having said that, Gyeongmok went in. Jang Geon obediently listened and cleaned up. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the Sand family and smiled slightly. It had been a long time since Jang Geon had felt this happy, so he was looking forward to the day he went down the mountain. He started to get the broom to carry out the task. Jang Geon happily swept the yard. When I get home I must ask my parents to give birth to a little sister for me. Best be as lovely as that person. Just thinking about it, he was already looking forward to the day he would see her again. On the way to the sand, he kept on rambling, Grandpa, is my three-handed heavenly knowledge that bad? The old man heard this and replied with some confusion, it's impossible that I personally taught you. Did something happen while I was away? She whined in dissatisfaction, I competed with that vulgar child and couldn't win. Jiggle Rip was quite surprised, our young lost again. She could not accept this fact, and was determined, Grandpa, teach me stronger martial arts, I must take revenge. Seeing this, the old man felt a bit helpless. This girl's three-handed thousand-mile technique was a secret technique that all martial arts experts respected. If she didn't have strong martial arts, then what kind of martial arts would she have? Jiggle Young frowned slightly and then pouted. The golden snare hand that the brat used looked more formidable. Jiggle Rip, just hearing the martial art name, was full of contempt in it. Suddenly he turned and spoke. It seemed to be the dragon claw hands of Shaolin Temple. Although it was a bit different from the dragon claw hands that we know, it was unmistakable. The old man slowly stroked his beard and pondered. Dragon claw hands, that is one of the top golden snare hand techniques in the martial arts world. The young man still doesn't know how to use internal energy into the three-handed thousand-mile hand. Does that child know how to use internal energy? He recalled that moment and replied, although he was not sure, it seemed like he did not know how to use internal energy yet. Hearing that, he began to fall into deep thought for a while. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Jiggle Rip spoke up, Young, so let's do this. Tomorrow he will come back. Today you practice, tomorrow we will compete. Like that she quickly became cheerful again, really happy. I am speechless with her. Her eyes were filled with fierce determination. Just wait and see that brat, tomorrow I will show you. The next day, Gyeongmok and Jang Geon were working hard. Seeing his happy face, he was a bit worried. It seemed like this kid was infatuated. He kept smiling all day. Gyeongmok stood up and walked over to Jang Geon. If he wanted to see him so much, why didn't he go down the mountain himself? He was shocked when he was hit in the heart. Jang Geon turned back and scratched his head, then awkwardly smiled and replied, oh, not exactly, I mean, just now Hong-oh, Grandmaster, went down the mountain. I asked you if that girl went up the mountain today, you said you would see. Gyeongmok frowned and reminded, have you forgotten your identity? It's fine to compete, but what if it's revealed that your internal energy has recovered? He was also shocked when he heard this. Could he keep it a secret forever that his internal energy had recovered? He quickly replied, at least he had to avoid the imminent disaster. Jang Geon was given such detailed instructions but didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Hong Oh hurriedly ran over to restrain them. This bunch is really, Shaolin Temple is in chaos. Hearing that, both of them were wondering about the situation. The old man's face was full of seriousness as he said, the Yuan disciples gathered at the White Courtyard to protest. Gyeongmok was bewildered, protesting. Hong Oh tiredly sat down, voice full of anger, had to object to letting people of the Jia cat family meet Jang Geon. They even stormed in aggressively, making the white-clothed palace master furious. Hearing that, he was surprised and went forward to ask, so today the people from the Zhuge family didn't come? Hong Oh couldn't hold back his anger and loudly replied, of course, it seems like they want to ban the people of the Jia cat family from entering. The Jia cat family is also fed up and is preparing to leave. Faced with this information, Jang Geon clenched his fists slightly. Yet he always wanted to see Jigul young again, the girl who gave him a happy time yesterday. At this moment, Gyeongmok spoke up in dissatisfaction. Wasn't it the master's fault? Why did he? The child had a hard time finding a friend, and now he was disappointed. He couldn't help but question him, but the old man angrily scolded him back. You always blame me. That's right, it's all my fault. Jang Geon walked slowly. The arguments kept echoing in his ears. He gently put the broom back where it belonged. Then Jang Geon stood facing the wall, deep in thought. How did it turn out like this? It was true that I was wrong to think that just enduring for 3 years would be enough. I have underestimated learning martial arts. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, his face also became more depressed. Jang Geon now thought that the things he thought were unimportant could be very precious to others. The arguing on the other side grew louder and louder. Only now did he understand, even if he came home 3 years later, it would still be the same. I have learned martial arts from other sects. There is no guarantee that what happened today will not happen again. Thinking about that, his hands had already clenched tightly. Jang Geon turned back to look at the other two, his determination burning. I have to solve the problem from the root, I have to find a way. On the other hand, at the Zhuge family's mansion, the three of them were making a lot of noise. Jigul Rip looked at the girl who was making a scene and was helpless. She kept practicing golden snare hand all night to get revenge. Thinking, he raised his head and looked up, his heart filled with unspeakable words. In Jigul Rip's eyes, Shaolin Temple was gradually undergoing significant changes. Although there were some financial difficulties and other sects were watching, it still stood firm year after year. But it was almost time for the generational transition, so he decided that when he got home he would tell his son to get ready. Night falls. The bright moonlight gradually appeared. The three people of the Jia cat family were on their way to a village, and were almost there. He decided to go ahead to find a room for the three people. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange movement alerted him. He quickly drew his sword and placed it neatly on his opponent's neck. The grandfather and grandson heard and turned back. He quickly asked about the other person's identity. He calmly confirmed the identity. Are you the former head of the Jia cat family? Jigul Rip hesitantly looked at him and replied, yes, but... He was about to say something more, but the other man quickly interrupted him. If you don't mind, can we ask you a few questions? The sword was still pressed against his neck. At this moment everything seemed to freeze. After thinking for a while, Jigul Rip finally decided to agree, so he turned around and replied, okay, go ahead and ask. In the quiet night with the bright moonlight, in the forest he spoke clearly. If you want to ask, then state your identity first. He tried to be as calm as possible. Put away your sword, there's no need to be on guard, the man said, slowly pulling out the badge from his pocket. The green badge with exquisite patterns and engraved words was Tang Men. Seeing this, Jigul Rip quickly spoke up, you come from Sichuan. He immediately confirmed that it was so. The old man calmly made a judgment, coming from a family with no traces of practicing poison, your martial arts don't seem to be high, but you conceal your aura, so you must be from the Flying Swallow team. The man respectfully clasped his hands together. Indeed, Senior Zhuge Liang's eyesight was truly admirable. Rip. Jigul narrowed his eyes as if he wanted to see through his whole body and asked, so why did the elite intelligence team of the Duong family come to me? The man slowly moved his eyes up, asking Senior to allow Junior to borrow his eyesight for a moment. He stood beside Jigul Young, observing the man's every move and thinking to himself, I never expected to meet the card of hell here. The way out is famous for being clear about grievances and grievances. If they owe someone a favor, they will give them a token with their family crest. Just as he said, he showed the token from earlier towards Jegal Rip. He stared at the two of them and frowned slightly, and would take it back after repaying the favor, but on the contrary, if there was a grudge, it would be the same. Jegal Rip looked at the Yama card in his hand. After listening to his explanation, if Senior Zhuge agreed, the Tang family would repay this great kindness, but he did not need this so-called reward. Jegal Rip didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Tell me, I'm curious what the Tang family needs my eyesight for. The man had difficulty speaking. Actually, we know that Senior met the child at Shaolin Temple. Senior can tell us about that child. He tried to express his sincerity, asking for help from the old man. Jegal Rip heard this and sneered. Did you guys come all the way here just to ask about this? That said, the old man also secretly thought for a bit. The child must have competed with the young man. His ability to gather information was truly admirable, but why did they? In the end, Jegal Rip still refused. I don't want to talk about things that might harm my friend, but there's no need to hide this. What does the Tang family want to know? At this moment, he could no longer ignore it and quickly asked, Senior, have you seen its martial arts? The old man answered honestly, I didn't see it, I only saw it use dragon claw hands. Got water? He continued to ask more. According to the information we got, that child cannot cultivate internal energy. Is that true? Faced with this question, Jegal Rip was a little uncertain. The man asked again about the reason for the meeting. The old man was silent and pondered for a while. Could it be that he meant that Shaolin Temple wanted to use me to spread rumors? Thinking, Jegal Rip swallowed that thought and replied, it seemed like it wasn't arranged by Shaolin Temple. In the end, he boldly asked one last question. Is that child the successor of Hong, O Grand Master? The old man heard this sentence and finally curled his lips in disdain. This is your main purpose. Now I understand the reason for the recent events around Shaolin Temple. After thinking, Jegal Rip gave an answer. I came to Shaolin Temple for other reasons, so I can't confirm that matter. Maybe the Tang family should investigate it themselves. Hearing that, he was slightly panicked. But the man quickly humbled himself and respectfully thanked the senior for his thoughtful answer to us even though we were rude. The old man slowly took out the card and said, it's nothing, that's the price to pay and take this back. Now there was no need to use it anymore, just this word made his pupils shrink. Jegal Rip lowly offered to that guy, I also want to ask you this. He reached out to take back the Yama card and told the old man to keep asking, but he was already a bit wary in his heart. He was indeed not an easy person to deal with. Jegal Rip started asking questions to the people of the Tang family. I know you and other sects including the top 10 masters of martial arts, are eyeing Shaolin Temple, is the reason what I'm thinking. He carefully bowed his head and replied, I am just a handyman so I don't know the details, but the elders in the clan are very interested in this matter. Perhaps Senior has guessed correctly. The old man listened to his answer and nodded gently, smiling softly, that's how it is, I understand. After that question, the other man quickly retreated, leaving Jegal Rip still standing there silently. He raised his face to look at the bright moonlight and pondered, first concerned about this matter. It probably wasn't because of that child, then what did it have to do with Hong, O Grand Master? At this moment, Jegal Young ran over from behind, out of breath. Grandpa, is the kid I met a celebrity? Jegal Rip looked back at her, slowly replied, I'm not sure either, but I hope I'm wrong. Young, you said you wanted to compete with that kid again. In my opinion you shouldn't do that. The old man suddenly changed the subject, making her confused. Jegal Rip explained again, although he was a lay disciple, he would eventually step into the martial arts world, but it was best not to get involved with him. Jegal Young heard his grandfather say that but still felt a bit reluctant. His face suddenly became serious. This was not a request, this was an order for him. Jegal Young knew he couldn't argue anymore, so he had no choice but to obediently listen to the old man's words. After everything, Jegal Rip also returned to normal. He came forward to hold her hand and urged, we should quickly go. The little girl heard that and listened. On the way, Jegal Rip's complicated thoughts still had no end. Not only the way out, but the sects of the top 10 masters of martial arts were also interested in this matter. It was definitely not a small matter. Our Zhuge family absolutely must not be involved in anything in this matter. The only people he could think of were Hong, O, and Jang Geon. A few days later, at the training ground, Gyeongmok came up to him and asked, what are you thinking about? Hearing Mr. Jang Geon's voice, he woke up. He bowed his head, his eyes filled with sadness as he replied, I was thinking about the monks in the temple being angry with me because I learned martial arts from other sections. Hearing that, Gyeongmok was speechless. He quickly reminded him, that's not something you need to worry about, what you need to do is stay here for 3 years and then go home. Don't do unnecessary things that will make things more complicated, you have to think about your parents waiting for you at home. Speaking of this, it really made him remember the 2 people at home anxiously waiting for him. Right now, Jang Geon's emotions were in turmoil, all of which were shown through his eyes. He frowned and spoke his thoughts, but I can't keep living like a sinner. I know that Master is worried about me, and I also know that Master Hong didn't mean to teach me martial arts from other sections. Seeing his gloomy mood, Gyeongmok could only sigh in his heart. The child who only knew how to be stubborn, now knew how to speak his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, so what are you going to do now? Jang Geon had been thinking about this for the past few days. He turned to look at Gyeongmok resolutely, I want to learn martial arts again. Hearing that, he was stunned. Gyeongmok couldn't understand his feelings. He immediately raised his voice, now, little boy, I have already explained your condition clearly, others won't know that you have recovered your internal energy, you just need to wait 3 more years and you can return home safely. But you want to learn martial arts, stop talking nonsense. Even though he was scolded like that, he couldn't hold back what was in his heart. Jang Geon suddenly lowered his voice, no matter what the teacher says, I will learn martial arts. After meeting that girl, I realized that it would be difficult to hide my martial arts and internal energy. Jang Geon meant when Jigul Young kept pressuring me. You are really serious this time, I have already learned it anyway, so I want to learn Shaolin Kung Fu again from the beginning. Looking at the determination overflowing in those eyes, Gyeongmok probably couldn't deny that determination anymore. He thought that he was just sad because of Jigul Young, but it turned out that Jang Geon understood his situation and was trying to find a way to solve it. He really didn't expect that the child from that day would grow up so fast. He couldn't hide it from him forever. He thought for a while before replying, if everything goes well, you won't have to worry anymore. Hearing that, Jang Geon happily jumped up, I don't know if it will work or not, but I will try my best. Gyeongmok was helpless, he could only let out a long sigh. I will write a letter for you, you bring it to the abbot. He quickly accepted the task and thanked him. Gyeongmok hoped that this decision was the right one. The vast and majestic natural scenery is clearly visible ahead, however, for the passerby this is a difficult challenge. This is the way to Mount Olam, the person muttered the information he had gathered. Jang Geon lived there. Wang Mu made up his mind, well, today I must settle this matter. He began his work of crossing forests and mountains. The rugged terrain quickly drained his strength. The mountain road was more rugged than he thought, that Jang Geon kept walking back and forth on this road. Wang Mu leaned tiredly against the tree trunk by the roadside. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Even if you were taught by Hong, oh Grand Master Grand Uncle, what kind of body technique is that? If you can be good just by studying with experts, why do you need to sweat and practice? Wang Mu quickly pulled himself together, I will never accept it. He gradually sank into memory, heard that he was seriously injured that day, I will beat him to death. A plot is brewing on the way, I will wait until he is alone. Wang Mu suddenly noticed that in the distance there was, a few hundred meters away from him, a figure appeared. Jang Geon was leisurely walking on the mountainside as usual. Wang Mu saw it and immediately had the thought of trampling on his name. Jang Geon's legs walked gracefully. Jang Geon traveled 10 times the distance of a normal person in just a few seconds. How long has it been since I've run so comfortably? Just don't learn martial arts from other schools. Jang Geon was in a very good mood. I didn't need to secretly absorb the air anymore. He couldn't help but be moved. It was all thanks to Jigul Young Station. Jang Geon recalled the moments when he and she met. He thought, I was determined to learn martial arts properly to return home because I wanted to have a sister like that. Thinking about it also makes him shy, feeling like he's more mature. Suddenly Jang Geon looked down in surprise. He saw Wang Mu looking at him blankly. You are, Wang Mu. Why are you here? He replied hesitantly, and you? His heart had already collapsed. What, you were seriously injured and couldn't walk? Then what was that lightness skill just now? While he was lost in thought, Jang Geon jumped in front of him, meeting you at the right time, I was also planning to look for you. Wang Mu was so scared that he was speechless. Could it be that this guy also wanted it? Who would have thought you would frankly mention the old story? Well, I want to tell you, I never meant to underestimate you in that match. Wang Mu shouted back suspiciously, what are you saying? You are deliberately trying to embarrass me. Jang Geon tried to explain, no, really no, it was our first time competing, so I didn't know what to do. I feel so guilty, I'm sorry, if there is a next time I will do better. He felt a little confused in his heart, that time you were not my opponent, now you still want to compete again. No, I have to find a way to escape this situation. He unconsciously became polite, then I have to sympathize with you. Although he said that, Wang Mu secretly cursed himself in his heart, damn it, how did I end up like this? Jang Geon was happy to hear that he was forgiven, thank you for your sympathy. He suddenly wondered and asked, why did you come here? Wang Mu was confused and didn't know how to respond. What should I say? I can't say that I came to deal with you. Finally he had to search in his shirt. Right, this baked sweet potato, I heard you were injured so I brought it for you, Wang Mu muttered, actually I planned to watch you while eating, but... Jang Geon's mouth watered as soon as he saw the food, really, thank you, I will eat well, I will die if you hate me. Wang Mu smiled awkwardly, what did he hate? Men have to fight to grow up, but in his heart he actually wanted to beat him up. Innocent Jang Geon just wanted to quickly enjoy the roasted potatoes. Wang Mu glanced at him helplessly, are you stupid or naive? He kept his eyes wide open looking at him, seeing you eat so deliciously, I feel hungry too. Gradually, Jang Geon felt more and more uncomfortable. He wondered, you haven't eaten yet. Wang Mu quickly waved his hand to deny, I ate, don't worry. Jang Geon broke the half-eaten baked sweet potato in half, gave him half of it, you eat it too. He refused but still reached out to take it, stammered a thank you, looked at the half-baked potato in his hand. Wang Mu hesitated in embarrassment. Finally hunger won, he enjoyed it freely. Jang Geon excitedly talked about all sorts of nonsense with Wang Mu. The goodwill in his heart suddenly increased unconsciously, he suddenly felt that he was not so bad. Wang Mu began to change his prejudice, maybe he was telling the truth, maybe he had never competed before so he didn't know what to do. Jang Geon honestly expressed, I want a real friend, he replied guiltily, of course a real friend, could there be fake friends? Jang Geon smiled brightly, I have my first friend in Shaolin Temple. Wang Mu could not help but admire his personality, so naive. He suddenly asked, where are you going? Wang Mu honestly said, I'm on my way to see the abbot. He was very surprised when he heard that, this guy got to see the abbot. Other lay disciples cannot even dream of it. Now Wang Mu belatedly realized that this guy was really not ordinary. He immediately had an idea, let's go down the mountain together, I see you're not too bad, I should go home too. A second later, Wang Mu agreed to his offer to race with him, I have to befriend this guy, there must be something special about him. That evening in the abbot's room a solemn voice commanded, read. Guang Yun explained, the letter from Gyeongmok junior brother. Wonho was surprised to hold the letter in his hand, this is. Guang Yun just calmly sipped his tea and waited. A sudden shout broke the silence, what do you mean? What do you mean by learning Shaolin martial arts? Wonho speculated, could it be that the kid has recovered? Guang Yun coldly replied, I didn't ask for details. Looking at the letter asking for Jang Geon to learn martial arts again, Wonho was extremely confused, what was Uncle Gyeongmok thinking? That child learning martial arts is completely different from a lay disciple learning martial arts, the Yuan disciples are not satisfied with him, moreover he is involved with Hong, oh uncle, you have tarnished the reputation of the Shaolin Temple. Wonho slammed his hand on the table. If senior brother wants to know what I and the Yuan disciples think then we cannot agree to this. Guang Yun muttered to himself, how strange. He coldly questioned him, why was it a problem for Shaolin disciples to learn Shaolin martial arts on their own? Wonho seemed to shout, what did the person just say? So the person admitted that he learned martial arts from other sections. Guang Yun remained the same, he kept his calm attitude. After taking a sip of tea to calm down, he replied to the child as follows. Jang Geon stood there seriously, although Hong, Grandmaster only demonstrated briefly, I imitated him, he said that it was wrong to do so this time I want to learn Shaolin martial arts properly. Guang Yun ended the narration blandly, saying. Wonho was furious, what was the abbot thinking? The abbot of Shaolin Temple was not someone who did things without thinking. But I am also one of the candidates for the abbot position, no matter what abbot's senior brother means, I cannot just fail like this. He immediately had the courage to question Gwang Yun. So you intend to hand that child over to us? He saw that it was obvious. Wasn't it the responsibility of the Yuan disciples to educate lay disciples? Treat Jang Geon like any other child. Wonho still wanted to find another reason to object. Ever since the abbot called him, that child could no longer be like other children. Gwang Yun's eyes immediately lost their previous calm and gentle look. Wonho's legs trembled unconsciously. He didn't feel any aura, but he felt this oppressive feeling. When did the abbot reach this realm? However, Gwang Yun has returned to his gentle appearance, which makes sense, so there must be another way. If you don't like to hear me say it, then how about this? He bluntly declared, this is a challenge for the Yuan disciples. He replied indignantly, a trial, just because of one lay disciple, all the Yuan disciples must undergo a trial. Gwang Yun just kept silent and did not answer him. Wonho gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. This matter was indeed not simple. Jang Geon's handling of the matter could greatly affect the Yuan disciples' position in the future. The situation began to become more tense. The next afternoon, under Wonho's summons, all the important figures of the Yuan disciples gathered at the Manjushri Palace. In the room, countless arguing sounds could be heard. What was the abbot thinking? The child that was protected before was now released as if nothing had happened. Wonho continued to explain, the top 10 masters of martial arts and all intelligence organizations are gathering in Hunan, Tangshan. So many eyes are focused on the inner palace. If anything happens, who will be responsible? Another monk also agreed, that's right, the ones who caused the trouble weren't Guang Zibei and Hong Zibei. We the Yuan disciples did this because we believed that Shaolin Temple was in great danger. Everyone had serious expressions on their faces, so they couldn't leave it to Kwang Tu Boi anymore. Wonho growled, teaching lay disciples is the responsibility of the Yuan disciples. Of course it is our responsibility. We are united for the sake of Shaolin Temple, yet we do the easy things, and blame others for the difficult things. He shouted angrily, does everyone think so? I Wonho have misjudged my junior brothers. The chatter immediately stopped. Everyone had to change their attitude to be gentle. Senior brother, calm down, we are all on the same page. Yes, we are just a little worried. One person immediately spoke up, I think it's best to just follow the abbot's words for now. We're acting for the greater good of Shaolin Temple, so we must have a legitimate name and we can't refuse his orders. Everyone continue to listen, let Jang Geon live with the other lay disciples, and at the same time prevent information about him from leaking out, and also send someone to investigate what happened between Hong, uncle and the top 10 masters of martial arts. Wonho coldly declared, just do it, first bring that child over and start training. Everyone obediently followed the order. However, Wonho had other thoughts in mind. Senior brother, no matter what your intentions are, I will not follow your wishes. He made up his mind, Shaolin Temple, I will definitely revive it. A small bag was suddenly brought to take. Jang Geon looked at the thing in his hand in surprise. This is a sachet, why are you giving it to me? Gyeongmok coldly replied, amulet, I am a virtuous person, so my amulet will be as effective as being with a virtuous monk. Shouldn't you be with a virtuous monk? Jang Geon replied sadly, I thought I would be studying with the teacher or with Hong, master. Gyeongmok scolded him sternly, kid, what's so great about a lay disciple that you expect special treatment? There are hundreds of children like you in this village. He didn't wait for him to finish speaking before turning away. This sachet is very precious to me, don't lose it, return it to me in 3 years. Jang Geon had no choice but to obediently reply, yes sir. That evening, Gyeongmok stood looking at the bright moon for a long time. In his heart, many thoughts were running through his mind. I never expected things to turn out like this. Why is my heart so uneasy? He used to practice martial arts with him when he was a child. Jang Geon's appearance was very special to him. The child brought a little joy to his boring life. Even though I know it will eventually leave, I still feel regretful. Jang Geon looked sadly at the sachet that Gyeongmok gave him. His eyes were filled with tears of sadness. Since when? Gyeongmok pondered. The owner of this scented bag also had a smile as bright as the crescent moon. How can I forget that she is the bodhisattva who saved my life? I tried to forget, but that was just my own wish. Gyeongmok closed his eyes and tried to calm down. Suddenly he opened the door and shouted, teacher, I will visit you often. He playfully teased him, so don't think that you won't see him for the next 3 years. Gyeongmok also replied, kid, come often. The next morning, Wang Mu introduced Jang Geon to the dormitory of secular disciples. He was surprised when he saw the martial arts training grounds and exclaimed, he didn't expect Shaolin Temple to have such a place. The two of them walked in, and as they walked, he told them that the basic course for lay disciples was 5 years, but if they had outstanding abilities, they could stay and study more. I also stayed because my talent was recognized. That statement surprised Jang Geon. He was a little nervous about living with people his own age and hoped they would be good friends. Wang Mu asked curiously, and you said you just learned martial arts not long ago, right? Jang Geon replied, yes, I live with teacher Gyeongmok. He was amazed in his heart, only studied for a few months and already had such strength, no wonder the elders cared about him so much. Wang Mu immediately asked, don't you feel lonely? I will take you to an interesting place. He was immediately curious and asked, an interesting place, where is it? He was stunned. What, you really don't know anything? Jang Geon explained, I came here since I was 8 years old, so I don't know much about the outside world. Wang Mu heard that, immediately looked around to see if there was anyone nearby. That made him wonder. He moved closer to him and whispered, the interesting place is where the women are. I know a place with some great girls nearby. Jang Geon smiled brightly, I once met a very lovely girl from the Zhuge family. I even wanted to accept her as my little sister. Wang Mu was stunned. What, the daughter of the Zhuge family? He immediately remembered Jigul Young, who came with the former family head Jigul Rip. Wang Mu was even more curious and continued to ask, have you really met her? He calmly replied, and even competed in martial arts. He thought in surprise, this guy is indeed not ordinary, he can actually compete with people from the Zhuge family, moreover with the Zhuge young lady. Wang Mu immediately put his hand on Jang Geon's shoulder, hey, my house in Hui Chao Anhui is quite famous, come visit when you have time. A thought flashed through his mind. Wang Mu let go of his shoulder, thinking, wait a minute, isn't this guy's family our competitor? He exclaimed in panic, your father is from the Shangxi merchants, that is, the Jiang Sang, so you and I cannot be friends. Jang Geon hurriedly asked the reason. Wang Mu immediately replied, I am from the Hui Shang, a competitor of the Jin Shang. He rubbed his head in confusion, then why didn't I know about that? I was just happy to have more friends. He looked at Jang Geon nervously, this guy doesn't know anything about the real world. Wang Mu looked at his sad face, not knowing which was more important to choose between family ties and fellow disciples. Finally he decided to hastily say, yes, as you said, it's better not to know those things. Wang Mu put his hands on his hips and said firmly, the disagreement is between my father and your father, not between us. A real man must do what he says. He immediately pointed his arm towards Jang Geon, we are still friends. He immediately raised his head with a bright smile on his face. Jang Geon quickly grabbed Wang Mu's hand and exclaimed, of course. The two happily looked at each other, while he thought to himself, he never expected to have the opportunity to befriend such a great person, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A moment later, the two entered their residence. The interior was extremely messy, leaving him bewildered. Wang Mu scratched his chin, feeling a bit shabby. Jang Geon replied confusedly, no, but... He looked over at the wardrobe and saw dirty clothes that were not neatly folded. Jang Geon turned to the other side and saw that his shoes were not neatly arranged and his clothes were thrown around haphazardly. He exclaimed, it's so dirty. He quickly covered his nose. What was this smell? It was unbearable. He laughed and teased, the eldest son. He went in, grabbed the clothes and threw them somewhere else. Don't worry, when they come back, I'll tell them to clean up, we're not usually this dirty, yesterday's practice was a bit too much. Jang Geon took off his bag, no good, how long until lunchtime? Wang Mu suddenly replied, still a long time, but why? He carefully put his bag down gently. Jang Geon straightened his clothes and said seriously, having to clean up made him bewildered. Wang Mu saw him roll up his sleeves and quickly advised, forget it, we'll clean up together when they come back. Jang Geon smiled and resolutely refused, you have to do it right away, I'll do it myself, don't worry, just tell me where to do the laundry. He immediately replied, walking straight in the direction of the martial arts training ground just now to the laundry place. He thanked him and quickly gathered all the clothes around him. Wang Mu wondered, can't this kid stand getting dirty? I thought he was kind, but he turned out to be a difficult person. Didn't he say he would do the laundry himself, so he's kind, right? He looked at Jang Geon carrying everyone's clothes away and sighed. worried about his future. It must be tiring. After a while, people were laughing and talking happily outside. The roommates who entered were surprised to see how clean their room suddenly was. The roommates suddenly saw Wang Mu cleaning and quickly asked why he was doing that. Wang Mu looked at them and said, "You're back, so hurry up and clean up." The roommate asked in surprise, "Why are you cleaning up all of a sudden? What's going on? Where's that hateful guy? He said he would come today." He heard him say that and immediately gripped the broom in his hand. Wang Mu turned and shouted, "You hateful guy, you kid, watch your words. If you continue to badmouth him, I will let you know. From now on he is our friend, so you have to be careful with your words." The roommates gasped in surprise, "Friend?" They looked at each other. One of them didn't believe it. "What about him?" The other replied, "Yes, but why did Wang Mu change? Did he eat something wrong?" He continued, "If you guys don't want to eat lunch and go to afternoon practice, then just go to the laundry place. Jang Geon is washing your clothes there." The roommates immediately laughed and mocked him. "Why is he washing our clothes? Does he want to please us?" He heard them say that. The corner of Wang Mu's lips curled up. "What kind of favor is that?" They were talking. "Do you really want to be friends with him?" The other one quickly replied, "I don't know what happened, but we don't." The other one was determined. "That's right, we can't accept someone who just learned martial arts from Hong. Oh, Grandmaster Grand-Uncle is already arrogant." They exclaimed determinedly, "Must teach it a lesson, let's go, must show it, that's right, it's definitely doing something to our clothes." Wang Mu watched his roommates leave, thinking to himself, "It was just as I predicted." He confidently said, "You guys are dead today for sure." Meanwhile, Jang Geon was still diligently washing everyone's clothes. The roommate pointed at him and exclaimed, "There he is, and our clothes are there too." He looked at them in surprise. "What's going on there, guys?" The roommates quickly ran to Jang Geon. He wondered, "Are these my roommates? Nice to meet you, I am Jang Geon." Suddenly, one of them grabbed the shirt from his hand and shouted, "Who are you to dare touch our clothes? People will think we asked you to wash them." Jang Geon looked at them and apologized. One of them angrily shouted, "Don't touch us, we know what you're planning." The person next to him also shouted, "You're going to tell the Grandmaster, so we'll be punished, right?" Wang Mu was peeping and thinking, "It's too difficult to cause trouble, we can't just all rush in and beat him up." One person sat down, picked up his pants and said, "We do our own work." Suddenly the person discovered that the clothes were clean as new. With countless question marks in mind, "Is this our stuff? Why is it so clean? It doesn't seem like it's our stuff." He grabbed the pants and shouted, You're done for, you made a mess, didn't you?" He scratched his head and replied blankly, "This is your stuff." They absolutely do not believe and shout, "Want to be punished, right? Quickly return our things." Jang Geon replied, "Your stuff, it has your name embroidered on it." They all picked up the things and looked at them, then said in unison, "I have this name, mine, and yours too." They exclaimed in amazement, "How can this stubborn stain be washed away? What did you do?" He told them, "Let's go home, it's almost lunch time, I'll hang the clothes out to dry." They replied, "Let us do it ourselves." Before he could finish his sentence, Jang Geon waved his shirt a few times to their surprise. They said in amazement, "It's really dry." Then they touched it to see if it's not wet anymore. The person next to him also replied, "It's really dry, just a few shakes will do." While everyone was immersed in that surprise, Wang Mu walked over and said, "They come back. When did you come?" Dragon claw hands is a golden snare hand technique that is difficult for lay disciples to learn. He said with a smile, "Now do you understand why I am friends with him?" One of them stood on tiptoe and said angrily, "Wang Mu, why did you say that? I did it on purpose." At this moment, Wang Can did not understand what was going on, but it was already resolved. A few days later, in the gentle breeze and rustling leaves, Gyeongmok was standing with his hands behind his back, sighing and thinking, wondering how he was doing. Still no movement, it must have adapted well. Having said that, he walked into the wind and said, "If there is nothing big, it will not reach our ears. Jang Geon, please stay warm this winter." In the cold winter weather, people are practicing martial arts together. Suddenly someone spoke up to blame him, "Why don't you know anything about the story of Lone Step of the Demonic Path? You keep asking random questions." So Mujong's senior brother got angry, "So annoying." Jang Geon said sadly, "Sorry, but Mujong's senior brother said if you have any questions, just ask." Iljo next to him was no less, frowning and saying, Why do we have to suffer because of that guy? If we don't know, then just keep quiet and follow. Some people nearby said, Iljo is angry, he has endured a lot. Wang Mu closed his eyes and calmly said, Iljo, are you causing trouble for our group? He looked up at Wang Mu and shouted angrily, causing trouble, can you still say anything? Wang Mu, watch your mouth. He still kept that attitude and replied, if you don't know, then asking is also a crime, you idiot. Iljo stood up straight and turned around shouting, I've had enough of you. Winning once at the secular convention is also showing off. Several of them quickly stopped him from stopping. If Mujong's senior brother found out, he would be dead for sure. Iljo yelled at them, I did this for you guys. He came to Wang Mu with a displeased face and said, today we have to fight, I will dig your guts out. Money is useless, stupid mind and mouth full of nonsense. He turned back and looked, suddenly saying in his heart that something big had happened. Iljo and Wang Mu faced each other and started arguing, then he got annoyed and shouted loudly, are you done talking? Do you really want to fight? Do you want to be beaten again? Do you want to die? Jang Geon panicked and ran over to say, everyone stopped. I just want to practice hard, if I bother everyone then I will be more careful next time. Wang Mu looked at him and said it was okay, was it wrong to ask? He was unwilling to say, still defending each other, so I will take this opportunity to deal with both of you now. At the office at the martial arts training ground, Uncle, it seems we need to reconsider that child's matter. The child was taught by Hong, O Grand Master, Mun, one continued, what trouble did he cause? Not only did he cause trouble, but also makes it impossible for other disciples to practice. He was surprised to hear Mujong say that. It kept asking one thing after another, if I do this it won't work, if I do that it won't work, it kept asking over and over, explaining once or twice is fine but asking forever I can't stand it. Mujong angrily spoke his mind, I just wanted to throw him a book and tell him to study by himself. Hearing Mujong say that, one seemed to be thinking about something. He recalled the scene of Wang Mu competing with Jang Geon and sighed softly in his heart, having no foundation but having such high martial arts skills, it was unbelievable, I didn't know if he really didn't know or had other intentions. He continued, teaching martial arts is your job, but managing lay disciples is also your job. If there is a child who does not listen, you have to find a way to manage it, getting angry will not solve anything. That child is loved by the elders so he will definitely be a bit spoiled, but if he affects the other children then you must strictly discipline him. If you can't even overcome such a small thing, how can you become successful? He was silent for a long time. Then clearly replied, I understand. A moment later, there was a continuous sound outside the yard, Iljo, quickly go back to your place, senior brother Mujong is about to come back, what are you saying, damn it, just wait for me. Mujong quickly returned to them. Seeing that the group of people were still standing in their stances, their whole bodies were trembling, he loudly ordered them to stop. The group of people, as if they had been pardoned, immediately stopped, panting non-stop. Mujong lectured them, you guys must have learned your lesson from this, right? If I do well alone, it doesn't mean anything. From now on, we must help our fellow students so that no one is left behind. He thought to himself, then no one will ask silly questions anymore. He then began to practice his martial arts and teach his fellow disciples. Okay, let's continue the lesson. This is not easy. While the fellow disciples were watching in a daze, Jang Geon on the side had already started practicing according to Mujong, so he started from the beginning. Would it be easier? As senior brother said, controlling internal energy is quite troublesome and inconvenient. Mujong just happened to notice him at this moment. His heart was filled with surprise, that junior brother was not concentrating and was doing his own thing again. Master will definitely have a way so I just need to wait patiently. He then temporarily ignored Jang Geon's instructions to his juniors. Although attacking was more effective than defending, this move had the ability to force the opponent to retreat even in a defensive situation. Alright, you guys try it yourselves, I'll go around and watch. Wang Mu then went to Jang Geon, junior brother, try practicing with me. At this moment, Iljo came over again, that's my place, so you move aside. Wang Mu refused to be weak, his voice was harsh, what, this guy is really, if I don't move, what are you going to do? Jang Geon smiled and consoled, it's okay, we're just practicing. Iljo annoyedly turned to Wang Mu and said in a harsh voice, look, it's nothing, it's not important. Wang Mu thought to himself, even though it was just practice, It seemed like this guy had other intentions. I've never let my brothers suffer before, let's see what you're planning to do. Thinking of this, he turned around and waved his hand to leave. Okay. Waiting for him to leave, Iljo asked Jang Geon, did you learn martial arts from Master Hong? Oh. Jang Geon just confirmed. He immediately took a stance ready to fight. I will show you how capable you are. I will start with the Pearl Yang fist, and you will use the move you just learned to fight me. Jang Geon also has no naive opinion to accept. Iljo gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what an arrogant guy, it's because of you that we have to suffer like this. So today I will teach you a lesson. Jang Geon on the opposite side was also thinking to himself, to be honest, starting with the moves he just learned wasn't easy at all. If he started from single form of the demonic step, would there be any different changes? While he was lost in thought, Iljo rushed forward and punched him straight in the stomach. Jang Geon was punched and spit out saliva quite painfully. Iljo's mouth corners raised in satisfaction, filled with hidden meaning. Mujong on this side also turned his head to look at them at this moment. Seeing Jang Geon lying there, he couldn't help but think to himself, training together was fine, but let's see how the situation will turn out. Something seems wrong. Wait a moment. Jang Geon was still kneeling there, holding his stomach and groaning in pain. The first time I had this feeling, the pain was so bad I couldn't breathe. Iljo on the opposite side smiled smugly. Oh my god, my fault. I thought you would be able to stop me because you learned martial arts from a great master. Jang Geon was still extremely confused in his heart. This was just a simple, light exercise, but why did he act so excessively? Very quickly, he stood up. Did you do that on purpose? Iljo laughed even more happily. There's no way that could happen. This is practice, and practice can't be taken lightly, you understand, you're the one who was wrong. Jang Geon replied, yes, I was thinking a bit naively and subjectively, but then you're going a bit too far. Iljo waved his hand provocatively, feeling unconvinced. If so, then let me try to fight back this time. I will let you experience my elite move. Jang Geon clenched his fists, his eyes narrowed in thought. Strange, martial arts are used to beat people, but all this time I always felt a little guilty in my heart. But looking at that arrogant face, I couldn't help but want to beat him up. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Iljo's provocative voice rang out again. What are you doing? Try it quickly, or are you scared? Jang Geon didn't say much. He decisively swung his fist and charged forward. The young man saw him suddenly rush forward and his face was covered in sweat. He was at a disadvantage. He could only retreat, raising his two hands to block Jang Geon's attack. How is that possible? I was clearly prepared. Too fast. This kid is faster than I thought. The people around saw this and all opened their mouths. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Iljo is being completely pushed back. He couldn't take it anymore and swung his punch to counterattack. You've angered me, you bastard. Let's see what else you can show after blocking this punch. But what he did not expect was this punch. But was stopped by Jang Geon with his bare hands. He thought to himself, the key point was the development and pace of the battle. What was important was not the fighting stance but the way to mobilize internal energy to respond. There was definitely something special in this half-bowing and half-wishing move that he could not grasp yet. Iljo on the opposite side was startled. What is this? It feels like his energy is being sucked away. He panicked and immediately shouted, let go, what the hell are you doing? Despite his screams, Jang Geon still resolutely dragged him away. Iljo had no way to resist and was pulled closer to him. Then swung the twin spears and sent him flying. He was secretly happy in his heart. Okay, it seems like he has grasped the essence of this move. Mujong on this side was also stunned by this situation, not using Zen boxing. Jang Geon happily looked down at his hands, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. The Yuan reverse step is not as dangerous as the Vajra fist. How lucky, now I don't have to worry about hurting anyone anymore. Iljo was sent flying, lying on the ground, struggling to sit up, his mouth constantly cursing. Damn, what did this kid just do? The surrounding spectators were all discussing whether this was the Yuan reverse step. It seemed like it was, but something was strange. Mujong's face wrinkled. The Yuan reverse step must be practiced hundreds of thousands of times before it can be controlled unconsciously. Yet it was taught to imitate. Furthermore, although it is like a part of the Yuan reverse step, it is not the Yuan reverse step. Damn it, I just can't understand. Iljo stood up again, gritting his teeth and roaring, that brat, you are dead today. the crowd saw that he had gone crazy. Iljo immediately swung his fist and charged up. Just then, Mujong appeared between the two of them, stopping him. Iljo stopped in confusion. "Senior brother, this is." Mujong turned her head to glance at him, telling him to move aside. Iljo was very angry but had no other choice. Mujong then confronted Jang Geon. "What did you just do? I told you to use the Yuan reverse step, not any other move." Jang Geon replied in confusion, "I used the Yuan reverse step. Although the posture is a bit different, I used the chi according to the meridians that senior brother taught me." Mujong shouted, "What the hell, where did this brat learn such a strange move?" Jang Geon explained, "No, I really used the Yuan reverse step that senior brother taught me today." Mujong questioned loudly, "Shut up, are you still going to lie? If you are so confident, then try taking one of my punches." Seeing that Jang Geon did not respond, he continued to ask, "Why didn't you answer?" He had no choice but to sigh. "Yes, I'm not good at it yet, but I'll try." Mujong angrily clenched his fists and trembled. The people around him were chattering, "This brat didn't even have time to beg, where did he get such confidence? What if it got to us?" Mujong gritted his teeth and roared, "You brat are really arrogant. Not only did you distort the strange move into the Yuan reverse step, you also dared to deceive your senior brother." Jang Geon innocently explained, "I just followed senior brother's words and used the Yuan reverse step and took one of his punches. How is that cheating?" Mujong continued to shout in agitation, "This brat, you are loved by Hong, oh Grand Master, Grand Uncle, don't you know the immensity of heaven and earth? Today I will teach you a lesson." After saying that, he immediately took a stance ready to fight. He squinted at the person opposite him, thinking to himself, Uncle One is right, we can't just let this child do whatever he wants." Jang Geon on this side sighed and secretly exclaimed, "Today I really have to make a move." Wang Mu stood to the side observing his attitude, his heart filled with astonishment. How amazing, he was not shaken at all. "Senior brother Mujong is a disciple of this mountain, even I cannot compare. I wonder what Jang Geon can do." On this side, Mujong has already taken the initiative to charge forward. Prepare yourself mentally. But this punch of his only hit empty air. Because Jang Geon used his body technique at the crucial moment to dodge. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, how could he dodge this? This is truly extraordinary. He then launched a series of punches at him. Jang Geon continuously dodged, dodging while thinking, many times stronger than Wang Mu, and also faster. But his moves are quite predictable, so it's not hard to deal with him. The crowd was shocked when they saw him fighting directly with Mujong. Hey, he's not an easy guy. He dodged or blocked all of Mujong's attacks. Iljo on one side face ashen, secretly cursed, "Damn, actually I dare to provoke him. Now I understand why Iljo I lost, this time I'm finished." As surprised as the people outside were, the people involved, Mujong, were no less. "Damn, what a great golden snare hand technique, so good yet you say you don't know the basics." He gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. "Are you that good?" Jang Geon reached out and knocked his fist away. But then he immediately put his arms around him and grabbed his hand. The other hand reached out to grab the wrist. "Let's see how long you can ignore me and avoid me." Jang Geon's face turned pale, he was secretly startled. "I was hit, I couldn't pull my hand out." Mujong then used his foot to kick his leg. Jang Geon painfully let out an "ah" sound. He just lost his balance and couldn't stand still. Mujong still held his hand tightly and pondered, unable to understand. This brat who used his magic protector before was quite agile and hard to touch, now he was simply caught by me like this. Looking at that painful expression, it must be no joke. He then let go of his hand and clenched his fist to stimulate his true energy. "If that's the case, then I need to teach you a lesson." He immediately punched Jang Geon straight in the stomach with a powerful punch. He was hit by the spitting again. Wang Mu and his group were all so surprised that they were speechless. Iljo was so excited that he laughed very happily. Jang Geon was sent flying long on the ground. After walking a long distance, he was able to stop coughing continuously. But he still did not give up, very quickly stood up again. "I don't understand why he is so angry. I didn't do anything, all I did was show how much I learned martial arts and how much I improved, why my sincerity and effort." While he was thinking in confusion, Mujong had already stepped forward. "Is this your confidence from earlier? If you fail like this then you are truly a weak and cowardly person. Come on, let's see what else you can do." Jang Geon saw him rushing over and secretly thought that this was not good. If they had to do this again, his life would be over. Must be alert to avoid this magic right away. Thinking of this, at the crucial moment he managed to dodge in time. Mujong gritted his teeth with that old technique. Now your tricks are no longer working. Another punch was thrown but he avoided it. The true energy in his body also happened to be moving at this moment. The internal energy in my dantian is boiling. If I could use the Vajra fist now, I might have a chance to change the situation, but, not giving him much time to think, Mujong attacked again. Why are you hesitating? Go all out with all your strength. Jang Geon was extremely hesitant in his heart. No, he practiced martial arts to hurt others. In the end, he still chose not to attack, letting the opponent punch him. His body once again rolled on the ground like a kite with a string and flew away. Wang Mu saw this and shouted worriedly. Iljo's mouth corners raised even more smugly, serving him right, son of a bitch. Mujong suddenly realized, now I understand, even though he has strength in martial arts, he has absolutely no real combat experience. Therefore, when fighting against others of the same or higher realm, he is completely passive. Seeing Jang Geon actually struggling to stand up again, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. That guy can still stand up, just surrender, you idiot. Don't be so stubborn that you get seriously injured. No matter how they shouted and advised, Jang Geon still stood up in the end, his eyes filled with determination. Mujong's eyebrows furrowed, extremely unbelievable. It was impossible that he was beaten down like that and still wanted to continue. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Okay, if that's what you want then I'll follow your wishes. Jang Geon thought to himself, if he continues to be at a disadvantage like this, he will receive even more blows. I need to find a way quickly. If I can use Dragon Claw hands and dodge moves as desired, I will have a chance to counterattack. After racking his brain, he finally figured out a way. Yes, it seemed like it. The opposite side of Mujong at this time also once again swung his fist to attack. Jang Geon couldn't dodge in time, he could only raise his two hands to block. He was knocked back again, but he didn't fall like the previous times. The thoughts in his head were still rapidly turning. Dragon Claw hands focused on attacking the upper meridians of the opponent, and the Yuan reverse step would activate the body's potential to its highest state. According to theory, when internal energy moves around the world, it will return to the dantian and circulate through the important meridians in the body. Mujong once again madly charged forward. This brat still wants to die. Jang Geon's body had already started to circulate his energy. If he used the meridians in his waist area as a point of intersection to transfer his internal energy, he could move his concentrated internal energy to the desired location without having to send it through his dantian. At that time, the force would be released more quickly and strongly. I need to try it now. Thinking of this, he dodged the opponent's punch. Then use your hand to grab the opponent's arm. The power from his body then quickly transferred to his arm. Mujong saw that and was startled. Is this Dragon Claw hands, not the Yuan reverse step? He used two types of martial arts at the same time to attack me. With these two types of martial arts, the internal energy in the body operates in completely different meridians. How could he do that? He, like Iljo, was immediately sent flying by Jang Geon. Mujong was just like that in front of all the junior brothers. Jang Geon sent him flying and fell face down on the ground. The crowd was shocked beyond description by this scene. Even Mujong's senior brother got hit like that. How did you do it? Jang Geon himself was a bit in disbelief, standing there in a daze, thinking to himself, I succeeded. Wang Mu and Iljo each had a different expression, looking very special. What am I witnessing? A disciple with such strength as senior brother was actually defeated. Mujong now stood up again. He closed his eyes and thought, now he can't help but admit it. Hong's perspective, O Grand Master, is really correct. Thinking of this, he said, from now on you don't need to attend my class anymore. Having said that, he left without looking back. Jang Geon stood there watching his back, thinking to himself that he really was just doing his best. The surrounding disciples all rushed towards him at this moment. They seemed very excited. In a hidden corner, one is alone here chanting Buddha and sighing. It's so frustrating. Just then, someone came from behind. Actually, the origin of the step-forward cutting palm move is faster to execute. Many strenuous movements are unnecessary. But because I wanted to respect the last wishes of the wild Zen master, the person who created that martial art, whose moves seem so redundant. One was skeptical, so that means step forward cutting palm doesn't need to wait to execute the move but can immediately exert its power, Hong-oh explained. It's true that for a profound move like step forward cutting palm, the execution form is not important. What's important is the execution. When executed, that move will push the opponent back a long distance but also won't seriously injure the opponent. That was the true meaning of the step forward cutting palm move. One was surprised, but that kid was still so young, how could he operate such powerful true chi? Hong-oh continued, with other children it was like that, but with that kid it wasn't like that. One heard that and secretly agreed in his heart, that's right, that kid is not an ordinary person. Hong-oh continue, do you feel moved when you see that brat using his moves? If I can teach him what I know, then what is there to regret? One sighed, yes, I have understood many things. But at that time, there were too many disciples who witnessed Jang Geon's move. Surely, with such strength, many people would notice the abnormality. The rumor would soon spread outside of Shaolin. Hong-oh replied, well, that kid originally practiced Shaolin martial arts. There's no need to think too much. As long as he does it right and without mistakes, then it's fine. One reminded, Grand Uncle, Shaolin is currently not in a very good state. Hong-oh agreed, then of course I understand. Shaolin is currently worried about those dark monsters in the martial arts world who are eyeing us every day right now. Won't continue either. Hong-oh doubt, so what else? One gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, then decided to say everything. A few years ago, when Shaolin was in such a difficult situation, we had already disbanded many of the lay disciple branches everywhere. Now, there are only a few branches left outside of the martial arts world. Now that Shaolin is in trouble, we cannot rely on other branches or sects. We have tried to change by establishing several medical clinics in the cities to expand and influence the martial arts world. However, the results have not been as expected. Everything is now at a standstill, and there is no way to solve it. Everything has changed since the rumors about the actions of the 5 greats and 10 greats towards Shaolin. Hearing this, the great master understood that our Shaolin was being looked down upon. Hong-oh eyebrows furrowed. Now that it's like this, do you intend to not pay attention to the secular disciples? One was startled and thought to himself, I have thought about this too. Now that I have expanded too much, it has not achieved any results. On the contrary, it has only put more burden on Shaolin. Up until now I have always been thinking about how to balance the expansion as well as the influence of Shaolin on the martial arts world like before. However, there is absolutely no plan. Hong-oh on the opposite side said in a low voice, no matter what you do, you need to be careful. The secular disciples have also helped us a lot. If it weren't for them, we would have encountered even more difficulties. One's eyes widened as if he had suddenly woken up. The great uncle was right. He seemed to have gotten angry with his intentions. Hong-oh continue, I understand everything you say, but we also need to discuss with other monks to come up with the most suitable way to do it. One replied, I understand what you mean, but right now our Shaolin is having quite a difficult time. Hong-oh continued, of course if there are difficulties we need to find a way to overcome them, not just give up everything because of that. What we need to do now is to try to train a growing generation of Shaolin disciples, thereby expanding our influence to other sects, so they will have a better view of us. I can only say that. I'm old anyway. Everything is planned and done by the young generation. I'm going now. You can discuss it with your uncles and do it. It's so annoying. Why does everything keep falling on me like this? One stood there looking at Hong's back, thinking. The current situation is getting more and more complicated. What should I do to make it satisfactory? There are many things in Shaolin that are difficult to explain now. Shaolin was originally the cradle of martial arts, but the actual actions were a bit rigid, thus influencing many other sections. But why do the 5 greats and 10 venerables pay attention to Shaolin now? What changes have taken place in this martial arts world that we are not aware of? Transition to the outskirts of Tung Sun. A man standing on the top of a mountain holding a dove in his hand. He then waved his hand and let the dove fly away. Here at this time there are also a few other doves taking off flying towards the horizon. The scene changes back to Shaolin. Iljo goes to Jang Geon to apologize. Wang Mu is angry and scolds him. It's really ridiculous. Before he was still laughing and talking freely, now his attitude is completely different. Iljo doesn't care what he said. These words aren't meant for you, so quickly get out of the way. Jang Geon looked at him reaching out his hand, feeling very hesitant in his heart, feeling very strange. How? If I don't have any martial arts skills, will Iljo humble himself and apologize? The martial arts world values the strong, I've heard that before, but I don't want to use force to solve everything. Who knows, maybe he can become my friend in the future like Wang Mu. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. It's okay, I'm the one at fault, maybe I was too angry and said the wrong thing. Iljo shook his hand excitedly and said, really, does that mean you've accepted my apology? Jang Geon nodded, yeah, but you also have to accept my apology. Iljo became even more excited. Of course, from now on, whenever you have any difficulties, just tell me. Wang Mu was annoyed and interrupted, this is really ridiculous, after living for a long time I see that there are two-faced people like you. The two of them immediately started arguing. What did you say, Wang Mu? Are you tired of living? Jang Geon, do you really want to make friends with this guy? What about me? I'm 100 times better than you. Jang Geon stood by and watched helplessly, thinking to himself, so I have another friend. Suddenly he glanced in a certain direction. Today's matter hopefully won't have any trouble. The next day, the crowd gathered as usual to practice. Senior brother Mujong was currently in seclusion, so I would temporarily replace him. My name is Mujin, from today on I will be in charge of training you guys. Is there anyone here named Jang Geon? Jang Geon immediately raised his hand and went up. Mujin reminded him, Jang Geon, from now on you are only allowed to attend classes. This is one's order, so don't be dissatisfied, but reflect on yourself. Jang Geon was stunned, not understanding anything but not daring to say anything. Iljo below said softly, that guy finally came to this point, but anyway, being able to study in senior brother Mujin's class is considered beneficial. Wang Mu was puzzled, Jang Geon was already expelled from the class, you are a friend and yet you say such words. Iljo replied dejectedly, just being able to be an auditor was already considered very lucky. This was the eldest senior brother who had the highest talent among the young generation of Shaolin. Moreover, during his recent journey through the world, he had exterminated countless evil people, and was even given the title of Hidden Dragon of the Mountain. Mujin on the stage once again loudly said, okay, you guys quickly start. Jang Geon then went to sit in a corner and pondered. It's a pity, even if I have questions I can't ask them, but it's only temporary anyway so I have to accept it. Mujin explained to the crowd in front that when entering the martial arts world, the disciples would encounter countless dangers and hardships. To put it bluntly, using the name of Shaolin to escape should only be the last resort. The only thing the disciples could trust in was their own sweat and effort that they had poured in all this time. One person raised his hand and asked, Senior brother, are there really that many evil bandits and demons in the martial arts world? I heard that they kill innocent people in the middle of the street. Mujin replied, the law is strict, those people absolutely cannot act recklessly. If they dare to cause trouble the government will immediately send police to arrest them. Another person asked, so what, then there is no need to learn martial arts, right? Mujin mouth corners raised. But in the martial arts world, the scariest things are the things that cannot be seen, like poisoning food or deceiving others, the conspiracies hidden in the dark. If you don't learn martial arts, how can you see through those invisible things? Jang Geon suddenly realized, that's right, fighting can be avoided, but unseen dangers, I'm afraid, cannot be avoided. Mujin asked back, you guys have heard the saying in the martial arts world, 7 parts luck is very important, but 3 parts ability to turn luck into your own cannot be underestimated. Today, what I will teach you is that kind of skill. Normally, you should have continued to train according to the old path. But I am only a temporary guide after all, so I will teach you about hidden perception. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed obvious unsightliness. What? It's just hidden perception. The crowd immediately started talking. Wasn't that the most basic exercise that any martial artist had to master? We had learned hidden perception before. Jang Geon thought to himself, so all the Shaolin disciples have learned hidden perception, and I'm the only one who doesn't know. Mujin burst out laughing, haha, no need to worry, for the past 5 years you guys have only been learning hidden perception without using internal energy. There are many other types of hidden perception in Shaolin. The crowd was immediately confused, there are so many types, I have never heard of those things. Mujin continued, hidden perception is not just about seeing the punch coming, but realizing whether the opponent actually intends to throw the punch, that's what's important. So from now on you must practice hidden perception by using internal energy. When combined with internal energy, hidden perception not only helps you see in the dark, but also clearly observe objects at very far distances. However, your eyes are still not strong enough to contain internal energy, so first train your liver, if you understand, then start circulating your energy. Jang Geon sat on one side, deep in thought. But why does practicing hidden perception require practicing liver? I want to ask, but I'm not allowed to ask questions, so I'll just try to follow along a little. It should be fine. The disciples all sat cross-legged at this moment, circulating their energy, and Mujin's voice continued to ring out, the eyes are the organs of the liver, and human eyes are closely related to the liver. Therefore, when training perception with internal energy, you must first circulate energy through the liver meridian to strengthen your vision. Even just getting used to strengthen the liver will allow you to see through most darkness. At this moment, he glanced back. There Jang Geon was also like the others, sitting cross-legged. Seeing him sitting quietly practicing like that, he sighed. Just that alone is considered a pre-treatment, right? He then continued to speak. Whoever finished circulating the energy should lead the energy from the Chiman point to gather the energy back to the liver. If there is saliva accumulated in the mouth, do not swallow it immediately, but keep it closed and slowly open your eyes. This is hidden perception. Jang Geon on this side was thinking silently. Just as senior brother Mujin said, when you stop breathing at the Chiman point and gather your energy, you can feel a cool stream of air spreading inside your body. Moreover, saliva really started to gather in the mouth. So now open your eyes. In front of him, everything had changed so much compared to before that he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The world suddenly became extremely clear. But after a while, everything was back to normal. Jang Geon was lost in thought. Luck wasn't too difficult, but keeping his internal energy from being scattered was the problem. It seemed the important thing was to concentrate absolutely until the moment he opened his eyes without letting his internal energy become disordered, so he needed to be careful not to lose focus. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, wanting to try again. A moment later, the remaining disciples all opened their eyes. I could see very far. And so could I. My eyes were bright. There were also people who were crying uncomfortably because they couldn't open their eyes. Mujin reminds, those who often have diarrhea or jaundice will have difficulty moving their chi to the Chiman point. In that case, hold your breath at the Gumai point, concentrate your chi and then break through the Changmen point in one go. The crowd then once again tried their luck like Jang Geon wanted to try again. Jang Geon's mouth corners slightly raised as he thought. The more he focused his energy on his liver, the further and clearer his vision became. Oh wait, what if I directly transfer internal energy into the eyes? Okay, let's try it. Thinking is to make him quickly circulate the energy to his eyes. After a while his eyes opened again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he screamed in pain. It hurts so much, feels like my eyes are about to burst. Why is this happening? Is it because we tried to do it too suddenly? Or is there something wrong in the way we did it? First try this, if it doesn't work then try another way. But what was that black shadow just now? It was only for a moment but clearly part of my vision was blocked. Or did I see wrong? Mujin also noticed him now. No matter how you look at it, there's nothing special about it. Isn't it an exaggeration to say that Shaolin's fate depends on that child? He remembered Mujong's previous words, no matter what, I can't underestimate that strange footwork and clumsy dragon claw technique. He then went to Manhwa and said his intention, the child that Mujong's senior brother mentioned I want to verify myself. Manhwa resolutely refused, no, you are the most outstanding successor of the wordless card and the next generation star. If you accidentally fail under Jang Geon's hands, then the entire sect order will collapse. Mujin was shocked in his heart, the uncles were really worrying unnecessarily. But they couldn't be careless. Let's observe a little more. The scene changes back to reality. Mujin instructs his juniors, alright, that's it for today. Starting to see things you've never seen before, so it's not familiar, but once you get used to it, everything will be fine, so don't worry too much. Time passed very quickly. A few days had passed. Wang Mu went to Jang Geon and asked, so you were here, Jang Geon, why have you been wandering around lately? I heard you also asked the kid some strange things. Jang Geon explained, it's not strange, when I practiced hidden perception, I saw a black shadow. At first I thought I was seeing things, but then every time I practiced hidden perception it appeared again. Wang Mu confirmed in confusion, a black shadow. Jang Geon confirmed, yeah, so I intend to find out what it is. It even moves like a human. Wang Mu, have you ever seen something like that? Wang Mu stuttered in response. What you saw, could it be a demon? Jang Geon laughed. Don't chase like that, Wang Mu seriously reminded. I think you should give up. Instead of wasting time, why don't you help me see your martial arts? Lately, my true Dongguin moves keep getting interrupted, and I feel embarrassed asking my fellow monks in the mountain village. Jang Geon is worried, but I didn't win the true Dongguin. Wang Mu didn't care and pulled his hand away. Even so, you are still an expert. Maybe you can help me find the problem. Come on, hurry up. Entering the forest, Jang Geon sat to one side quietly watching Wang Mu practice his boxing. He carefully observed every movement of his hands and feet, thinking to himself, this is the same boxing and footwork he used in the previous match. But the movements are too wide, the variations change quickly, making it difficult to observe both his steps and his upper body at the same time. Moreover, his limbs became more and more disordered as time went on. What should he do? Very quickly he realized something. Yes, when needing to observe the whole movement at once, nothing is more effective than insight technique. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Wang Mu, can you try again from the beginning? I can't understand it after just looking at it once. Wang Mu was a bit confused, but didn't ask much, quickly doing as he said. Jang Geon also quickly sat cross-legged again. Start the luck. Very quickly, he used hidden perception to open his eyes. I've been practicing hidden perception too much lately, now I'm getting used to it. Very good, not only can you observe the footsteps and boxing techniques, but also the small movements of the shoulders and knees are clearly seen. After finishing his practice, Wang Mu immediately returned to him and asked, how is it, Jang Geon? I followed what I learned, but for some reason I keep getting stuck at the end. Jang Geon thought to himself, when he performed the footwork in the latter part, it was very difficult for me to observe. If we apply part of the footwork that Grandmaster Hong O taught, it might be better, but that is martial arts from another school that cannot be taught carelessly. Wang Mu saw him sitting there in a daze and became even more anxious. Do you realize where the problem lies? Facing Wang Mu's expectant gaze made Jang Geon even more hesitant. He was just pointing out a few things that weren't quite right. He wasn't teaching martial arts from another sect, right? Thinking of this, he immediately said, you are using too much strength in your whole body. Try relaxing your legs a bit and make use of the movement of your hips. Maybe this method will also help improve the problem of weak internal energy circulation. Wang Mu was excited. Really, it's Jang Geon, you always see the key point. Thank you, I will definitely repay you in the future. He then turned around and ran away. I have to practice the way you taught me right away. Not far away, Iljo was hiding behind the bushes, silently observing, surprised and exclaiming, these two brats secretly sneaked in here to practice privately. He then excitedly ran out. Jang Geon, so you're here. Seeing him come, Jang Geon was also a bit surprised. Oh Iljo, what's the matter? If it was Wang Mu, he would have just left. Iljo shook his head. It wasn't him. I came here to find you. Teach me some martial arts. You know my little red fist. There are some places that I can't practice smoothly. Jang Geon felt extremely confused inside. Why did everyone suddenly ask him to help them see their martial arts? After a while of chatting, Jang Geon finally agreed to help Iljo watch. He then began to guide him to correct his posture. Iljo got pretty good results under his guidance, so he was very happy. The two of them practiced like that for a long time. After having basically grasped Iljo as well as Wang Mu quickly left to practice. Jang Geon then let out a breath. Wang Mu and Iljo are both working so hard. What am I doing? Today I should probably go eat something and regain my strength. He left without knowing that in the bushes behind him someone was secretly watching. Wait until you go far, that person speaks, replenish your energy, you really are a strange person. Time passed quickly. In the morning of a few days later, Wang Mu and Iljo were fighting each other with their fists. Wang Mu attacked while saying smugly, Iljo, have you trained your endurance a lot? Iljo argued without any weakness, Wang Mu, perhaps you've only been practicing your verbal skills lately. If you keep acting like this, you'll lose your life one day. You won't be much better off either. Jang Geon sat cross-legged on one side and observed, secretly sighing, is this why these guys trained so hard? A friendly match between the True Duongguin group and the Tu Hongguin group. I want to take a closer look. Should I use internal energy to see more clearly? Not far away, several high-ranking people were sitting there observing. Gwang Yun suddenly noticed something beside him. The direction he looked was none other than Jang Geon's. How did it all end up like this? Wonho sat next to him and asked, "What do you think of the strength of those two children?" Gwang Yun replied, "Looking at their eyes it seemed like they had improved a lot compared to before." Wonho nodded, "Yes, I think so too. If Wang Mu continues to practice for another 2 years, he is afraid that he will be able to completely master the 3 principles. Although Iljo is still less flexible in applying moves than Wang Mu, he has almost completed the entire Shao Hong Quan." Gwang Yun smiled, "Do you really think so?" Below, the 2 Iljo people now separated and retreated. Wang Mu secretly thought to himself, "This side has always fought fairly, yet now the fist is so fast that it can't be seen." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but praise, "Iljo, you're improving quickly, huh?" Iljo on the opposite side continued, "You too, it seems like what you learned from Jang Geon really came in handy for you, huh?" Wang Mu heard that and shouted excitedly, "What, could it be that what you said before was true? I told you not to touch him, because he is my friend." Iljo is unwilling to respond, "He is yours, he is also my friend." Jang Geon was outside listening to them arguing, dumbfounded, his heart filled with confusion. "I didn't teach them martial arts for them to do this." His eyes suddenly opened wide. Because he saw a dark shadow moving in the distance. "That's what you always see." Jang Geon immediately stood up, "Today I absolutely cannot let it slip away." He ran all the way chasing the dark shadow. On this side, the 2 Wang Mu once again charged towards each other. "Now I won't hold back anymore." Who should be the one saying that? Wonho turned to the person beside him and ordered, "Mun, one sure di, did Wang Mu really use the stepping shadow and Zhou Yang fist technique?" Mun, one confirmed, "Yes, Wang Mu did indeed learn Zhou Yang fist technique." Wonho was confused, but what were those stiff movements in between the forms, and so was Iljo. He thought to himself, looking at each part it seemed strange, but it did not deviate from the flow of the move, on the contrary it made the form more natural. But aren't those movements very similar to the martial arts that Jang Geon performed? Thinking of this, he once again shouted at Mun, one, how exactly were the secular disciples being taught? Mun, one could only say sorry. Gwang Yun also spoke up to advise, "Okay, don't scold anymore. After all, in such a short period of time they have already progressed to that extent. Isn't it commendable to be so concerned about your friends?" Wonho was very angry at Jang Geon in his heart. He turned his head to look at him, but the person had long since disappeared. "This bastard Jang Geon, that rude guy knows who is here and dares to leave the place like that." Gwang Yun saw him standing up so agitatedly, so he spoke up, "If you are looking for Jang Geon, he just left not long ago." He seemed sad because he couldn't attend the class. On this side Jang Geon was still trying to chase the shadow. He reached out to grab it. His arm finally touched the dark shadow. But when he looked again, what he caught was the clothes of some monk. He turned to look at him and asked, puzzled, "Caught what?" This person was a completely strange monk, whom Jang Geon did not know who he was. The two of them then started chatting. "Who are you, old man?" "I'm just a monk." "And who are you?" "A boy named Jang Geon." The monk continued to speak as he walked. "Jang Geon, that's a good name, although it's common. Those who carry that name often enjoy long lives, so why are you following me?" Jang Geon stuttered, "Just a curious kid." He thought to himself, why did he look so dark just now? He was clearly just an ordinary old man. Try looking again. Under his eyes this time the old man's figure was a little clearer. The old man was also looking at him in confusion and asked, "What did you say? What a rude person." Jang Geon suddenly realized, now I understand, because he looked much darker than his surroundings, that's why he appeared like a shadow. Why is it like that? Others are not like that. The old man quickly swept the yard and left, still muttering incessantly to scold Jang Geon for being rude. He still stood there, glaring and observing. That's right, martial artists looked a bit different. Ordinary people are so natural that it's hard to feel their presence, but the old man here is so natural that he has no presence at all. He makes me feel like there's a gap in my vision. Thinking of this, he asked, "How strange, does old Yoon also look like that?" He replied, "He found it strange that someone like you would care about a common monk like me." "And who is this old man Yoon you mentioned?" Jang Geon explained, "In Mount Hua there is a sword saint, his identity is Yoon Ian, gang. The thing is, last time he peeled an apple for me every movement was too natural. To the point that while observing, We didn't see anything awkward or unusual. The old man continued, that's only natural, isn't it? If even peeling an apple looked awkward, that would be strange, Jang Geon continued, but he could do it with his bare hands. The old man was startled. Hey, how can a human peel an apple with their bare hands? An apple must be peeled with a knife, Jang Geon affirmed. Really? He clearly said it took him 30 years to master this method of peeling. The old man heard this and immediately said, then I will show you the skills I have honed over the past 60 years. Coincidentally, there are apples here too. Jang Geon saw him put his hand into his chest and whispered, wondering if he was going to use the broom to peel the apple. The old monk quickly took out an apple from his chest. Jang Geon just stood there, dumbfounded. He walked up to the boy and held out an apple. Here, you have to wipe the apple clean on your shirt before eating it to get the right taste. Take it, this is the method that took me 60 years to master. Jang Geon helplessly opened his mouth wide and thought, so that's how it is, this old man is really interesting. He reached out to take the apple, not forgetting to say thank you, but it wasn't apple season now, was it? The old man explained, aren't I a monk? I go up the mountain and collect firewood everywhere, so it's not strange to find an apple tree bearing fruit at this time of year. Jang Geon clearly did not believe it, thinking to himself, there was something very strange about this matter. The old man continued, of course, otherwise why would I be sweeping the temple yard like this? Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm going, I'm very busy. Jang Geon hurriedly chased after him, shouting, wait, why is he running away? Is he hiding something? The old man turned around and shouted angrily, it's because you keep following me that I'm like this. I told you it was true. If it were you, wouldn't you run away if a stranger kept chasing you? Jang Geon frowned, but somehow I still felt something was strange. The old man turned around again, I don't know what you're misunderstanding, but it's best to stop bothering me and mind your own business, I'm really busy. He then continued his work of sweeping the yard. After a while, he glanced back in confusion, wondering why he still hadn't left. Jang Geon stood there sighing, I have nothing to do either. The old man was puzzled, what are you talking about? In this world, no one has nothing to do, even an old man like me has something to do, thanks to that, every day that passes, I have food and clothing. Jang Geon replied no, maybe I'm just a useless parasite, even my studies are left out, I'm just alone. The old man sighed, a child like you is depressed because of that, in my eyes you are definitely not useless, so don't worry about it. Jang Geon asked again, old man, how do you know? He patiently explained, because there are still people who are busy because of you, because you are doing something, they are busy taking care of things, right? Jang Geon was stunned and doubtful, because of me, was he talking about my parents? The old man punched his back, oh my god. I have to rest a bit and then go collect firewood, it's been a long time, probably 10 years since I've talked for so long, it's really tiring, so you should go back soon. Jang Geon was surprised to hear that, 10 years already. He just stood there watching the old man's back gradually getting further and further away. Very quickly, he completely disappeared from his sight, only then did Jang Geon suddenly remember and loudly exclaimed, old man, if I want to see you again in the future, where can I find you? On this side, the two Wangmu were still arguing. You brat, didn't you hear me? I told you not to touch Jang Geon, why are you acting like a child? Don't bother Jang Geon anymore. Jang Geon came back and smiled to reconcile, come on, stop arguing, we're all friends. The rest of the people in the room also spoke up, Jang Geon, don't mind them, come here and watch for fun, how can they argue all day? I think so too, one of them should have won, who would have thought it would be a draw. Jang Geon glanced at one person and said, sorry but you caused trouble because of me again. The other person was confused, what do you have to apologize for, or did you really teach them martial arts? No wonder I keep seeing their strength suddenly improve dramatically. The crowd immediately rushed to surround him, teach me, I want to learn too. The two Wangmu people who were fighting on this side were immediately stopped by their actions. Jang Geon thought helplessly in his heart, do I have work to do too? The two Wangmu immediately ceased fighting and went to threaten the crowd, now don't bother my friend anymore, quickly get out of the way, if you touch Jang Geon, you will only be crushed to pieces, understand? Very quickly, darkness fell. Somewhere there was a sound of chattering, you're talking about Jang Geon, wasn't that kid expelled from the class already? and yet you said the situation is getting worse. It seems junior brother still hasn't heard about this. Wonho slammed the table loudly. Today the secular children competed in martial arts. Among them were two people whose movements were identical to Jang Geon's. The atmosphere here suddenly became heavy because of these words. One person spoke up, but it was hard to say that the situation had gotten worse and even less certain that it was really due to the influence of that child named Jang Geon. Moreover, before he could finish speaking, Mun and One interrupted. The abbot had also expressed his confidence. Afterwards, I called the two children to ask them and they were also determined. It seems I understand the abbot's deep meaning. Wonho was serious. Really, tell me quickly. One quickly explained, because we did not act according to his will, and even strongly opposed it. That's why he intended to use the lay disciples instead of the disciples of the mountain. Wasn't he planning to pass on Grandmaster's martial arts to the lay disciples through Jang Geon? Then later he will say this, look, what I said is not wrong, no matter if it is martial arts of another sect or whatever, as long as you learn it, you will become strong like that. The crowd was shocked. How could this be possible? Wonho frowned thoughtfully. It made sense. At first it sounded like an exaggeration, but considering Hong's personality, oh master, it wasn't too far-fetched. But how could the abbot come up with a plan that everyone could see through so easily? Just then another person spoke up, what else is there to think about? We must immediately isolate Jang Geon from the other children. The crowd then started to discuss the matter, but to do so, there must be a legitimate name. What name? Should we just leave it like this and wait until the disaster comes before hastily cleaning up the consequences? That's right, we can't delay any longer. Wonho slammed the table and loudly told them to be quiet. Of course it is important to understand the abbot's intentions. But the reason we urgently called this meeting today is for another reason. One wondered, what was going on, if it was more important than that then. Wonho explained. A few days ago an urgent letter from Sichuan arrived. The crowd immediately panicked. Is it from Sichuan? Then what should we do? Shouldn't we quickly hide Jang Geon away? Wonho retorted, no, I have a different thought. On the contrary, I intend to do the opposite. The crowd was surprised to hear that. What do you mean? Wonho explained, think carefully. What does it mean for Doxian to personally appear? He wants to confirm the truth with his own eyes, and only when he meets Jang Geon will we be able to know clearly what will happen. The crowd was even more shocked. Even so, this matter was still too dangerous. Yes, this matter really wasn't worth taking such a risk. Wonho is still extremely determined and dangerous, but compared to confronting all 10 supreme beings, it is still much easier. On the contrary, if it is revealed, we will know whether our long-standing worries are true or not. Once we understand the whole situation, we will be able to come up with a more certain countermeasure. Hearing this, everyone in the crowd became very nervous, but they didn't shout out in protest like before. Wonho continued, people still say danger is also opportunity, so everyone should prepare themselves mentally. The crowd now no longer had any opinions and accepted their fate. Wonho frowned thoughtfully. Compared to constantly worrying about what would happen, facing it once and for all wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm just afraid of how this will turn out, because things never turn out well. The next morning on a cliff, from where you can see the whole Shaolin in your sight, Gyeongyun stood here looking down talking to someone. The other person's voice rang out. As expected, the first urgent letter had come from Sichuan. Gyeongyun asked again, so what's wrong? Where is that person now? The other person continued, perhaps he has already arrived at the entrance of Songshan. Moving too fast, we cannot follow. Gyeongyun sighed, so the first pass has finally arrived. The other said, if you give the order, we will refuse to let you in. Gyeongyun glanced at him and asked, can you stop it? This person is the secret guardian of the Shaolin Arhat monks. He did not answer but asked back, isn't that the mission of Arhat monks like us? Gyeongyun also did not pay much attention to this matter, asking about something else. What about Hong? Oh uncle, you still haven't said anything. Hearing the other party's confirmation, he immediately ordered, then just leave it alone. Even if it was them, they couldn't act rashly in Shaolin. After giving his orders, he looked down and sighed. What the hell happened to them in the past? Honestly, if possible, I really want to force them to open their mouths and tell me everything. The top 10 masters of martial arts in the martial arts world. In the past, the friends that the master uncle made in the martial arts world have all become the strongest masters. I don't know if people intentionally choose to associate with such people, or if it's just fate that brings them together. No matter how I think about it, I don't think it's just a coincidence. Because cause and effect never arise without a reason. While closing his eyes and sighing, he suddenly woke up with a start. Could it be that he had already arrived at Shaolin? The scene shifts to the outside. A person returns the water bottle to the group of lay disciples as thanks. "Thank you for the delicious tea." The young man wiped the sweat off his face and replied warmly, "Yes, old man, please be careful, rest a bit before you continue on your way." This person is one of the top 10 masters of martial arts Doxian. He also responded warmly, "Okay, just do it." He then sat down on a rock by the roadside to rest. At this moment, a voice of Amitabha Buddha rang out in his ears. He sent a voice transmission asking back, "Is it the abbot?" Gwang Yun asked back, "Why did you come without notice? If only you had sent a message in advance, we would have prepared a better reception." Doxian replied, "Even if I didn't inform you in advance, wouldn't the abbot have known for a long time?" Gwang Yun continued, "You came so suddenly that my preparations were somewhat careless. How could Shaolin let the world criticize it for not being thorough in welcoming such famous seniors?" Doxian replied, "What senior? Why are you so polite, Hong? Oh, are you well? Actually I came here to see him." Gwang Yun replied, "Hong, oh uncle is still well. You are always looking for interesting things, looking east and west. You are probably at Ung Lam Fong right now." Doxian stood up and sighed. "It seems that he hasn't changed at all since ancient times. Don't worry too much, I'll just come to see him and then quietly leave." Gwang Yun replied again, "Please forgive this rudeness." Doxian smiled, "It's okay, the position of abbot of Shaolin is not a simple matter. You must be busy with 1,000 things, an old man like me is not worth worrying about, so continue to take care of your own business." He then continued on his way, sighing as he walked, "It really is Shaolin. The rumor is not unfounded. Among the pack of tigers that have lost their fangs, there is still a white tiger hiding that few people know about." The white tiger he was referring to was probably Gwang Yun, who had just communicated with him through sound transmission.